Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Cece said. I'm not for tearing down NATO, and I'm not for supporting the people who do. My whole point was to the gentleman, I take it he was from the UK somewhere or Scotland, that there's really nothing they can do. I mean, if they want to do it and feel better about it, that's great. But writing letters from Scotland to the United States, congressmen, asking them to change policy, it's nice. It'll have a nice feel, but you and I know it's not going to move the needle internally. This is internal politics. This is going to be done by hardcore, old school arm twisting inside of Washington and by people outside of Washington who apply real pressure. Outside of Washington, meeting within the 50 states and province, and inside some of the population groups that are outside the U.S. but who are U.S. citizens. It's really the only thing that's going to move the needle. I think them voicing support for you and me to make the effort is extremely important. It motivates us to do the work, but we have to do the work domestically inside the U.S. to make the U.S. system change. That's all there is to it. There is no fix that Europeans can do. But there are things they can do. And one of the things they can do is they can make damn sure that while the U.S. is fuddling and diddling with itself, that there is still a flow of stuff to Ukraine, even if it isn't as large and as effective as if it had come from the U.S. That's enormously valuable. That is probably the single biggest thing that Europeans can do now, is make sure to pick up the slack that Americans don't do. I hate to see that happen. I despise it. I'm very pro NATO. I'm very, very pro Europe, the Atlantic coalition. But I can't emphasize enough that they don't have any say in our politics, any real say. And so we've got to do that. I love the support. I love the encouragement. I love the motivation. But we've got to do the work. And so when they get really, really frustrated and despair, my answer is don't go into despair. Don't get discouraged. Don't get upset per se. Get active, and get active in your own area of influence. And you have influence, and you have things that you can do. And that's my point I've been making for over a year. And I just think that has to be emphasized over and over. Despair is, it is just a soup we don't want to be serving. We want to get into things we can fix individually, ourselves, each of us. And I will listen. Thank you.
I'm just gonna jump in here for a second, because I've reached a bit of a tipping point of my own at this point with listening to folks. I'm not going to point fingers at anyone in particular, but I am going to say this, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If you're coming up into this space to have a whinge about whatever you have to have a whinge about, if it doesn't involve directly what you, the speaker, what you, the person who is whinging about whatever they can or cannot do and this and that and whatever, if you are not telling me what you are doing to support Ukraine, then you can step down. I don't want to hear it. I don't think other people want to hear it. We go around and around in circles on this. I don't care. It's just not productive. It is counterproductive. It is what the Kremlin wants us to do. It is what our adversaries want us to do. It is what we are playing into somebody else's hands about. This is just not what the space is about. This is not what these segments are about. And I'm not going to have it hijacked. So right now, the conversation is finished. The next conversation will be humanitarian, which we had planned on. And if you don't like that, you know what you can do? You can DM me, and I'll be happy to talk to you on the side. But right now, as of everything, whoever has their hand up, if you are not here to tell me what you are doing right now to support Ukraine, you can put your hand down. If you don't like that, you can step down to listener. I'm done with this. This is ridiculous. Tracy, what do we have in terms of our humanitarian?
Oh, well, actually, we have some very interesting things that are happening in terms of health, which I'm always really pleased to see, because obviously there's a great need in the health sector, as there is in many other different things. But, you know, we know they're modernising throughout the health sector, as they are in many other industries. So some good news, I think, in this regard is Dnipropetrovsk region has received some new emergency service vehicles. So, of course, this is one of the things that we're advocating for, some to be sent for the UK instead of being scrapped. And various countries are getting together. Various people of MriyaReport are getting together to have various schemes. Thanks to Tony's idea, sparking it all off with the jackets that the defence industry in Australia were selling off. So these new machines are for universal. And they will be suitable for most challenges, is what they've said. So I've posted out some pictures of those for everybody to see. So they're all there, loads of them are all very happy getting the vehicles. And I think it's really great to see this. And you know, the smiles on the faces as well when you see them all stood there like so pleased and overjoyed. I mean, you know, how gracious is that to be overjoyed to be getting something but like that? But of course, the need is incredible. The equipment inside is high quality to European standards. They will be able to monitor patients in various different ways with electrocardiographs, pulse oximeters, stretchers that allow patients to be transported carefully, oxygen access points, all the things that you would expect. And they've got ventilators, so the people can be resuscitated. And doctors have actually said that every car is worth its weight in gold, which is a lovely thing to say. That's kind of a saying that we have here in the UK. And thanks to the International Organization for Migration and the German government, they've actually provided these, and this is a joint project with one of the regional offices of international cooperation. So I think it's really great to see these things. You know, when you see, you think lots of things coming to Melitopol, because we've spoken, you and I, Christopher, previously about the mayor of Melitopol and all he's doing to keep his community, his displaced community together. So you know, they're getting all sorts of things all lined up in a framework going, and they get lots of things like ambulances and fire engines and things like that. And then in Kherson, what's happening now in Kherson is residents are going to get a medical assistance from mobile teams. And this is because they've got difficult to reach areas, rural areas as well as difficult frontline areas. And last week, the doctors there were given from a non-governmental organisation some things that they've called Caesars. I guess that's the name of the actual vehicle itself. And these teams are going to go around, these mobile teams are going to go around and visit people in rural areas and hard to reach areas. And there's like a family doctor, a psychologist, there's even a neurologist, a gynecologist. And in total, up to now, these in Kherson, this particular one, have examined and conducted 125 consultations for local residents. And this is in particular trying to help out people with reduced mobility, who obviously cannot reach reception places and that type of thing. And then, you know, the doctors can go to them and visit them and go around to the homes in these communities. So I think it's fantastic to see things like this. It really warms my heart, and it keeps me knowing that, you know, countries do know what's going on, and they are contributing to things all the time. Even if we don't see all the good that's going on, there's many cooperations going on with different cities, different communities, from, you know, sister cities, with ones in Ukraine, with ones in the EU, for example. Like the mayor of Melitopol, he's made loads of like memorandums and signed loads of different arrangements with one city in the UK. I forget the name now. It's a city up north, I'm proud to say. If I remember rightly, it's up Newcastle way, something like that. So, you know, I just think it's good to emphasize that these projects are going on all the time, and these humanitarian things, the trickle of things does keep coming through. And I think it's nice to see that. And also, I think it just brings to listeners that information about what kind of things are still needed, and where there is a great need, and where there's much less of a need. And that helps people, you know, direct and target their aid to the places, you know, where it can do the most good as well. So what do you think about those two little humanitarian topics of the day, Christopher?
I think they're great. If there was any additional information about where to go to look at some background or to support them, I took one of your tweets and I threw it up in the nest as the second one. And if there's, I know Beneficial is up, but he's probably going to bring us some news. So let's see if Falk has something with concerning your humanitarian, and then we can go to Ben. So Falk, go ahead, please.
Hi, Christopher. Good points you raised about people complaining in the morning. It's not nice. Well done for keeping you cool as well, mate. So what have I been doing? I've donated a couple of times for MriyaReport, and I also raised about 75% for a military blogger who, in turn, he gave the money to one of the units. We raised some funds there for a drone, so I helped about 75% on that effort. I also got some news from my MP. I wrote to him about the what we're doing to help Ukraine, and he had some encouraging message that he supports Ukraine and the efforts. He gave me some readings that were done at the Parliament on the 5th, which I'm yet to read that because it was a few good big pages in there, and he sounded like he supported the Ukrainian efforts, and he wrote a very nice message, handwritten message at the bottom. And yeah, it shows that just a little bit of a reach out can get you further along. But what I really came here for was to uplift Tracy a little bit. Tracy, did you know what NATO has done recently?
Tell me, what has NATO done recently?
Well, you'll be glad to know that they've just tweeted a beautiful tweet, and it was about the Finns. They've got a beautiful image about the Finns with Santa, and a couple of them are in disguise. So I would check the bubble there down below, the purple pill. I've posted it there for you guys. And NATO is trolling Russia now. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tyrants. Does everybody remember last year, actually last Christmas? Do you remember the NATO video from last Christmas, the Christmas one? That was absolutely fantastic. That was trolling them as well.
But this time they've done a poll, so they've put a picture in it, and you can participate on that. Have a bit of fun, uplifting. I would recommend it.
Thank you, Tyrants. I'm going to go and have a look at that right now. Beneficial. What have you been? Sorry, go ahead, Christopher.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Well,
I was just one second, but I was just going to say, if you feel inclined that you want to share what your MP has written back to you, I'm sure others would love to have that, and it would be, if it's the positiveness that you're suggesting, that I think that maybe we could give the MP some props for for being proactive and being responsive. So just that was just my comment. However you want to handle it, do let us know one way or another. Ben, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, well, I raised my hand before you you laid down the law here, and I think it's a great thing that you did. I just want to be very supportive of what you said in MriyaReport, that it's a very productive and useful space. And I'll say, and I don't want to even go into my stories, but I'm really glad you brought it up when you did. Just and about the humanitarian thing, I was just going to tell you a couple of my experiences. Towards the beginning of the war, I was involved with a group of people, and you'll see it in the film, that brought medicine from United States to Children's Hospital in Lviv. And so that's what got me started with them, and I've been involved with them for basically the whole war. And I can tell you that, and also with a lot of different other medical kinds of things. And so in addition to ambulances, one of the things that they need, which people don't talk about because it's like people talk about drones and ways of fighting, but there are all these people who have medical needs and they really need medicine, particularly medicines that are for chronic diseases like epilepsy, because those things, it's like we think about combat and antibiotics and things that save lives. But for these, there's still a lot of people there. There are people who have epilepsy, and that kind of medicine you need ongoing for the life of the person. So I just want to bring that up. And I've tried to get more people interested in this whole concept of these kinds of medicines. And I have a list that from the hospital that gets changed from time to time. So I've never really been able to deal with it in kind of an organized sort of way because I have so much else to do. But I just want to put it out there that that's a real need that people in Ukraine have. And the hospitals, I know, and the way it works is that if a hospital has too much of something, which they usually don't, they just pass it on to the next hospital so that they have it. So I just want to lay that out as just along with the ambulances, something that I know about. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Beneficial. I appreciate you coming and giving us those insights. It really adds some context to the topic, so thank you. Turixis, welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. And thank you, Christopher and Tracy, for hosting. A question to Ben, was that the what's it called? Western Children's Hospital in Lviv?
That one, St. Nicholas Hospital.
Then we've been to different children's hospitals, but they seem to specialize in Lviv on children's hospitals. I've been in another hospital, so I was just wondering if we know the same person. That's why I asked.
It's possible. I don't want to really talk about the people we know, but it's possible. Big. I know a lot of people over there that work in medicine. So it's very possible. You bump into them all the time. Do you work in Lviv in medicine?
No. But I did the same thing. Well, I'll still do the same thing. Bring medical aid to Ukraine.
Oh yeah, really? Maybe we can DM.
Yeah, let's do that. Good stuff. Thanks.
Let me see I can't see on my Twitter who I'm talking to.
I'll send you a DM.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, thanks so much, Beneficial. I feel a bit embarrassed even bringing up another topic. But so from Reuters, we have a report about an anti-war candidate applying to run in the election against Putin. Her name is journalist Yekaterina Duntsova, and she put her name forward on Wednesday to stand in the Russian presidential election. and she called in an interview with Reuters last month for an end to the conflict in Ukraine and the release of the political prisoners, including Alexei Navalny, sorry. And she submitted documents to the officials at the Central Electoral Commission. So, interested that we have at least one candidate who is running against Putin.
I think there's two candidates, and anyway, I would just think neither of them really don't matter, in my opinion, because they're only there with his permission. In my belief, I think they're only there for optics, to make it seem like and somehow legitimize the election, make it seem like it's a fair election, and make it seem like that there's genuine opposition. I would think that's, in my mind, that's the only reason why they are there, because of course nothing happens without Putin's permission. So I think that's the only reason why they're there, Bull Terrier. So I think it's just opposition that he's put in place just to make it look good. What do you reckon, Christopher?
Put what part in place? To
That
look
all
good?
any opposition to Putin is just stage managed by him, just to make it look as if there's some kind of opposition.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult to gin up anything and get yourself actually on the ballot, apparently, or to be able to be in a position where you would be thinking about doing that. Think about like the logistics trails of getting on a ballot and doing it the proper way. There's so much advanced warning about that. It's not like you can stick yourself on there the day of kind of thing. But of course, I don't know if there's a write-in policy. If you ask our friend Will from down under, he will tell you that he's written in some colorful things in his ballots in the past, and maybe that's the case will happen in Russia. But I can probably predict pretty confidently that somewhere in the upper 90% will be the margin of victory, and there will probably be the same amount of people that will have allegedly voted. So that's a huge win, I guess, for them. All fake, but hey, that's what they seem to be happy to present to their countrymen. Sadly, though, back to you.
Thank you very much. Back to me. I'm back to something that I'm looking at. Apparently, a drone has crashed in Naroformysk. I'm going with that. Apparently, well, I'm assuming that's in Russia, because this is a pro-Ukraine place that I'm looking at where this news comes from. So they would not be celebrating that otherwise. Let's have a look what else has happened today. So the Metropolitan of Cherkasy, who denied the aggression of the Russian Federation, had his preventative measure eased, and the court changed the preventative measure, and he's now in the form of house arrest from 24 hours tonight. So I guess that means, well, I don't know. Usually in the UK, it's usually from like, I think it's about 7 or 8 o'clock at night or something like that. I don't know exactly the time, but I know there's sometime in the evening when it begins, and then you have to stay in all night until, I don't know, 24 hours later the next morning. So that's interesting. So let's see what else has been going on. We have some, Putin has already lost the war with Ukraine because he did not achieve his main goal, to erase Ukraine from the earth, according to Blinken. Oh, well, he could be saying much better things than that, couldn't he? I think we need to be saying definitely different things to that. So the general staff have reported that during the day, the aviation of the Defence Forces struck 16 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment. and the enemy's aircraft and missile complex. And during the day, anti-aircraft defence destroyed one KH-59 guided missile. Wow, that's an increase, that, isn't it? 16 aviation attacks by the defence forces. That's a big increase, that.
And successful ones as well, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely successful, yes. Concentration of personnel, weapons, military equipment, and anti-aircraft missile complexes. So I look forward to the videos coming out of those. I guess these will be reflected in the numbers tomorrow. Units of missile forces also hit 2 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons, and military equipment, and 6 artillery means of the enemy. Let's have a look at the amount of attacks. So it looks like, I suppose they've dropped in some area and slightly raised in the others. In Bakhmut direction, just 6 enemy attacks today, of course, repelled by the defence forces. 13 attacks in the Avdiv direction. Mariinka direction, the defence forces continue to hold back the enemy. And that's a very short report for the General Staff report for tonight. So usually when they don't tell us a lot, that means there's things going on. So now I'm looking at some pictures of some. So these pictures relate to a humanitarian aid warehouse that was attacked today by Russia. So the Ministry of Reintegration has reported, as a result of the enemy shelling, the warehouse with humanitarian aid in the Kherson Regional Organization of the Red Cross Society of Ukraine was destroyed. It's important to emphasize that this is the Red Cross Society of Ukraine, so this is not the International Red Cross. The fire, which arose as a result of the direct hit, completely destroyed the supplies of the humanitarian aid for the residents of the region. So, of course, Russia's back to the tactics of trying to attack invincibility points. Well, many of those have actually been hidden. So, you know, Russia can't find them as easy, and Ukrainians do have access to know where those are. So maybe that's why they're starting to attack things like this more. We have seen them attack aid warehouses before, and it's never the International Red Cross, although I'm not even sure if they have any aid warehouses there, to be completely honest. I think it's just other aid agencies. So let's have a look what the GUR have to say. Apparently, there's some information from them. So let's have a look. So they've intercepted some more calls. They've intercepted lots more calls about from Russians in the field. You would think that they would stop making these calls, wouldn't you? I mean, you know, surely they know what's going on, that these calls are being intercepted. And many of these calls are actually used in evidence in war crimes as well. So this is about invading involvement in the mobilization of the armed forces of the Russian Federation, which is mainly due to the lack of success. So he's speaking about the state of the training, how bad the reserves are. Tales of war for mockers here. Lots of tales of war here, Christopher.
Oh, do we get a tale of woe too in all of this? I sense a tale of woe.
Well, if you can find a tiny violin, they're moaning about the state of the training, the state of the reserves. They've got no provisions. They're not being provided with weapons. Oh dear, what a shame. So they're basically just sitting in a field, it seems to me, from that report. They have to just sit there.
Well, that's not going to get them very far. It might get them frozen. Apparently, it's getting colder, and it's raining.
I'm not sure which would be a more humane way to go slowly of cold, because in some part you just go to sleep, I guess, but not that it can be nice, or to die in artillery. I suppose if you get hit by artillery, at least it's instant. I'm not sure which is the lesser of two evils. I say go home. What do you say, Christopher?
Well, they can make a phone call, right? They can text, they can reach out via social media, and they can get themselves a ride. And their ride will come, and they will go to the ride, and apparently they get fairly well treated after they make a phone call to surrender. Thank you.
That's so true. They can't get any ammunition, but they can get a ride. Surrender to the I Want to Live program. That's definitely the best way. It's the only way, either that or join the Free Russian Legion. That's what I say, one or the other. So let's see what else Defence Intelligence have got to say. The GUR. Soldiers of the Main Intelligence Directorate of the Ministry of Defence received 2 Silivka jet systems from volunteers. I'm not sure what these are specifically, some kind of rocket launcher, and they've been purchased with funds from some event that's taken place. Some things were raffled off with a flag with the autograph of the head of the Ukrainian intelligence. So that's Budanov. Oh, I didn't know about that. Oh, I wonder who's got that. I mean, imagine having that signed by Budanov himself. A painting and a souvenir from a trophy tank. And they were all donated. So they've got themselves some new kit. You know, they've been getting loads of new things recently. What else got donated to the GUR recently? Some kind of vehicles. Do you remember those? Do you remember those vehicles that I posted a picture of the other day? They kind of look like a cross between a Land Rover and a tank or something. Do you know what? Do you know which I mean, Christopher?
The last vehicles that I remember seeing that I liked were the Swedes had given. I think Swedes had given some dewatering equipment that was but I don't think I remember the ones you were speaking of. But it sounds nice.
Well, I think those were donated, 2 of those, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, I've seen them getting loads of different things, loads of cars, all sorts of things. And they're definitely getting everything kitted out and, you know, sent to wherever they can, all the things that they do have, you know, like the drones and things like that. Oh, okay, so I'm looking at pictures now of these rocket launcher things that the GUR have been given. So I'm going to post pictures now so people can see them because they're very interesting looking. So it's called a Svalka. I think it's a Svalka VM5. If you want to look it up, Christopher, or if other people would like to look it up. If anybody knows what that is already, then please feel free to come and tell us. We'll be definitely interested to hear your expert knowledge if you have some. We'll be being joined by our next co-host very soon anyway. So whilst I'm posting this, I'm also going to take the opportunity to tell people about our segment that's coming up later, because we have our regular Israel and Gaza segment with and Yehuda. So please join us for that. That will be in a few hours' time. So that will be at 9 p.m. UTC, which is 11 p.m. Kyiv. And whilst I'm just posting this picture for you all to look at of these vehicles, I can't look at any other times than that. So there you go. I've just posted that so you can all go and see now. And at the same time, I will bring you the other times for our Israel and Gaza segment. So it's a Middle East update with, of course, and Yehuda. And we will be getting all the inside scoop on Israel, Gaza, Hamas, and a clear-eyed view on what's going on in the Middle East. backed with facts and historical knowledge. Also, of course, they have a great deal of knowledge, do Yehuda and M. So please do join in and consider retweeting that for us. Also, get lots of lovely people here to come and join us. And that's at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UTC, 10 p.m. Berlin, 11 p.m. Jerusalem, which is also 11 p.m. Kyiv. So please join us for that. Now then, Beneficial has a hand up. Shall we see what Beneficial has to say, Christopher? It's only
Yes,
polite,
please.
really.
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking the risk. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Christopher. This goes back to the when you were talking about the ambulances and the different countries giving different things. And I thought I'd just add one more aspect to that, what the guys need at the front. As you probably all know, that ambulances get hit all the time, whereas the commander of one unit put it, he said, actually, I'll put it this way. He said at the beginning of the war, this is the commander of a medical unit of one of the brigades. He said at the beginning of the war, like on the first day, the staff got together and they thought, well, he said half the staff said the Russians would hit the ambulances, and the other half of the staff said, no, they're not going to hit the ambulances. They're because we're protected. And he said by the second day, they had already lost 2 ambulances and they realized that they were being hunted. And so they took all of it. So now when you go there, they like that picture that you see has those nice red crosses on there, but at the front, they don't have the red crosses. They take them off. And you'll see in the film an ambulance that's been hit and it doesn't have any red crosses on it because that's a target. And they go right after they hunt the medics and the ambulances. So some of the things they need. So I asked, and we've been bringing tactical medicine to some guys at the front for a while. And so I said, coming up, what do you need? He said, well, you have to ask me when you have to ask me when you're ready to put something together because it all depends if we get hit. He says, if we haven't been hit for a while, then we just need like the consumables. But when we get hit, and basically every stabilization point they've had has been hit, then we need everything again. We need stretchers, we need, whatever you have inside, they need everything, cabinet, whatever it might be. So that's really kind of the situation that they're under, is just that constant both being constantly under attack, the medical unit, and then a constant need doing normal things, and then a constant need because they're constantly being under attack. And almost everything they get is donated. So like a truck will come or something will come and it'll have just like whatever donated supplies and they get sorted out. So the ambulances are like really critical, but it's everything else. And a lot of the everything else is harder to get now because like the pharmaceutical companies at the beginning, they were, the war was fresh and more things came. And so it's just like ammunition, this stuff, they get it, but it takes a lot of effort. So just wanted to add that to what you were saying about the ambulances, Tracy. So thanks.
Thank you, Ben. I really appreciate you adding that. And yeah, it's really important to emphasize. So you're absolutely right. These things get attacked, and of course, we don't initially think of that, do we? Like that they've lost everything that's been donated, for example, all in one go. I mean, just look at that instance with the warehouse that just then that I was speaking about with the aid. So, and yeah, we've heard about this being a target. So. It's really interesting to hear those insights. So thank you, Ben. I really appreciate that. Tarixus, please go ahead.
Yes, just for reference, I think 135 hospitals have been leveled. And that's just the normal hospitals. And that's not the field hospitals that are targeted, all the time. Just like Ben said.
Thank you, Turixus. Yeah, I believe the number's really quite high now, isn't it? If you include all the health facilities that have been attacked, I think I mean, the last time I checked on the number, which was a little while ago, I must admit, it was about 1,300, I think. Like you say, some of those are completely destroyed. Some of them need to be rebuilt. But yeah, it's just disgusting, isn't it, that they just take out everything. So it is really important, actually, where we can do these campaigns for, such as yourself, getting medical equipment across there, or getting these ambulances and cars donated, or, and specifically these things on the defence websites that they're auctioning off as well. I'm absolutely staggered. I mean, of course, you know that your government has a system, and this is the way things are done when new equipment's brought in with many industries. But I'm just staggered to see the amount that's on the UK website. I'll speak about the UK alone because I live in the UK, so I can only speak for my own country. But I'm just really shocked to see the amount of really useful equipment, and in particular what Tony was saying, for example, all the stretchers and all sorts of things that the Australian government had auctioned off. So it's definitely important that we highlight these things and do everything we can, where we can join together and put that public pressure on to have these things donated to Ukraine. It makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever, especially when some sections of some governments in some countries are complaining about the cost of things. Well, then help to get all these things donated then and reduce some of that cost burden. Surely that makes sense to me, but that's just me. Mete, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, Mete.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw something in the net today from the front lines that they just love the Swedish Stridsvagn 122. I've heard it about the CV90s and the Bushmaster, but this was like, from the front lines, and that, they haven't lost one. Not single person in that one. And, the Swedes have, it's like a Leopard 2, but the Swedes have put more armor and bigger gun on that one. So they just love it. And it's good to hear that they get some good stuff that they love. Isn't it good, Tracy?
Yes, it absolutely is, and it's great to hear that these Western things are protecting them where they're supposed to and where they're needed. I saw a great video of a Bradley the other day, firing firing on lots of Russians, shall we say. That was quite a good video to watch for sure, and they were sitting nice and safely away in their Bradley at a distance where the Russians could not reach them. So that was quite good to watch. Beneficial, let me ask you, do you see on your travels, or have you seen on your travels around Ukraine any evidence of vehicles turning up? I always wonder because I see lots of these things happening at regional military administrations. I mean, quite a lot recently at various different things, the State Emergency Service and various different places. And I've also seen a video released by the Armed Forces of Ukraine. This is not on a really humanitarian thing, but it's kind of the same point, the same question. They were going all down the road and they were saying, oh, the new air defence teams are here, and they had some kind of air defence in the back covered up so you couldn't see it, but they're all going down the road in a big long line. And I just wonder if you ever see anything like that when you're driving around, like a big long line of ambulances or fire trucks or something being delivered somewhere.
Yeah, I have. Usually, not necessarily in Ukraine as far as a big long line, because I don't know what happens to them when they get to Ukraine. But going through Poland towards the border, you'll see like 6 or 7 fire trucks going down the highway, and it kind of sends chills, through me when I see that. And then, but in Ukraine itself, I've seen like caravans of, especially when like a company or a brigade moves from place to place, you'll see them like traveling together in formation, but never like I've never seen a group of brand new anything going in that direction, except in Poland going to the border. I don't know what happens after they get to the border, but that's what I can tell you. So it does happen, but then how it gets, and then the other thing that's kind of interesting when you see like a NATO company or a NATO force moving, or this is not in Ukraine, or an American force moving. They have like, it's really nice. It's almost like it's sort of like what you see in a movie or on like a video game, which is all the kit is really nice and new, and it's all really official, and there's 20 of the same thing in a row, and there's perfectly spaced. But the Ukrainian military doesn't have that kind of like uniformity of equipment, and almost all the troops, almost all the soldiers, almost everybody have to get from place to place in their own vehicles, and you've heard about those. Like cars are coming in, so it looks, when you see like a company moving on the road, and it's like a whole hodgepodge of vehicles, sedans, SUVs, different brands, painted in different ways, and they're filled with people and equipment, and it really looks like it really looks like almost like do-it-yourself army. I really have to say, and you really get that sense of it when you see so much of it together going down the road that way. So I don't know if that fully answers your question. I can't say I can't answer your question that you asked, but I gave you a different answer to a different question. So there you go. Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you, Ben. No, that definitely answers my question, and it gives me an idea. I think that's why I asked, really. And obviously, there's the operational security to consider, and Ukrainians are very clever in that regard as well. So, but it's nice to know that you do see some evidence of them, even if you don't see them all going various places in Ukraine. So, thank you for that, Ben. Now then, Christopher and I will be due to leave you very shortly. So I would just like to say thank you so much, everybody, for spending time with us this evening. Christopher, I forget, is it you or I to depart first tonight?
You are to depart tonight first.
Okay, so I am going to say good evening, Peter. Caught Peter off guard. Maybe he's not quite ready yet. So I need to say good night, everybody. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. And please, obviously, retweet, get lots of people in here, because we did have a little crash. And although we have rebuilt quite nicely, we could do with rebuilding our population just a little bit more. So please give us a retweet. And thank you so much, Christopher, for spending time with me, as always. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Tracy. As we wait for everybody to resettle and get themselves oriented, I see Peter has a thumbs up. Peter, did you have something that you wanted to bring us, or are you just thumbing up for thumbing up?
No, I was just listening in, and Tracy suddenly said, mentioned, I think, my name, unless it's another Peter. She may be expecting me to come up to co-host, but I don't think I am until tomorrow. So I am, however, here. So I think it's is it Axel and oh, hang on just a second. I think now it's scheduled to be Axel and M, unless I'm looking at the wrong date. I believe I'm looking at the right date. So it should be Axel and M, and then M will stay up with Yehuda for his his Middle East update. So Tracy may have just anticipated that it was me putting myself into position, but that was just a random coincidence.
Understood. Do we have any train updates while you're here?
I don't think so. I haven't heard anything recently regards sort of railway activity or whatever. We do have in 3 days, the 23rd of December, the anniversary. I forget which anniversary now. 6 years is it, or something like that, of the opening of the Kerch railway bridge. So that will be a nice opportunity to hold some celebrations of the explosive variety, but whether they have the capability to do the job properly, who knows? There seems to be a bit of a deficit on equipment being supplied, as we're all aware. There's nothing else really rail-wise that I'm particularly aware of at the moment, but I've been out of it for a few days, so I haven't really been following very closely, I must confess.
No, that's quite all right. How much do we have an understanding about how much rail traffic is still the bridge is still capable of?
No, to be honest, I really don't. It's not very clear at all. I think it is pretty clear that some fairly serious damage was done to the bridge, the rail bridge we're talking about now. This is the one that had the oil tanks on fire and would probably be more difficult to repair than the road bridge, where you can just effectively replace the deck, which is what I think they've done. The rail bridge, to do it properly, would require that concrete section to be taken down and replaced, and that is a massive job that you frankly couldn't really do during wartime and couldn't do in the current circumstances either. And the problem is that the burning went right down, sort of will have completely knackered the concrete and got through to the steel rebars, the steel reinforcing bars. And another thing we believe they did was spray it with seawater to put out the fire. Well, that might have seemed like a good idea at the time, but that would have a very bad effect on the steel reinforcing bars. So I suspect, but this is pure speculation, that they can probably get passenger trains over there and kind of light stuff, but heavy freight trains full of ammunition, I would have thought probably wouldn't want to risk. So how are they getting the ammunition in via Crimea? Because it seems pretty clear they still are. Via Feodosia Port, via the land bridge, difficult to know. Via the land bridge, that would go directly into the Eastern Front, not via Crimea, but they seem to be getting the stuff in, but probably a number of different routes. How also would they get the oil trains in, because those oil trains are pretty heavy? That's probably going in by sea, but then sea's getting interdicted. So again, not really sure. It's something I don't really have a clear handle on, to be perfectly honest.
So the rail bed itself, I think that was some sort of stone or aggregate, and that was also presumably damaged. That would make it much more, I think, does that make it much more difficult to repair?
Well, it's a concrete bridge, and then what exactly is on top of the concrete? It's probably there probably isn't ballast on the bridge section. It's probably that the track is straight onto the concrete, or again on concrete sleepers. But the leak in oil from the ruptured freight train went straight down and certainly heavily damaged the concrete in a number of places. And that's likely to have been quite serious, and to repair, and would probably have put major compromised the structural integrity of the bridge. I'm not a sort of bridge engineer, but I know enough about when you get a fire on concrete and a bridge like that, and the concrete itself would have steel reinforcement bars, and once those start to rust because they've been exposed by the burning and bubbling concrete, then you've got a right mess basically, and in effect you need to replace the whole bridge segment, which has not been done in the same way that effectively the deck has been replaced on the part of the Kirch Bridge that got damaged. So I think that the rail bridge is heavily compromised. To what extent and to what it can and can't take, I think we really don't know. So there we are. Okay.
Yeah, Peter, thanks. That's good reminders all the way around, especially the anniversary coming up, because you know how Mr. Putin likes anniversaries, and to have spectacularness on anniversaries of his birthdays, whatever it happens to be. So a nice gift would be certainly some sort of smoking accident. I think that would definitely be a great gift for Mr. Putin on the anniversary of the bridge opening. M, how are you? Good afternoon, or good evening to you, sir.
Christopher, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm looking for filler, so I will. Fuck Tyrant. Do you have something, or are you just waving? Oh, you be listening. That can't help me. Anyway, I don't have anything at the moment. I do know that we are hearing air raid sirens. It doesn't seem like that's something we should be looking to the skies. We should be looking for Santa, I think, and not whether or not some missiles will be flying in on our heads here in Ukraine. That seems like an unfortunate thing for Christmas. So, but I'm furious. Marcus, are you around?
Yep. Just doing a write-up for work. What's up?
No, nothing. I was just going to engage you in some banter, some so that we don't have some dead.
I gotta submit something to the BSI person for regulatory affairs in like 40 minutes, but I'll be back.
Understood. Work calls. I get it. One of the things that I saw a couple of days ago, and that was interesting, and I haven't been up in the space when Ioana has been up, and she's kind of the expert in this area. But more than 10 million tons of cargo has been exported through the temporary maritime corridor. At least that's what it's being described as. And that was an article that came out yesterday from Ukraine Forum. So the Deputy Prime Minister for Development of Communities and Territories and whatnot on his Telegram channel reported that about 10 million tons of cargo, the result of the corridor through the Black Sea, 302 vessels have exported Ukrainian agricultural and other products to 24 countries. This guy, Kubranov, no, I'm not butchering his name, but that's pretty impressive actually. And I was also noted that there are other people waiting to getting themselves into Ukrainian ports. They've received, since its launch, Odessa region ports have received 337 new vessels for loading, and another 79 are being prepared to receive in the near future, which I think is pretty awesome for something that was supposed to have been shut down or interdicted or otherwise threatened for retaliation by somebody in the Kremlin. So with that, I see that M is up, and I will take my leave of folks. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bring your tomorrow will be a little bit cybersecurity focused, so bring your questions if you're in and around at this point in time. during our shift with Tracy and myself. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Christopher, for everything you do. And good evening, everyone. Welcome to the MriyaReport. It's currently 9:14 p.m. Kiev time, and it's 1914 UTC. And we will be discussing Ukraine for the next couple of hours before we start our Middle East segment. Coming up next, it's Marcus, then Tyrants Must Go, and I can't add speakers, so I'll be just canceling your request and immediately sending you an invite, speaker invite, so keep an eye on that. So go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, have we heard anything about the extent of what happened with the strikes that happened in Iran?
I napped for 2 hours. What happened?
Didn't they strike the missile distribution area in Iran, or was that somewhere else?
Are you talking about the fire that happened yesterday?
Yeah, I thought someone said there was a big fire there. Although I assumed it was from a strike. Maybe not.
Oh no, I don't think that was a strike, but I'll look more into it. God, man, you almost you took me by surprise there. I'll look into it, Marcus, and I'll bring you a.
Sorry, sorry.
All right, Tyrants Must Go. Go ahead.
Hello, welcome. And I just really came to rescue Christopher. He asked Marcus for some banter. I thought I'll come to the rescue, but Christopher has left us, I see. Earlier, I mentioned something about my MP. I just wanted to add that when people do that, they reach out to their MP. They don't have to stop at the current MP. They can also contact the opposing parties. You can literally play them against each other. You can say which one of you is going to support Ukraine, and I'm going to vote for you. So that's one way of getting some support for Ukraine, and you get them to talk to each other. They start fighting for your vote. So it's another thing you guys can do. And I'll let you start your segments.
Did we lose Axel?
I think so, yeah. I just saw him drop off now.
Yeah, it's fine. So, Peter, seen anything interesting happening in Ukraine today that you would like to talk to us about?
No, I'm a bit behind what's been going on because I had guests staying with me, so I've had to sort of not concentrate the last few days. But I think some interesting things have happened, and I've been trying to sort of work out what's going on, but somewhat unsuccessfully. So I can't probably fill you in on anything more than you're already aware of. I'm afraid. Sorry about that.
No worries, all good. So, if you'd like to ask us a question and bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. MriyaReport has been running since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, bringing you information, news, insight, expert analysis, and opinion. Also, voices from Ukraine. We're a 501 Chapter 3 charity registered in the United States. Tis the season to give generously if you can. We support many causes and efforts inside Ukraine. We also help Ukraine with non-lethal aid, medical equipment, energy equipment sometimes, drones, tourniquets. So do check us out, MriyaReport.org. And if you're on Instagram, sorry, I'm still recovering from a very bad flu. If you're on Instagram, we now have an account. So you can go ahead and give us a follow. And Axel, do we have you back? Axel, mic check.
Is not work.
Yeah, you're rubber banding really bad, Axel. All right, let me try to bring Benas up. You should have an invite on your screen, Benas. Okay, let's start with the study of war update for today and commentary on what they are reporting on. So the Institute for the Study of War today released several updates regarding the situation in Ukraine. We will start with the focus on the Russian offensive campaign that started around October 10th. So this is the 19th of December update, according to the Institute for the Study of War. Putin is increasingly invoking the Kremlin's pre-invasion pseudo-historical rhetoric to cast himself as a modern Russian Tsar and framing the invasion of Ukraine as a historically justified imperial reconquest. It makes perfect sense for Putin to reset the talking points, and by reset I mean to reset focus on the talking points to kind of refresh everyone's memory. We're coming up to the second anniversary of the invasion, so he will assess his current situation on the ground, and he will assess his situation domestically as well, and then try to focus on certain talking points to advance. But also, he will try to focus on making sure that the the framing for the conflict and the reasons he chose to share with Russians and the world writ large about the invasion are discussed again in news cycles. He is relying on people's memories. He is relying on the populations being occupied with just living their lives, going to work, following other news. So it is, yeah, it's actually quite smart, in my opinion, to kind of go for such a reset to make sure that whatever he wanted to perpetuate in the first place continues to be perpetuated. The second point is Putin is baselessly claimed that people living in Western Ukraine want to return to their historical homeland, suggesting that Western Ukraine could feasibly return to 17th century conceptions of state borders and become parts of Poland, Romania, or Hungary. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so again, here he's pushing the envelope, and he's trying to, uh, propagate those conspiracy theories about the Poles and the Germans and Romanians and Hungary and Hungarians wanting to take parts of Ukraine. So basically, he's threatening to divide up the country because that's what he has been doing in the East. Now, this statement suggests that Putin is selectively weaponizing facets of Eastern and Central European history as they suit his ideological line to further rhetorically strip Ukraine of its internationally recognized sovereignty. Putin's MOD collegium claims are rife with rhetorical contradictions and are dependent on tennis historical allegories that fall apart when considered in different historical contexts. Like the good revisionist that he is, he has nothing better to do than to go back to those historical allegories. That's actually a very very accurate term here to use, to whip up those theories and those revisionist views in order to try and destabilize Ukraine and try to destabilize Europe as a whole, and pursue his neo-imperialist ambitions, which are nothing but to, power and control, hunger for power and control and money, and turning states into failed states politically and economically, much like his right now. It's not like 100% failed state yet, to be accurate, of course. But just a quick look at the economic conditions and a quick look at the political conditions of the Russian Federation tells you everything you need to know about the country and what the Russians would do to any other country once they can control it. I believe it was Benes first, and then Tyrants must go. So Benes, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, my check.
Loud and clear, Benes, go ahead.
Nice. Somehow you managed to add me up. Thank you. It's been a long time of kind of radio silence from Ukrainian side news sources. It looks like it's just ugly and very slow trench warfare. Just hell on earth. Slava Ukraine. Good luck for them. Good luck for those boys.
You mean something is going on and the journalists are observing radio silence, or what were you implying?
I was implying that by myself, I cannot notice anything. I don't know, moving too much. It's kind of static and ugly. Sometimes fast movement is less painful, like tearing the hairs from your leg with plaster or something. And this just, I don't know. Sometimes it makes me just feel sad, and I just want to wish. I just want to wish the best for the guys in the trenches.
Well, Ukraine will be receiving a new aid package soon, and at some point, the United States government and the United States Congress will come together and find a solution to continue to fund Ukraine and help Ukraine win this war. At the same time, you can also look at what the Nordic countries are doing. Sweden, for instance, Norway. Nordic countries developed a framework to continue to support Ukraine and continue to provide it with weapon systems it needs to defend itself and win this war. So even if American funding is to stop, I believe that several other countries will get down together and get with Ukraine and develop certain frameworks to help provide Ukraine with the military aid it needs to continue to fight. So it's not a slow, painful, quiet choke. Venice, not yet. The fight goes on. Maybe we should look forward to the spring actually and hope that something fantastic takes place next spring. Who knows? Patience is the virtue of the good, and all good things come to those who wait. So we'll see.
And for those who fight.
For those who fight, always. Who there is wins, right? So that's true. Let's try to pull some news about Ukraine. I don't know what you guys covered all day. Peter, do you have an idea about some of the topics that were covered today so that I don't have to go through them again?
Not a lot, because I've only been listening in very tentatively and sort of focused on something else. But I think that there was a couple of explosions. I think in Belgorod, Narofminsk, which is south of Moscow, and somewhere else. And I think something going on in Crimea. I think multiple explosions in Crimea. I can't remember where now. Somewhere near Yevpatoria. I think somewhere near Simferopol, possibly. What else was being discussed? A load of American politics. I think the only thing is there that I haven't really been able to catch up with. I think the Senate has now disbanded for Christmas without having approved the Ukraine help package, which is extremely annoying, but anyone can do about it. What else? Nothing really going on in the UK. There was something about various countries, I think, trying to help. A new aid package, was it from Finland? And I think maybe some of the Nordic countries together. I think that's about it. I can't think there's anything more substantial than that, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you, Peter. That's very informative of you. James is coming up. Let me see how I can do this. James, you have a speaker invite. David, go ahead, and welcome back, Axel.
Bonjour.
I just wanted to ask. Axel, go on.
I just wanted to try the audio. Hi, guys. So I restarted the dang thing now again and again. So let's hope that it works. Carry on, David.
I just wanted to ask you about the links between what's going on in the Middle East and what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. And have we seen anything else? I mean, we've got the Houthis obviously kicking off stink, and we've got Iran, and so this coalition of evil is kind of in full force at the moment. So, are there any other things that have come out with regard to that?
So, in my opinion, I would say that we're dealing with not a resurgent per se, definitely a revisionist Russia, and resurgent in terms of empowering and relying on the intelligence apparatus, thus making it an intelligence state. A state needs to have a separation of powers in place in order to be a state. Whereas intelligence states or security states, the security apparatus is the one organ that runs all those powers one way or another. If you want to have a political process, then it's security officers and officials who create puppet parties and accept puppet politicians in them in order to give the world the pretense of an electoral process and representation, for instance. And then they use them as fronts to debate laws and acts that do nothing except facilitating an inflated state budget and corrupt state procurement practices that enrich those individuals and their networks of patronage so that they can continue to accumulate resources that then they use to continue to stay in power. The same goes on for the media, the same goes on for all aspects of life. But of course, an empowered intelligence state relies on intelligence. So instead of conducting foreign affairs diplomacy or international cooperation or anything of sorts, you also try to activate how you used to do things back in the day when it was the Soviet Union. Fast forward to the future, what they did is that they tried to recultivate and rejuvenate their old ties and old connections to several countries in Africa and in the Middle East, relying again on the history of the relationships between the KGB and those countries and their politicians and their security services. Yemen, even though it was more or less a Soviet satellite at some point, and another Arab Socialist Republic, had this very potent opposition movement, Jama'at Ansarullah, but they were supported by Iran since their inception. But now, since Russia invaded Ukraine and has been dependent on Iran for certain weapon types, and they pretty much have an understanding with the Iranians, and they understand what the Iranians are doing. Maybe they have lines of communication open regarding the situation in the Middle East and Iranian aspirations, and how do they calculate against Russian interests. That was very evident in Syria when Bashar al-Assad called on Putin and called on Russia in a defense agreement that they have between one another, and cynically, by deploying the powers of international humanitarian law, inviting another country to come to your aid to defend you against critical threats. Putin went into Syria full knowingly that it's the main interest of Iran to connect a pipeline all the way to the Mediterranean and get access to European markets. And he kind of blocked that by helping Bashar al-Assad stay in power and quell Iranian influence in Syria. So in a nutshell, everything that's happening in the Middle East is connected to Russia based on the history of KGB activities and cooperation and relationships between the Soviet Union and those Arab countries in various formats, whether they were strictly socialist republics, or later on when they adopted a measure of state capitalism, but socialism for all except for a select few that represent the kleptocratic networks connected to the regimes. In my opinion, also, if Russia was involved in the attack on October 7th, they're either exploiting the attack to their own benefit, or they might have been brought on during the last stages of planning, and they accepted because they needed to relieve the pressure on Ukraine when it comes to their actions there and the support for Ukraine and the international media attention Ukraine was getting. That all those elements represented a pressure on the Russian state as a whole. The media focus on what's happening in Ukraine painted Russia as a rogue state, its army as an unprofessional fighting force, and certainly its contractors and its convicts as war criminals and monsters. The sanctions regime in place hit the economy hard, and economic aid, military aid delivered to Ukraine bled the Russians and attrited their troops and also their PMCs and their convicts, much alike. So by opening a second front, he calculated that the West will have no appetite for continuing to support Ukraine. The output of the defense industrial base wouldn't be enough to support two wars on two fronts. The assets of liberal democracies and the international community as a whole will be stretched out across several theaters, and so on and so forth. So there are some indicators. General Bodanov himself, in an interview, claimed that a Russian spy satellite was retasked into geostationary orbit over Israel on September 24th. There were reports as well of large sums of money wired to Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other Palestinian armed factions, large sums of money wired to cryptocurrency wallets related to them through a Russian cryptocurrency exchange the night before the attack. Another observation that I only noticed a few days later after the attack is that the last Russian Kilo class submarine in the Mediterranean was seen leaving the Mediterranean on October 6th, sailing on surface. So she was photographed west of Cyprus, somewhere west of Cyprus, midday local time, and she just left the Mediterranean just one day before the attack. It could be a coincidence. A lot of people are saying that she was towards the end of her deployment and she was in a poor condition and therefore she needed to leave. But again, there's always the possibility that someone knew that something was about to happen and they just didn't want that submarine boxed in the Mediterranean. So that's sorry for the long-winded answer, but that's how I see the relationship between Russia and things happening around Yemen and things happening around the Middle East right now, without delving into further details regarding every single country. So, for instance, in Sudan, they have Wagner there, and Wagner is supporting Emirati operations because they're supporting the Rapid Support Forces because they want to seize control of the gold mines and make sure that gold smuggling continues unabated and they can make money. In Mali, they are supporting the government for various reasons. In Egypt, they are kind of like playing ball a little bit because they have the nuclear power plant project and they're expected to make a lot of money out of that at an inflated price tag. Saudi Arabia is open to discussing things with them because they want to offset the pressure by liberal democracies on the kingdom as they pursue their transformation vision. That's about it. Axel, mic check again.
I was able to talk. I'm delighted that it finally works, and I'm glad to hear that you have it in hand, given the fact that it is the tie-in on the long, wide, and existing arc of the axis of evil between what is the Middle East, as you call it so often, and Russia.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Axel. Let's go to David for a follow-up and then James.
Yeah, just very quickly. So, I mean, I think that, it is what it is. It's the right mess, right? But it's interesting, speaking to an Egyptian about kind of what's the, so it would be nice. It would be nice, kind of from a logical point of view, if this could have been boiled down to good and evil, right? So good versus evil, which is maybe not that helpful, but somehow simple to deal with. So we've got a kind of disparate array of Western liberal democracies on the one side, and we've got what on the other side. I mean, there isn't one thing that we can deal with, really. There's kind of the Putin regime, the Iranian regime. But this is the kind of binary in which we're working with, right? Or do you see it somehow differently?
Oh, sorry, David, can you repeat this one?
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm getting at is that it seems to me that we're into a geopolitical situation where we've got essentially liberal democracy on one side and authoritarianism on the other side. On the liberal democracy side, you've got kind of this hodgepodge of different nations with their own legal systems and their own procedures and so on and so forth. And this is kind of working somehow against all expectation, I would say. So it's kind of overperforming in some ways. I mean, it's not performing as we would like it to in the case of Ukraine, but nevertheless, it's kind of delivering, and it's got a lot of fuel left in the tank, let's say. Against that, you've got I mean, this is the question really. Is it a dichotomy, or do you see it as much more complicated than that? So is it Western liberal democracy against something else, and something else is an alliance of convenience, or is it something more serious?
No, the dichotomy holds. It is certainly the idea of two worlds colliding. One of them is based in facts, one of them is based in history, one of them is based in science, decency, good governance, despite the problems that some liberal democracies exhibit, and democracy as a whole exhibits today due to developments in tech and some exploitations there. And on the other hand, and if we were to discuss this whole point of the democracies functioning despite their flaws, well, that's the robustness and also the momentum of those systems. That they still have a lot of steam in them, and they can operate and function and deliver on their own momentum. But they do need leaders, and they do need sound policies, and they do need rejuvenation from time to time in order to respond to the threats in their way. On the other hand, yes, it is authoritarianism and religious extremism sometimes. And it is an alliance of necessity, because the only way for them to continue to challenge the collective West or the international community or liberal democracies and push the envelope to get away with what they want and get away primarily with how they rule their own people first, is to unite in this alliance or pseudo alliance to pursue such agendas and also to protect themselves. Mind you, they don't trust each other. Like, there is no Five Eye counterpart. You have the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. While the Russians and the Chinese cooperate, sure. The Russian and the Iranians cooperate, sure. The Chinese and the Iranians cooperate, sure. And Venezuela and Cuba, yes, absolutely. But do they have a similar community? Does Cuba, Venezuela, China, Iran, and Russia, for instance, coordinate on intelligence and share intelligence at the highest levels and trusting one another? No, of course not. Do they share technological secrets, for instance, in the field of signal intelligence and similar disciplines that any national security establishment requires? Well, I don't think so. And that means that they don't trust one another, because eventually their agendas are at odds. If you examine the agendas of liberal democracies or the international community or the Five Eyes community, for instance, it's peace and prosperity for their people, common sense, common ideals, democracy. And they have shared values, and they have shared visions, and they have shared processes, social processes that work despite their flaws, like you said. That can be fixed. That can always be developed and worked on. While the others, they just don't. It's separate views. Russia wants to control Europe, for instance, and maybe control the world, and China wants to control the world as well, and Iran wants to export the Islamic Revolution and control the Middle East, and maybe go on to control Europe as well, right? Their agendas are odds, but it's just an alliance of necessity right now, because they're not playing natural selection and they're not playing natural evolution. They're trying to play to catch up with a Nash equilibrium that's very very unhelpful to them, that it borders on a zero-sum game. And that's how they perceive it. They perceive it as a zero-sum game that they are losing, and therefore they're trying to attrit the forces of development by acting as retrograde forces in order to try and slow down the progress of the human race and the progress of liberal democracies and the progress of international community, because they can't catch up. They can't catch up scientifically. They can't catch up culturally. They just can't catch up. So the only way for them not to lose this race is to try to stop the clock. How? By deploying their forces in retrograde fashions to bring about a standstill and maybe push the clock a few hours, a few days, a few centuries back, to convince populations of obsolete ideas and already fallen governance models. Back to you, David, again for a follow.
I was just going to say, totally agree. And the point here is that, I think on a state level, if you like, we're kind of in quite a good position. Where I have a big bellyache is with regards to the general population. we were talking a bit earlier in the space about, you know, the kind of cognitive dissonance you feel when you come out of the space and go and talk to other people. You know, there isn't a general feeling among the population, at least not the ones that I speak to, but also I get the feeling in general that there's an existential crisis within liberal democracy that needs defending, and that means that we need to increase our defence spending significantly. And that's kind of the bit that's missing. And because we're liberal democracies, that needs to come from the ground up. It's not something that's dictated from the top down. That's just the way things work. And I don't really know how we instill this feeling of existential angst in the general population without, you know, without letting the nuclear bomb off in London, for example. And I'm not suggesting that that's something we should do. I'm just saying that, you know, without that feeling of visceral threat of death, I don't really know how you engender the same fervour with protection of liberal democracy that you have in Ukraine, for example, because, you know, they've obviously got the threat there in front of them, and you see this to a lesser extent in the border states, so Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and the new member states in the European Union. But, you know, the rump of Europe is kind of, let's say, fat and lazy from that point of view. I don't really know how you change that to make the feeling for self-defense come up from the bottom up rather than the top down.
You changed it, David, by finding us, you know. They always say everyone finds what they're looking for, and everyone is found by what they are looking for as well. It's unfortunate that many around the world are disengaged from global affairs, either uninterested, or they just don't have time to follow up with everything that's happening, or it's too depressing for them or too complicated to connect and understand, and that's perfectly normal. But like you said, it needs to be from the ground up. So advocacy, sharing good information, speaking to people in good faith, and bringing their attention to causes usually helps rejuvenate their interest in international affairs. And when you make them stakeholders, when you make them feel that they can affect change, because another reason here for the apathy is that some people have lost a measure of confidence and trust in their governance systems, and they tell themselves, well, you know, it doesn't matter, my vote doesn't matter, no one hears me, no one sees what I'm doing, no one cares about what I think. And that the apathy starts from here, and that it snowballs, and you get the snowball effect, and people become less engaged and more disengaged from their own governance systems, and that's when the bad people move in. So yeah, that's why we have MriyaReport, and that's why you're on here. And the only way to fix it is spreading awareness, grassroots movements, advocacy, talking to others. If you have 1 free hour every day, for instance, find a couple of sources of news, and maybe share them on your Twitter profile, or share them on your Facebook profile. Unless you're in Canada and you're not allowed to share news anymore on Facebook and Instagram, thanks to Meta. So that was a joke and a bad one, but that's true actually. That was announced today. So yeah, but don't try to push information down people's throats. Like if you have a family WhatsApp group, for instance, and everyone is on there, don't start spamming them with links to news articles and opinion articles. Instead, find yourself a nice personal space, be it a Twitter profile or a Facebook profile, and you can dedicate a section and some time of the day to curating a timeline of informative news coverage and opinion pieces. And who knows, you know, people sometimes read and sometimes change their minds. I hope that answers your questions, David. Thank you. That was very interesting. You actually helped me wake up from my nap. And back to you, Axel.
Since when do you nap unless you're sick or completely exhausting?
Since I had to switch my sleeping schedule upside down to start the Middle East segment at 11 p.m.
Can I just highlight one thing? You and I, we discussed the photo. Shout out to our friends in Odessa. You are not alone. The fact that the Russian orcs bombed the storage area of one of the leading Odessa crew rowing clubs is just another sign they're really bad at targeting. It's just another sign that they only want to destroy what people have built together. It's just another sign that they disregard civil society and want to destroy the pleasure people find in exercise, the discipline, and therefore the capability children generate in order to build a better future, because mens sana in corpore sana. This is what Russians do. And both them and I are absolutely hot about crew. So you won't be alone. There will be, not only in Odessa and in Kherson, and in Sevastopol, Kerch, and in Mariupol, and Berdyansk, of course. There will be new free water crewing. And there will be many people in the West who share the same kind of dedication to rowing, who will support you. But that the guy who simply actually attended to the facility, that the guy who sacrificed already his life to be there to make sure that the facility would work well, things are nicely tucked away, that everything is ordered, that everything is organized, that guy would have to die alongside another guy who did the security for the compound. That just shows who these people are. That shows what Sauron has made out of his version of Mordor.
Absolutely, Axel. 100%. Maybe one day I can help with the rowing cruise in Odessa. That would be nice, actually. James, please go ahead.
It's inopportune. I was just time to do it. I got a mouthful of cookie.
Is that the
no.
cook? But that was James the Cookie Monster, and
Yeah, thankfully we don't have Shaggy here.
I'm better now. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about that. No, Em, you did a good job tying Russia to all the Middle East problems. And I just want to say that as things turned out, Moscow successfully drove a information campaign that drove the news of Ukraine off the front pages. And that quickly melded into domestic players here in the U.S. coming up with an agreement that really wasn't an agreement, and then they inserted a poison pill, and here we are, and they've delayed a significant aid package for a long time. So it was very, very, very effective campaign on the part of Russia, and it really, really split the electorate too. A lot of people who you just say, oh, they're blue, 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 but now they're like, maybe I have to vote for Cornell West or something like this. So very effective and not yet completely countered. And that's very disappointing for me that this hasn't really been properly countered.
I can imagine, James. Dave, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a really good question, right? So how much this is a very genius strategy from the part of the KGB in order to create this effect, or whether it's just, as we know, the fire hose So from my perspective and with my limited experience of what's going on, this looks to me as a fortunate set of circumstances that have occurred. And for sure, maybe in the case of Hamas, there's been a little bit more coordination there than in the other cases. But in the case of, for example, the Speaker of the House, many other things, it's just the volume and the length of time in which this stuff's been going on that's the main problem, which makes it somehow not less threatening, nevertheless slightly different.
Alrighty, and in just about a minute or so, with a bit of luck, we will have both Maciej Koszulek, one of our original co-founding co-hosts, here with us.
OG.
Hi guys. It's just always great to hear you, and always just respect to everybody that are still doing it. I kind of weakened out, but you guys are my founding fathers, but also the ones that keep the candle burning. So thank you for that. I'm sometimes listening, but still you doing the God's work.
What? You're only sometimes listening? I'm disappointed. What is going on with this young man?
No. It's good to have you back, Maciej. Always a pleasure.
Now, Maciej, things are moving fast all over the place. But today and in the past couple of days, we've seen a lot of movement in Poland, and we'd like to dissect it a little bit to make sure that people do understand what is actually happening. To look at it from all perspectives to give people a better understanding as to why on earth they are seeing what they're seeing, if they're seeing it. Are people seeing everything at the moment, Maciej?
Yeah, I think some people actually do, and especially I think one of the big mistakes made by the new government is something that much of the Polish media workers didn't even appreciate, and that is the role of TVP World, which was quite marginal station for some time. That is, it's a Polish international English language station, but it had some important. Sorry for my dogs. We are in a new place right now, and they are quite nervous. So many like Sergei Sumlenny, like MriyaReport on Peter Doran, many people were there, and what is really important, many people from Ukraine were given a voice to speak not only about Ukrainian issues but also about issues of European politics, and it became a really strong voice of Central Europe internationally. So it was just switched off, as well as other TV stations in Poland today. And that, I think, is something that kind of took the focus of international opinion, and that may have far-going ramifications.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Apologies. I pressed the wrong button. I think this is the real issue. The domestic debate currently about media in Poland is one thing, but the impact, as you just highlighted, the impact on the presentation of Central European opinions and a constant, quite literal, every day, 5, 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours of review of Ukraine's fight against the Russian invasion.
Guys, you hear me?
TVP World has been doing. We can hear you.
Cut
Can you
out.
hear me? Can you hear me now, Maciej?
Maciej can't hear you, Axel. Can you, Maciej, can you hear me? Okay, Axel, just cycle him back.
Yes, I will tell him to come back up. All right, but what Maciej just said is absolutely key. There's a significant difference between the overall TVP TVP Info, which people will have to get used to. That was the 24-hour news channel, which had been founded a few years ago, and which, to an extent, the ruling party in the coalition, the PIS of Kaczynski and the likes, had seemingly been using predominantly to, find a way to, on a public television system, to convey its own views and opinions in a significantly, slightly, shall we call it, propagandist fashion. And on the other hand, this little, I don't know, special navigation asset, this unique thing, an English language channel, which is not based in the West, which is not based somewhere in Western Europe or in America or in Britain, but one which is in Central and Eastern Europe, which is so close to the war, and which is in a nation which has more than 950,000 refugees from Ukraine. So, Maciej, thank you very much for highlighting what you just said. I don't know to what extent you heard what I said, but it is the key aspect that we have to segregate TVP World, which also had significantly less political influence, seemingly, on its editorial position. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, and just let me tell you a story. So for a really long time, I wasn't a guest in TVP and TVP Info, which you was just talking about, for I think 4.5 years, and the only place I was in any way connected as a external commentator was TVP World. And actually, on the 24th of February, I received a phone call that we need somebody in a TV studio because there is a full-scale invasion on Ukraine. So I took a taxi, I went to the studio, and I was sitting there for 3 hours. There were people from Ukraine. Everything was, scattered. We tried to make sense of that. But that was my experience of the beginning of this horrible war. And now we came to a point where I think the real targets are TVP and TVP Info, which were, and I agree with that assessment, although I'm the representative of conservative media in Poland, I'm well aware of the fact that yes, there were propaganda things there, and there were many people in Poland that felt that things have to change. But TVP World was just switched off. And I think you have to appreciate that fact also, not only in TVP World case, but also other channels. Yes, they just switched off the signal, and there was a second where you can watch the channel, and there was a second where the channel was switched off. So today, Axel was writing to me what happened, and I had this feeling, Polish nation is experienced or traumatized nation historically, and one of the tropes in our history is when one morning in 1981 everybody woke up and things that they were used to see in the communist TV weren't there because the martial law started. And that is one of the things that people joke about for decades. That the actually the thing that should be broadcasted there was a children's thing and called Teleranek, which is like a Disney channel in communist times, something like that. And it wasn't there, only a General Jaruzelski was there and saying some strange things. And today we had a sort of a repetition of that because key informational programs were just taken off. They weren't broadcasted. And in the key, which is the main news on the 7:30 p.m., a guy just came up without any any description who he is, what is his function, and for 1 minute and 30 he said, well, we will make a real TV right now here, a TV that will be not a soup, but clear water, which was a strange metaphor for me, but that's just my opinion. But this is this strange thing, right, for a nation that experienced things. And sorry for that assessment. Many people in Poland might not agree with my assessment, but if you see things like that, you think of your own country that starts to look like a banana republic. And I don't think that's a good look for Poland, especially going back to TVP World with many people that worked for TVP World. And that was a great success of people that worked to make it a credible news source, that they have, you know, many geopolitical experts, many people that know a lot of things about Ukraine and world in general, that found it, beneficial for them and for people that were receiving this information to talk to this TV station. And and the funny thing, I don't know if that's the right word, but the funny thing is that probably, and I will verify that hypothesis, but probably because they were targeting the channel that they described as propaganda, the internal channel, let's call it like that, Polish TVP Info, that was 24 hours news channel, right? But they had some internal coup because some technicians just cut off the signal, which is another side of it, that it was done on some level politically, but also in a way that it was an institutional coup. Like they convinced some of the technicians to cut off the signal. And I think that the people, the governing party, the current governing parties, we should say, they were afraid that TVP World would be used, because it kept its signal, it would be used to broadcast the internal signal of TVP Info, right? Which I don't know if people in TVP World would ever go for that. I don't know the dynamics in there. But I think it was, the overstated threat. And after all, I would say to anybody that thinks that things in Polish public media have to change, well, I understand your point of view, but the problem is they were changed in a way that is to many extents unlawful. And there are many, I see in the Polish Twitter space, for example, many people who feel that, who always criticize TVP for its really, rugged propaganda. And in many cases, they were right. And they are now saying that the way it was resolved is just, it cannot stand. And it's going to be a problem, I think, it's going to be a traumatic event for many people. And other thing, it was made, it did happen before Christmas, and there will be many divided, polarized Christmas tables in Polish homes this Christmas, which I think is so unnecessary, especially in a dangerous world that we all live in.
It's interesting that we're starting our segment essentially with the end of our discussion, if you think about it, because both of us, we would have looked.
I can't hear Axel. Sorry.
You can't hear me. Okay, I will restart. David, can you tell Maciej that I'm restarting?
Maciej, Axel's restarting.
Maciej, can you hear me, Maciej? Maciej, mic check. David, can you ask Maciej if he hears you?
Maciej, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Maciej?
All right, Maciej, I sent you another speaker invite. See if you can come up, or at least try to exit the space once and restart the Twitter app and join us again.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. In the meantime, we'll just wait for Axel and Maciej to recycle.
Maybe, Em, you can tell me a little bit more about TVP Info, and the differences between the two, and what's happened exactly, because that was kind of missing from my point of view.
I'm sorry, David. I can barely hear you. What happened where?
Yeah, sorry if my sound's not good. Question was TVP Info, TVP World. This is all a bit vague, so I don't know what's happened exactly. Can you provide some kind of background about what's happened exactly in Poland with the TVP channel?
Oh, I don't know that information. I was learning as they were speaking, but Axel is here and Maciej is also here. So we can definitely ask them the question going forward. Axel, mic check.
I'm trying. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh,
Mache,
fantastic.
mic check.
Yep, I'm here.
Yoo-hoo!
All right, good. Let's go.
All right, David Bailey had a question in the meantime, Machi, which I presume you can address. David, can you just compress it?
So just let me ask one question. Was my long speech heard? Because I don't want to repeat myself.
Perfect.
Oh,
Absolutely
Yes,
perfect.
yes.
that's good. Thank you. So yeah, I'm ready for some questions, guys.
All good. It was just a question about the general context. So I guess something's happened in Poland on the television channels in particular. Can you give us some background about that? So for specifically, TVP, TVP Info, TVP World, this is kind of Chinese for some of us. So can you
Yeah.
just tell us
So
about what's happened?
yeah. So it's of course has a long roots in Polish politics, and it has its roots in 2015 election. To anybody that doesn't know anything about Polish politics, which is understandable, I would just 2015 election was part of a populist wave, I would say, that took its part in many places in the world. Right, in 2016 we have a Brexit vote in Great Britain. In 2016 we had Trump's taken the presidency. So you can look at it from different perspectives, but one fact was that in all those elections, there was a, I would say, alienated or unlistened to part of the society, right? So peace, law, and justice was representing this more traditional. Also, people, Poland too was after post-communist transformation, and some people were beneficiaries of this transformation. So some people saw themselves as people who lost on that transformation, and were in the part of the elites, and peace represented different groups, right? And Polish media landscape was always in the hands of elites, right? TVP as a public broadcaster was in the hands of the party that ruled, and usually that was leftist liberal elites. And other channels like TVN, which is currently in American hands, and you had big media like internet portals, and how do you call it, web, big news web pages that will also, for example, use in German capital. But that doesn't matter. They were presenting this, so to present it as another way, it's the media landscape looked like you had only CNN in US and other variations of CNN, but you didn't have Fox News, for example, right? And then Peace, after winning the election, they took control of the public media. And yes, it is absolutely true. The public media became a mouthpiece for this part of the electorate, and they become, I think, as the time went on, more and more a mouthpiece for the party, for the ruling party for 8 years in Poland, Law and Justice, right? And for many people that were part of this, you can compare them to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden voters in the US. They felt like this cannot be, and they were always feeling like this has to change. The final thing about maybe that I will finish here. So then the 2023 election happened. The new coalition with Tusk at its helm regained power, but the problem that they are facing right now is the fact that the president, who has to sign every legislative act, won't sign probably an act that will change the control of the public media. So they acted in a rush because they wanted to uh, give something to their electorate. I think that's the explanation, and did something, well, not to the letter of the law, as many people assess. And that's the decision. So imagine if you are somebody that watches U.S. politics, that public medium, in the eyes of the voters of Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, is perceived as a mouthpiece for the other side. And then during the elections, somebody promises, we will change that. We will remake the public media. And then, of course, the election changes, and everybody in general accepts the fact that the ruling party has the decision about the public media, but there is also a procedure. Sometimes you have to wait longer because, for example, you don't have the president, as I said. But they decided, well, we won't wait. And the how do you call that? The outside effect, which I think is more perceived in the outside of the world and not in Poland, is the closing of the TVP world. So that's the simple explanation of the context.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Maciej. And this is very good as a starting point because our friend Jay Smart has joined us. And funny enough, he and I were chatting today at a point in time when he was sending me live photos, not just me, friends of ours as well, sending me live photos from the building inside at TVP. And then he was at TVP World, even gave an interview, did a few things. Jason, can you give us a few first-hand impressions of how the Polish police had to deal with this strange situation they were put in?
It is sort of a funny situation in that I arrived to, the interview was two parts. One was talking about the war in Ukraine, why international support is so important, including the United States, but also Russian propaganda, the threat that it poses, how it's currently operating in the West, what role it might have in trying to definance the war in Ukraine, and these sorts of questions. So it was, once again, nothing to do with Polish politics whatsoever. It was 100% centered on Ukraine, which is the only issue that I ever give interviews about because that's the only one I feel comfortable to speak publicly on. And so I was really surprised as I was arriving in a taxi to TVP World this morning. I got a message that, listen, you can't go through the main entrance anymore. It's been blocked off. You have to go through a side. And they described to the taxi driver where to go. And the reason was simple: is that there was a huge group of protesters in the main foyer, the lobby. Those protesters were in favor of TVP World, and I want to be very, very, very clear: is that TVP World, yes, it is part of the umbrella of TVP, which is probably about 18 different subgroups. There's TVP Sport, there's TVP Culture, there's TVP documentaries, there's TVP Science, there's TVP Women's Programming, there's TVP, you name it. The one that usually gets a lot of the negative attention is called TVP Info, which is a politically oriented programming. Once again, totally unrelated though to TVP World. TVP World, as we all know, reports on the facts of what is transpiring around the world from the perspective of Central Europe, the Polish perspective. In this case, it is, I've heard people say that it's Russophobic in nature, which, I wish to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they're neutral and that the facts speak for themselves, that Russia deserves the negative attention it gets. But that being said, that they are extremely pro-Ukraine. Just look at their programming, and if anyone can cite some programming they feel is not in favor to Ukraine or somehow favorable to Russia, please message me immediately, because I have yet to see anyone respond differently. The fact is that their programming is extremely positive, and there was police there at the entrance. There's police roaming about. I've posted photos of this. I've also posted the fact that they pulled the programming from the air, so my interview did not air. I request, though, to still do an interview, though, about the current situation, because it's, news in the making. I mean, there is really a situation unfolding in front of our eyes. And so I did an interview with Ben. He's an American, works for TVP World, about it. And the fact is, I can't argue that it's a positive sign to see when you have to send police to close down media. I generally would say that's a huge negative.
It's an interesting thing that the editorial independence which TVP World evidently had in order to be able to speak out and engage with a global audience, the way it has presented its news and the way they called experts, specialists, former generals, humanitarian leaders in to describe one of the most sincere crises Europe has faced for hundreds of years. I mean, since the Second World War, quite literally, meaning the invasion into Ukraine. TVP World has been at the forefront of it. My friend and colleague Maciej, who has joined us here and was speaking when you came on, Jason, was there the night, it's actually, the day of the invasion, called into the studio. And we've always had seen and very much respected the interviews which were given there and taken there. I mean, Ben Hodges, Philip Breedlove, Jeff Fish. You could go through all sorts of military specialists who we've had here on a regular basis who've been there. And there is no surprise in that. They had lots of US House of Representatives, senators, the likes. They were interviewing at the largest conferences in at the NATO, summit in Vilnius. They were on site and highly respected. Very, very good. They were denied TVP World, that is, not TVP Info. I mean, this is a different thing, different show. TVP World was denied also access to the current Polish Prime Minister this week. I find this stunning that people can't walk and chew gum, especially when the respect of Poland, the Polish growing influence in the area, and the support of Ukraine has given so much back to that nation. I find it actually stunning that you could swipe this off the radar because of that process. I mean, we can give some nuance to the process, but it's astonishing that you would shoot yourself in the foot that much. Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I was speaking in mute. Yes, absolutely the case. I don't understand the necessity to close down TVP World. And once again, I do understand why a government would wish to reform different things, and of course that is normal. But TVP World specifically is a very strange thing to go after. It's not political. I don't know. I guess I've probably given more than 75 interviews to TVP World. I've never been asked about Polish politics. I've written several articles for TVP World. It's never been about Polish politics. It's totally neutral, devoid of it. I mean, it's just never come up. If Poland's ever come up, perhaps it was in the case of me saying that, Poland's great work to support Ukraine is appreciated, and to talk about the fact that Ukrainians do appreciate what Poland has done. And I do love Poland. Poland is a wonderful country. It's done wonderful things for Ukraine, and that will never be forgotten. It is truly a great country, and I'm very happy to be here at the moment in transit. But I'm here at the moment, and Poland is I think being done a great disservice, frankly, in that its people are being deprived of what was a great voice for internationally. TVP World was Poland's voice internationally, and I've noticed, by the way, is now I've seen that there's I don't know how many hundreds of comments now to my initial Twitter post earlier today. But the fact is, I see hundreds of people with very negative views, and they say, listen, but TVP does this, TVP does that. And I've asked everyone, and so far not one person has responded to me with what TVP World has ever done that was objectionable. Nobody has ever said TVP World has done something specifically that was negative. They attack TVP, which is a different kettle of fish. We're talking about TVP World, which is the voice for Poland abroad. And it was a very effective voice. I mean, to give you an idea, the monthly reach of TVP World was exceeding most of the Russian propaganda channels, such as Sputnik and others. TVP World was the only one that I know of that was doing things like Break the Fake, where they would usually delve into Russian propaganda and say, this is why it's false. This is why this is not true. As you know, the regular guests they had on their programming, whether it was Chuck Farr, Sergei Semleny, and others, I mean, plenty of other guys who are there, Ben Hodges, who are there regularly, are all people who are extremely pro-Ukraine. It's very clear. And to take them all off the air, I don't know exactly how that benefits Poland. So I think it's honestly the Polish taxpayers who have faced a great misfortune through today's events.
Yeah, I've been arguing this during the day with a number of people, both internally as well as in the various forums. But I think it all comes down to the fact that this process, that there's a certain element of overreach in there, so that the domestic debate and the domestic concerns, which are harbored by the incoming government, have seemingly overlaid and therefore, unfortunately, also overridden any kind of perspective which should have been given to saving this entity from being impaired and impacted. I've, as you just said, I have yet to see any comment back to me or in any argument to be made that it was a good idea. People did call, however, TVP World collateral damage, and I think there is this highlights yet again something which below the hood. Yes, they concern themselves with TVP info. Yes, they would like to change the way it has been run before. They would like to change the influence of the PIS, and I understand where they're coming from. So that's the political process. But at the same time, they care very little about what they're breaking. And the only beneficiary of this move today in this non-gradual, shall we say, not so calm, not so composed, and not even completely, utterly, shall we say, abiding by the existing laws process. Yes, of course, the management, the new inbound, the management could be fired, the old management can be forced to resign, and yes, new management can come inside, and they can technically change the program, the editorial stance, but pulling the plug, literally going offline, that that is something which, Jason, we are used from other countries, right? And we don't want to say negative things about Guatemala, but Venezuela comes to mind.
Well, the thing is, I mean, and I did say this in my interview with TVP World today, is that the tradition of how democracies start to regress or to slide towards autocracy does begin with the closing down of press. That being said, I am not arguing that Donald Tusk is about to come next to Vladimir Putin. It is not what I am arguing. I am arguing, though, that there is a spectrum of democracy, as free of a society can be, or as illiberal as a society can be, or against democracy. The president being set by closing down independent media, or media that is, in the case of TVP World specifically, I would say just projecting what would be Polish national interest, that is that Russia is a threat to Poland. I don't see why you would want to stop that. I also would go further and say that ultimately, when you're dealing with a country, dealing with a TV station that's been doing something so well for so long, it's obtained so many new followers, so many new people who are reading it, watching it, quoting it, and it's done a really fantastic job. They have an office now in Kiev, right in Krashatek, which is the major boulevard in downtown Kiev, leading to Maidan. It's actually probably 4-minute walk from Maidan. That's tragedy. I think that also Belsat, which was a Belarusian TV station, that is to say, it is a TV station produced here in Poland that was specifically broadcast to Belarus. So the Belarusians got the facts of what's going on. So they learned that their dictatorship is a dictator. They learned the truth about the war in Ukraine. They learned how their government is abusing them. That was something that also got closed down today. Again, in what way does this have anything to do with domestic politics of Poland? I'm totally unclear. I do not see any evidence for that. I think, though, this is a worrying precedent. When you have to send the police to go close things down, it's probably not a good sign. But I am concerned that this is, once again, at the end of the day, my greatest concern is, what does this mean for Ukraine? This is not positive for Ukraine. Ukraine has one less powerful voice in this world as of this morning.
Yeah, that's the point. It's more than just collateral damage. This is essentially a Christmas present to Vladimir Putin and his propaganda pipeline. Maciej.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jason said, and as a every day I'm commenting on Polish politics, but also I'm dealing with international affairs mainly in my job, and I'm a member of conservative media. I'm not a worker of TVP or I'm an expert. What I wanted to say is the problem I see with this strategy is, I remember one trip, I think 4 or 5 years ago, to Brussels with Polish journalists, and they were laughing at a stream that was going on YouTube that was predecessor of TVP World, that was called, I think, Poland In, and they were laughing at the fact that 3 people were watching that, and it's so. But these days, as Jason said, there were hundreds of thousands of people that watched certain programs on YouTube, and of course, in a traditional way, also the extent was great, and it just shows you the people that were accepting invitations there were people that were accepting also the credibility of a Polish source of information, and it's so easy to discontinue somebody's work, and that is what pains me in this situation today, because I knew some of those people that were working in really rugged and simple conditions at the start, and by their work and by their and just to stress one point, when I was coming to this space and you were asking me, I was always about Ukraine here, and when you were asking me about Polish politics, I always said, well, some people in Poland may disagree because I have a certain point of view and I'm representing certain group of people, right? And the same goes for TVP World. I was actually asked to comment on Polish elections, and the commentary was really balanced. And I'm not talking about my commentary, but nobody going to TVP World, whether it was a commentator from Poland or commentator from abroad, was asked, tell us something really good about the Law and Justice Party, because the most important thing, the Polish tribal political war, which took its victims today, is nothing compared to the war in Ukraine. And I think some people forgot about this today.
100%. Let me just give everybody the numbers. TVP World had roughly, by the beginning of December, roughly 440,000 subscribers on YouTube. 440,000 for a channel which barely existed 2 years. It had more than 37 million views on its platform. That's massive. A large video library, close to 800 films and snippets. So it is a substantial uptick, and it's a huge success for Polish international media. And this is where it needs to be differentiated from whatever kind of concerns Polish internecine fighting may have triggered yet again. It reminds everybody who's studied history in some shape or form will be reminded of the medieval times when the Polish gentry literally called in for about, what, 310 years, is it? I'm not quite sure, maybe 330. But for a good 300 years, they called in kings from abroad, nearly all of them from the center of the Holy Roman Empire of German nations, because they couldn't agree on who would be leading the fiendishly and precariously volatile factions of the Polish gentry with each other. And internecine warfare seems to be something which simply hasn't vanished. Jason, when you were there today, how was the atmosphere in TVP World? Maybe we could give people a bit more color because they haven't seen nearly all the photos or the videos.
Sure. So inside TVP World, obviously, there's a lot of confusion because keep in mind the station was broadcasting this morning, and then all of a sudden it went off air, and then they said, well, we still have the YouTube, and then that got blocked. I think the Twitter got blocked after. Maybe it's still alive. I'm not sure. But they were losing access one thing after another. The police arrived. They had not, to be clear though, to be fair, is they had not been, bashing anything. They had not been throwing people out or cuffing anyone. That being said, the presence of a large number of police is usually not a good indication. Continuing though, is that I would say that people were generally concerned, especially the ones who are working TVP World, which are the only ones that I know. I don't know other people from TVP. I only know TVP World, and TVP World people have been extremely pro-Ukraine, very open about it. When they've come to Kiev, I've met with them and I've hung out with them. I know them, and they've always been extremely clear that they support Ukraine to nth degree. And they say, what's going on here? This is crazy. Why is it in a democratic society this is happening? And given the fact that TVP World, something that's very important to note here is that there's a lot of non-Poles that work there. The interviewers there's Brits, there's Americans, let me think who else there's There's Austrian, one Austrian I know. There's a Georgian. There are people from all around the world. So they're not all, Poles tied up in local Polish politics. They're there because they believe that Russia is a threat to the world, that it is, and they wish to have other people learn about what's going on in the region. So countries, Ukraine, Poland, are protected from future Russian attacks or Russian advances on their ability to exist. So I would say that overall it was a great feeling of concern and perhaps even fear with the people in the office.
Our understanding was that there was significant editorial freedom and also separation between TVP World's operations as well as TVP Info. I'm quite sure that, of course, to an extent, they will have shared technical capabilities, infrastructure, and the likes. But as I understand, most of the operations were actually quite separate, right?
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. So, and it's actually interesting is a lot of people have said it's sort of funny is I just checked my phone as we were speaking here, and two people in the course of just the 1 minute you spoke, even less, wrote to me, "It's collateral damage. Get over it." What's funny about it is that TVP World had its own production. It didn't rely necessarily on the rest of TVP, so it was able to continue existing without the rest of the TVP structure. So if I was going through a reformation, that's fine. Again, my concern here is obviously I'm concerned for the sake of Poland, but my greater concern, very frankly, is Ukraine. TVP World was a huge supporter of Ukraine, and we've lost a supporter. So, for whatever domestic justifications they can come up with, the fact is that Ukraine has lost a great supporter.
Alrighty. So now, if the storm say passes by and all is sorted in the coming days, what do you see as an outcome for TVP World? What did the people, when you left, what did the people say? What were their hopes?
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting to stick around there all day. I just sort of saw, history unfolding, so I did stick around for several hours. And that being said, I think that it's clear that probably, my strong assumption based upon what was transpiring is that they're essentially going to be locked out tomorrow. Everybody has digital ID cards that allow them to enter the building or exit the building. I think it's a safe bet that those will no longer function tomorrow. I think it's a safe bet that they will lose access to whatever other media sources, social media sources they have. And I would strongly hope that the government of Mr. Tusk comes to realize that, perhaps they reached a little too far. It wasn't their intention. Their intention was to go after the TVP, which has had a political bend or influence, but not the TVP World. TVP World is once again a totally different kettle of fish, not the one that they were seeking to lambast. And so I would so hope that they realize that. And there's been a lot of people who brought attention to it today. Trust me, it's been very active on social media, I've seen. And the government, I hope, will realize that perhaps one size doesn't fit all, and maybe TVP World deserves a different glance.
Well, there's an interesting point, of course, that if TVP World can be resuscitated and the editorial staff can continue doing their work, we'll have to monitor as to whether now political influence would change what can only be described recently as a relatively centrist operation. If there's one thing, TVP World was seemingly left alone from and could do most of its reporting relatively unimpaired. If that were to change now, that of course would backfire, wouldn't it?
Most certainly the case. So I mean, that's why I'm curious to see what happens next. My great hope is that the government realizes that it's perhaps reached for more than it intended, bit off more than it could chew. And to be fair, people do make mistakes. I don't want to say it was a mistake or not a mistake, but governments do walk things back. It does happen. People, say, well, it's, TVP is the problem, but they don't realize that we're talking about things that they've never seen before, like TVP World, which is in English. And by the way, everyone I've engaged, and this is, I know, not scientific, it's Twitter, but I have had a lot of people that are throwing hate towards me today. And I've asked them, what in TVP World specifically, which program did you find to be favorable to a political party in Poland, or favorable to Russia, or favorable to anything that's negative? And not one person has responded. And every single person said, well, it's collateral damage. Or they said, well, I've never watched it before, but the whole thing has to go. Well, that's sort of irrational. I mean, that's very sort of, let's be frank, childish. It's, I'm going to take away all the marbles because I can't play. No, it doesn't work this way. Listen, TV World, we're adults. We can separate things. The TV World is different from the rest of the TVPs. And so we're going to treat it differently and analyze it differently than what's going on elsewhere.
Very good point. Gregory, or should I say Jagos? Gregory.
Jagosh, indeed. Hey, good afternoon, evening, everybody. Hey, I did want to contribute, add to what actually you were saying. I think that actually what Mason said and Jason said as well, that the success of TVP World of late has been an extremely important source of English language information on Eastern Europe. It was, #1 news source in English from Eastern Europe in video form, and the value of that for Poland as a nation, for the world, and especially for Ukraine, because it was expressing things in the national Polish interest, which happened to coincide with defense of Ukraine. I think that the economic and the success of the brand of TVP World are things that we should emphasize and try to communicate as outsiders. That is something that's hard to replicate. It's easy enough for somebody to come in as a functionary and say, "Oh, I'm going to clean house and delete that web content, turn off that YouTube channel, etc." But you actually lose quite a bit of value that's been built up over time, and a lot of very valuable content as well. The YouTube channels are still there last time I looked, but the website's been off, as we've seen today. But I did want to point out that I think the marketing value of something like that is substantial, and the benefit for Poland is substantial. So it's quite strange to sacrifice such a national asset. To Jason's recent point about the balance and the coverage on TVP World, I've noticed that there's coverage that talks about things from even a Russian point of view at times. So it's even people that are experts and read all the Russian news, etc. They comment on what they imagine people in Russia are thinking based on what people in Russia are hearing. So it's the interest in the communication on that platform and that channel has been, very broad reaching in its scope, and is interested in getting to, the realities on the ground more so than particular political talking points from one side or another in a domestic political scene. So I did want to point those things out. I am hopeful that they can get it, turned back on in some form. It seems quite heavy-handed to, institute a change in this fashion. As anybody who's ever worked in any kind of an organization knows that, there's plenty of people that don't agree with management on topic A, B, or C, but are just sit there and do their jobs. And there's quite a few of those people, I'm sure, at TVP Info or TVP World, et cetera, that have nothing to do with any of the other problems that apparently do exist. So I wanted to comment also there that there's a lot of hardworking people involved in putting together a channel like this that's been so successful over the last 2 years, and that's really quite an accomplishment for any organization to do in the current media climate. So I wanted to add that, and let me hand it back to you, Axel and Jason.
I was just answering people in parallel whilst you were making that good statement, Gregory, and highlighting that was the key element for us today, is there was absolutely no need and no sense in shutting down the broadcasting of TVP World. That's the key aspect. Whatever they're battling out could have been done calm, composed, gradual. And if they had to find a way to, because they couldn't, say, eradicate TVP Info sending whatever they wanted to be sending, because they would have to resort to different measures in their management, completely different issue, has absolutely no bearing, no relevance as to TVP World's programming, which was interrupted. And therefore, the good message of freedom and support for Ukraine, and what Central Eastern Europe is contributing to it, getting the news out and making sure that it's available to the English-speaking world from Warsaw. Breaking that was simply, utterly wrong, stupid. It was cutting off your nose to spite your face. Nache, anything to add?
Yeah, I would just hope, because I would just hate for all that work to go to waste, that somebody will actually, well, formally what happened, I will have to check that and come back to you maybe tomorrow. What are the institutional changes in TVP world? Whether we are talking only about the cutting off of the signal, because what I'm saying, and I just repeat that, the reason for doing that may be just similar political game of taking away from people that wanted to continue to broadcast TVP info, the internal political channel, the possibility of broadcast it via the TVP world, which I don't think if that would be even something sane to do, because this is a completely different audience, and you would be broadcasting Polish TV channel, Polish language TV channel to an audience that is watching a English language TV channel. So that would be really stupid. But I think it might be one of the reasons why they did that. If the reasons go deeper, that would really worry me, because yes, that would be a win for Putin and for his agenda, because Poland will lose a really credible voice that it worked for, and it would be a shame. So I would, if any sliver of optimism in this whole conversation I would give, is the fact that I would hope somebody will come to their senses and would say, okay, we have a problem with TVP info, we will strong arm it, but we will keep TVP world going, because this is a capital that it's just stupid to just let it go to waste.
100%. Well said. Thank you for that. And Jason, thank you very much for joining us today. When you're flying, I hope that we will hear back from you. If not later today, then tomorrow or day after, before the Christmas season starts. Very much appreciated for bringing us first-hand input from the studios and the media center of TVP World earlier today. And I can see Cici has her hand up. Cici, have you been in Poland today?
Jason's my friend, but I guess I missed him. What was your question? Have I been to Poland today?
I was joking, Cici. Have you
I've
been to Poland today?
Oh, is that the name of their So I'm not panicking. I would just ask everyone to call the president right now. There's, I guess, things he can do behind the scenes to call other leaders. So my question is, what is something that Poland, like the units, some of the units that I'm helping are running out of ammo, and I'm starting to panic a little bit for them. Is there something that Poland or other leaders can do as far as immediate ammo?
Well, that's a difficult statement to make, given the fact that the general staff of Ukraine has said that they have more than enough ammunition at hand, and they are allocating it as they see fit. That always individual units will say that we do not have enough, because Cici, as I think we told you here many times over, if there's one thing a soldier never has enough of, is what? Ammunition. And yes, there are units.
For instance,
there are units who are complaining about. I know. Let me finish my sentence. There are units who are complaining that they do not have enough 152 and Soviet legacy mortar ammunition. That is something at the moment predominantly delivered from Bulgaria, and Bulgarian transport capacity is limited. There is some Romanian ordnance coming, and that's true, that's fair, but there's very little other 152 legacy ammunition ordnance available in the market, which is why the migration and the changeover to 155 NATO standards and more precision guided ammunition is absolutely vital. And there definitely this president and the European leaders can do a lot more. But carry on.
they're using what they used to use in a day in a month, so it's a problem. So I would listen to my units on the ground.
Yeah, we do too. CC, you're not alone in that regard, so but thank you. And I can definitely tell you there's many units who have more than enough ammunition and who are currently actually firing in extremely high, say, frequency at times. But then again, it depends on what they're firing and where they're firing it at. And when you have precision guarded ammunition and you have different hits and therefore different fire control, that makes a big difference. And some of the units currently around Avdiivka, as well as in Bakhmut and to an extent in Kupiansk, do not have that kind of Western equipment which they would need for proper ammunition in order to achieve completely different rhythms, fire ranges, and fire control over the Russians. You want to add to this?
So which countries would, I'm sure there's only one or two, specialize in 155s and 152s?
155 you have all across the Western nations. You from South Korea is one of the biggest suppliers of 155 ammunition to Ukraine, for example, followed by the US as well as France and Germany to that extent. And then the United Kingdom has been buying all over the world market 155, as well as, now it comes, 152 legacy ammunition. The same thing they've done for the mortar ammunition, which the Russians have and needed. The problem there is the buyback. And yeah, so for 152, if you want to have it produced and if you want to have it set up and you want to have large storages used, then you would need to go to countries such as Bulgaria. There's also some Romanian capacity left, but Bulgaria is one of the biggest, one of the biggest storage facilities for that.
So since both of these things transpired, A, Putin threatening Finland, and B, my Congress failing, are there...
Finland is not threatened. That is just bullshit. Finland is not threatened. Finland is more threatening to Putin and to Russia than Russia is threatening to, I don't know, Lithuania or Latvia or Estonia.
Okay.
The Finnish armed forces could take down Russia.
Okay, well, regardless, I still have the same question. Is since my Congress failed, do you think European countries are going to hang on tighter to their own things, stores, because they're scared, or do you think there's still people who will?
Yeah, this is not a matter of scared. There's a matter of this is a matter of conservative planning. The Finns tend to be extremely conservative in terms of their planning, which is good, which is very, very good. They're risk averse and they have been stacking up. They constantly replace as well. And what they actually have set aside and what they think is coming out of use and is beyond the expected useful life of ammunition, whilst they may have kept it there, and where they know that they have a backfilling capacity, they can actually hand over, and they definitely have done so, and in quite large number, albeit that we all do not know the numbers because Finland doesn't talk about it. But we did have here the former head of the Finnish Armed Forces and previously the head of the Finnish Air Force, Jarmo Lindberg, on this space. That was last year before Christmas, prior to the election campaign, in which he then won his seat and now is part of the Finnish Defense Committee in the Finnish Parliament. And Jarmo Lindberg highlighted this at the time, that Finland does not have any ammunition shortage and cannot even imagine that Finland would have one, because they can ramp up production to 3 shifts in very little time, days, literally. And the same thing, they could, don't forget, Finland has a 48-hour to 72-hour mobilization plan, which is in place, which would give them, within a week's time, fully deployed, close to 1 million-man army. Finland is not scared. Can Finland provide more capacity? Could it scale up production now to help Ukraine? Yes. Is it doing so? The signs are yes. Is it supported by Sweden, Germany, France? Not quite sufficiently yet. That's the key aspect. And that's what we've been saying, because without orders from Western governments, this is not happening. Which is why we need to balance our efforts, and which is why we have been highlighting this here. USC 2321J, the President of the United States can allow for excess military equipment to be given to other states, specifically NATO states, specifically those at the southeastern flank, and other NATO members can pay for it. So this president doesn't need the Congress at all. This president just needs to call up his partners in Norway, in Sweden, in Germany, and everywhere else where there's money, and tell them, guys, would you not want to buy for 5 billion XYZ amount of 155 ammunition for the Paladins? Would you not want to buy 1,000 Bradleys? Because we have them. What does USC 2321J say? So that just so that we take the wind off all the people constantly scaremongers about the 110 billion, the 60 billion, and all that kind of bullshit, because it's completely irrelevant. If this president wants Ukraine to win, he can make Ukraine win simply by using this. He just needs to want it. And he and his national security advisor do not want that. They don't want to go that path. Why? I do not know. But they evidently don't want that. I can tell you that there are people in Scandinavia, in parliament, and in defense, Ministry of Defense jobs who definitely want to buy US equipment. But as always, they have to be allowed to do so. And I've done this yesterday, and our daily psalm you get now, because section 2321J, authority to transfer excess defense articles, says what? Under item C, CC, listen carefully, under item C, your item, it says terms of transfer. First, no cost to recipient country. Excess defense articles may be transferred under the section without cost to the recipient country. Second, priority. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the delivery of excess defense articles under this section to member countries of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, that's NATO, on the southern and southeastern flank of NATO, to major non-NATO allies on the such southern and southeastern flank, to Taiwan and to Philippines, shall be given priority, now comes, to the maximum extent feasible over the delivery of such excess defense articles to other countries. Cici, do you know how large the budget is every year of excess and therefore phased out articles? Oh, sorry, we lost Cici. She seems to have lost interest in this debate. Yeah. Yeah, that's pitiful. Well, people, why don't you do yourself a favor, Google it and report back the number, because it is interesting. The number of excess defense articles the United States Armed Forces have in their budget every year. There's even a list of what it is. Find that list, take that list, write, call Joe Biden, ask Jake Sullivan why they do not allow that. Don't forget, it says, at no cost to the recipient. There is no need for this debate. There is no need for this excess debate about budgeting. This is a political infight. This is a political domestic fight. This is a chimera. The only thing which is missing is political will. We either say we want to win and therefore want Ukraine to win, or we don't. At the moment, our political leadership, our leaders, try to avoid saying it. Because if they say it, they would have to do it.
Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's set aside the United States then, because it's been troublesome, right? And I'm not American, and they're not helping right now, but they will help at some point. But if they do, that's their thing, not mine. So I'm setting them aside. What other levers do we have? So you mentioned that there is production capacity in Finland. Cool. Let's ramp it up. I say to my fellow Finns. What else can we do? Can Egypt make
pay for it? Who pays for it? Finland
Norway. I got a blank check from Norway.
Yes, okay. See, that's the point. That's the interesting thing. Norway has already done that. Norway is already ramping up its production capacity with Kongsberg. You're on the right track. I'm completely in agreement with you. Production capacity in Europe needs to be expanded. Absolutely, no question. But in the meantime, whilst you expand production capacity and ramp it up, what do you need to do? You need to take existing equipment, excess equipment.
South
What
Korea
do
might
I
have
need
something.
No, South Korea is the biggest ammunition supplier already for Ukraine.
They need to transfer to someone else constitutionally, right? And we can't count on Americans.
No. The South Korea can deliver to Ukraine already. They've
Okay.
already found ways for this. They are doing it. They're doing it for quite some time, and they are the biggest suppliers. That's not even a question. No. Most of these things are not questions. Most of these things are solutions avoided by politicians.
I'm gonna call South Korea. It has my accent.
I can't judge. My Caribbean is not as good as the one of a family member. So,
dang it. Okay, but what I'm saying is, we got to find other levers. Then Americans still lobby your politicians because you pay their salaries. So tell them what you want from them, right? That's the bare minimum they could do is listen to you. We have to find some other levers. I've been calling my member of parliament in Canada, and our prime minister is not putting enough of a priority on military stuff, and he'll know in the polls when re-election comes, but I'll keep calling my people. What can we do other than that?
that's pretty much it, right? But what I'm trying to tell people is there is already an existing solution. The stuff exists, and there's already a legal basis for it. So why are we not using it? Good question, huh?
I don't know. My grandfather would say that Jake Sullivan is useless as tits on a bull, but that doesn't help. It's just an aphorism from a farmer.
He's probably right. All righty, now that we've covered TVP World and everything associated with it, as well as the remaining issues of supplies and logistics, do you want to provide the Middle East update? I take it that our friend Yehuda will be joining us shortly as well, right?
Sure, I think I can start. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the MriyaReport. It is currently 23:06 Kyiv time, 23 minus 2, 21:06 UTC, and we will be starting our Middle East update regarding the situation in Gaza and Israel. The first point to highlight is that Ismail Haniyeh is in Cairo today. He is discussing with Egyptian officials a framework for another truce, perhaps a week-long ceasefire, and an exchange of Israeli hostages in return for 1 week of no hostilities and the release of some Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. Initially, Hamas requested a 2-week ceasefire that the Israelis refused and rejected, and instead they offered a 1-week ceasefire. The list Palestinians sent to the Israelis to be released includes actual terrorists, people with blood on their hand. And the state of Israel actually accepted to release them in concept in return for the safe release of all women in captivity, and also elderly hostages and the ones in poor health condition. So right now, this is the second round of negotiations. I believe the first round was in Warsaw. Head of Mossad, the Qatari foreign minister, and I believe the head of the CIA. And today's round is Ismail Haniyeh directly, Khalid Mash'al as well, and Egyptian General Intelligence Service officials, as well as officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In my opinion, Hamas knows that their time is up, and the only thing they can do right now in order to save themselves is to push for a ceasefire to stop the deteriorating situation in the southern sector of the Gaza Strip. They are slowly losing control over there. The IDF is continuing its clearing operations in the north, and it's continuing its combat operations in the south. And as they continue to do so, they keep stumbling upon bits and pieces here and there, weapons and munitions caches, as well as digital devices left behind with valuable intel that has been adding to their full picture regarding everything that has been going on in Gaza. We saw the discovery of that large tunnel system near the Arab border crossing. We also saw reports released over the last 24 hours commenting on the status of the shadowy Mohammed Deif. Mohammed Deif is supposedly the founder and the first head of the Qassam brigades. The IDF and the State of Israel, the Israeli security establishment, thought that they finally got him. There were several attempts to take him out or assassinate him. One of their assessments was that he might be seriously injured and in a wheelchair. That turned out to be not the case, as intelligence found recently shows that he's still alive and he's still walking on his feet, albeit a little bit lame, which means he might have sustained serious injuries in one of those attempts, but remains alive to date. Aid trucks continue to flow into the Gaza Strip. Sadly, Hamas fighters continue to commandeer the aid trucks the moment they enter the Gaza Strip, and the distribution to the Palestinian people has been very problematic. So the situation in the southern sector is slightly deteriorating when it comes to the human aspect of it. There were a couple of airstrikes near the Rafah border crossing today, mainly in the city of Rafah, the Palestinian Rafah. There is a Palestinian Rafah and there is an Egyptian Rafah. One of them, of course, is inside the Gaza Strip. The other is not. It's in the Sinai. So in Palestinian Rafah, there was a couple of airstrikes. One of them featured a very distinctive triple tap bombing, which was curious. Sadly, many civilians were injured because of that. It seems that over the course of the war, the IDF got really close to getting Yahya Sinwar, but then he would always escape at last minute, apparently. But they are still going after him. Yahya Sinwar, I believe, released not. I don't know if he gave an interview or something, but I believe it's the Wall Street Journal that is reported earlier today that he is actually not interested in a ceasefire, and that he's not even interested in ruling Gaza anymore. That he just wants to go down in a blaze of fury and glory, thinking that that's the right thing to do. It was a very weird report. I think I should go back to it. But let's go to Marcus first.
Yeah, I was wondering. I thought the double taps and stuff were kind of not really kosher, so to speak. So a triple tap seems crazy, right? Doesn't that kill first responders? Is this typical behavior right now, or are they going over the edge?
No. It wasn't a triple tap, as in like one and then wait 20 minutes and then 2 or 5 minutes. No, it was a triple tap, as in like an immediate triple tap. So either the target itself, either the target itself required 3 different pieces of ordnance, or it was a tunnel system and those were secondary explosions. It was caught on live television because an Al Jazeera reporter was on the ground and he was reporting about the situation in the southern sector of the Gaza Strip, and the airstrike took place. So the first ordnance came in, boom, second one 3 seconds later, third one 3 seconds later. So it was either a triple tap against a fortified target, or bunker buster munitions were used, or it was secondaries. But I believe that it was a triple tap strike. So there's that, and we have a bit of breaking news on that. So actually, Hamas rejected the Israeli offer to stop fighting for 1 week in exchange for dozens of hostages. And Hamas is insisting that it wouldn't even discuss releasing hostages until a ceasefire first goes into effect. So here we go again, the same games Hamas likes to play every now and then. This is being reported by the Wall Street Journal. So Hamas is rejecting a 1 week truce offer in exchange for releasing hostages, and instead wants to force its hand to show that it has control over the battlefield. This is what we mean by power asymmetry and power differentials. Hamas realizes that there's a very large power differential between it and the state of Israel, and therefore it's using political maneuvering and political messaging and psyops and the hostages as a card to try to make up for that power differential, basically wielding it as a force multiplier. So I believe we will see more of this going forward. I don't think that the state of Israel will simply just stop military operations first and allow Hamas to dictate the terms of the deal going forward. But what do you think about that, Yehuda?
Sorry, I just connected with the audio. As you know, I have a lot of audio problems with these super expensive AirPods, which don't work properly. So I'll say I agree with you. Sounds exactly right. No, I'm just kidding. Could you repeat it?
So it seems the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Hamas rejected a truce offer, 1 week of no fighting in exchange for releasing the hostages, and instead they are asking for the IDF to stop its military operations first, to establish a ceasefire first, or to go into a ceasefire first before they even discuss releasing the hostages.
Yeah, it's a little silly. Not necessarily the best bargaining position when you don't hold the cards. Maybe they could be convinced. I think they want a way out, right? They want Sinwar gone, all of his cronies. They want to get out, so they want to make the Israelis beg for it. Maybe it's not going to happen because by hook or by crook, the Israelis will get to where they need to get to, right? So I think we have to let this ripen on the vine, so to speak, for at least a few more days. No.
That's true. Another thing that came out today is that the IDF revealed a network of tunnels that connect all Hamas leader properties together, including Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh. So property scattered around certain parts of the Gaza Strip, and all of them interconnected using tunnels. Our most favorite speaker on the space, Colonel Spencer, is actually in Israel right now, and has been reporting on the tunnel systems extensively. So another blow to where are the tunnels, people. What do you think of that, Yehuda?
No, it's incredible. Yeah, no, he's definitely making a lot of important discoveries and communicating that. He's going to have a more fulsome reply in the next little bit. Let me just get situated here. I'm really sorry. Please do retweet this space. It's the 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's Toronto time, the center of Canada, and a few other provincial towns in there as well. I think like New York and Washington are in the same time zone, I think. Not 100% sure. Do mark your calendar. It looks like we're getting a lot of people making spaces exactly at 4 to 6 p.m. I find that a little funny. So let's try to get everyone into one broad tent, big tent, broad church. That's the expression. And we'll go to Marcus, and I'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah,
So
that's pretty.
Marcus,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Go ahead, Marcus.
I think that's pretty fortuitous that in the 70s, the Israelis built tunnels between these homes that happened to be the future homes of the Hamas leaders. That's incredible. I can't wait to see people spin this on Twitter. I was wondering, is there an estimate of how many hostages are probably left? Because I feel like their cupboard must be getting empty, right?
That's a good question. I don't follow those numbers closely, but if I recall correctly, at least 71 or 72 Israeli hostages were released, and a number were recovered dead. And the Thai workers were also released, and there was this one Russian that was released. So maybe they have 118 left in captivity or something like that, maybe 100, 120. I don't know the exact number, to be quite honest. As for the tunnels you mentioned earlier, well, the beauty of this, and I touched on that a couple of weeks ago. So we saw the hostage exchange deal, and we saw Hamas operatives appearing with the hostages in Palestine Square in northern Gaza, and putting the hostages on display as they were being transferred to the custody of the International Commission of the Red Cross personnel who went in to fetch them. That specific tunnel network that I've just mentioned, the one connecting the homes of Hamas leaders, is also connected to Palestine Square. And the IDF released a video after discovering a shaft in Palestine Square. They went down the shaft, or they sent fiber optic cables or whatever. And you can see it's superimposed over a map of that neighborhood. You can see the tunnel network connecting those properties one after the other. So they released several infographics about those homes and the tunnel networks connecting them. One of them is a still photograph, the other one is a video, like I said, and you can see exactly the type of concrete used, the structural design of those tunnels and how deep they go and where they make stops. So this has nothing to do with Israel building tunnels in the 70s or the 80s or whatever, people wanted to say, or people have been saying over the last few weeks. And we said that. We said it here. We said it on other spaces as well. Just give it some time. As the IDF continues to operate, they will be revealing more and more information. And as they continue to operate, they will find out more intelligence as they recover more devices from either dead militants or command and control centers or comm centers they control or they discover. In that department, for instance, this is actually quite sad. The three hostages who were shot by mistake, it turned out that an IDF K9 spotted them 5 days beforehand, and the K9 was killed by Hamas militant. Sadly, no one was observing the camera that was on the K9's vest. I don't know if it was a live stream or not, but the footage on that camera that was on the K9's kit was only recovered after the hostages were mistakenly killed. And it shows the moment they were freed. The guard was killed, and they tried to show where they were, and they tried to ask for help, and they didn't go out of where they were hiding until a couple of days later. But they were, the tragedy unfolded. So that's the most recent finding in that investigation, basically. So a couple of K9s were killed in action since the beginning of the operations in the Gaza Strip. Shows, yeah, I don't take the death of K9s very well. But that was one thing. What else am I looking at here? The Yemenis, of course, or Jamaat Ansar Allah, or the group of the protectors of God, or the followers of God, Al-Houthis, are more or less asking for a fight with the international community, and more or less asking for a fight with the United States. The reasoning is quite interesting. So this is according to a field security coordinator, someone in the field, Muhammad Abu Brej. I believe he posted this to LinkedIn. So his analysis goes as follow in order to understand the psyche of Al-Houthis and what they are trying to achieve out of this. The leader of Ansarullah, Abdel Malik Al-Houthi, actually gave a speech in Yemen, and he's commenting on the key points of that speech. So Some key points from the leader of Ansarullah in Yemen, Abdul Malik al-Houthi speech: America is an accomplice of the enemy and facilitates the conditions for the crimes of the Zionist regime. Enemies have killed thousands of Palestinians, mostly innocent children, women, and non-combatants. Zionist enemies, after detaining non-combatants, murder them on the roads. The Zionist regime bombards hospitals as military targets. So, just to stop here, of course, the main theme is the Great Satan and the Greater Satan, this whole bullshit. And then complete fabrications. Enemies have killed thousands of Palestinians, mostly innocent women and children and non-combatants. Well, we don't have an official estimate of what has been happening in the Gaza Strip. Basically, the numbers are inflated. Of course, there's a tragedy unfolding in the Gaza Strip. No one is denying that. And definitely there's collateral damage and civilians dying. But the numbers are unconfirmed at this point. This whole thing about non-combatants is also not true, because in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, the operations are winding down, that you have battalions and groups handing over the responsibilities to other battalions and groups, indicating that their role there ended as an offensive fighting force. And they either go back to their barracks to regroup, or they get deployed elsewhere, and other troops take over to continue conducting clearing operations and other types of operations that don't require combat assets or combat capabilities. Zionist enemies, after detaining non-combatants, murder them on the roads. That's also not true. We've seen footage of Palestinians who were arrested, interrogated, and processed, and then released, going back to the Gaza Strip. So no one is killing non-combatants on the roads after detaining them. The Zionist regime bombards hospitals as military targets. That's also not true. The whole thing with the Al-Ahli hospital or Al-Mabadani hospital that was propagated in like a couple of minutes, and news of it traveled around the world and proved false the following day, triggering retractions from several international media bodies and organizations. So they're going ahead with the disinformation talking points, basically. The Zionist enemy ruthlessly targets patients and medical personnel and considers it an achievement. False. Some neighborhoods have been completely destroyed, and the severe siege of Gaza continues, leading to the loss of life due to hunger. False. There are videos, multiple videos showing Hamas militants commandeering aid trucks and shooting at unarmed civilians to prevent them from trying to get anything they can get, because they haven't been distributing aid material to Gazans efficiently. When the Zionist army faces defeat on the battlefield, well, they've just completely conquered the first sector of the Gaza Strip, and they're operating in the second one, so I don't know what defeat on the battlefield he's talking about. It indiscriminately bombs non-combatants. False. Even infants and children have become targets of the enemy's bombings. False. America is directly complicit in these crimes. False. America has equipped the Zionist enemy with internationally prohibited weapons such as phosphorus bombs. False. America has deployed surveillance drones over Gaza. Well, that's actually true, and they're getting their full picture. So that actually goes against this whole the Zionist entity manipulating the greatest Satan or whatever, because they have their own assets on station and they are getting their own intelligence. So they're not relying only on the intelligence being shared with them with the Israelis, by the Israelis, right? By supporting the Zionist enemy, America creates favorable conditions for this regime to commit crimes. False. Our greatest desire is direct confrontation with America and Israel. That's it. That's the point that I wanted to go to. Not engagement with America's mercenaries. Our greatest desire is direct confrontation with America and Israel. That's exactly what the Houthis want. Because once they trigger confrontation with the United States and Israel, they are automatically recognized as the de facto rulers of Yemen. And that's for them is a great political achievement that they want to secure. We hope our country...
Oh my God. I didn't get it. Oh my God.
Oh, okay. That was a
That's
little bit
brilliant.
dramatic.
No, because I didn't know why they would want it.
Yeah, well, that was a bit dramatic. Anyway, back to what they were doing, what they were saying. Oh man, you threw me off there. We hope Arab countries stand together and watch allowing America and Israel to fight directly. That's stupid. We hope Arab countries stand together and watch, allowing America and Israel to fight directly. Here's the deal. So when you're flying, when you're shooting missiles and UAVs and sending one-way attack drones or loitering munitions or whatever at Israel, and they end up crashing in the Sinai, what are you expecting me to do, my guy? Like during the height of the winter tourism season, Egyptian air defense assets are deployed in the Sinai right now, and they're actively monitoring emergent threats in the Red Sea as well. So, no, Arab countries will stand together, but they will also not allow this to fly. You're not supposed to close an important strait and impact global economies and affect another Arab country, seriously hurting its foreign currency sources and its livelihood, and just have us, stand together and watch. I mean, kumbaya moment. We urge Arab governments not to involve themselves with America. This is a clear threat to any Arab governments that consider joining the International Maritime Coalition. Probably a nod to Bahrain for doing so. Maybe a warning for the Emiratis and the Saudis and the Egyptians not to get involved, but we'll see. ENS Alexandria, or the Egyptian Navy ship Alexandria, is already in the area. We urge Arab governments not to involve themselves with America. If America intends to engage with our nation, it will experience a scenario worse than Afghanistan and Vietnam, of course, bravado. America shouldn't assume that scattered strikes will bring an end to the conflict. It will become full entangled. So they are commenting here on the fact that the Saudis and the Emiratis couldn't settle the conflict in Yemen using air power only, and that eventually they ended up as the de facto rulers of the country. So that's regarding the situation in Yemen as well. I don't know if you're ready to rock and roll, Yehuda. Not yet.
Sort of, but I'll tell you this. There's a reason why Saudi Arabia and UAE aren't in on it, right? Because they don't want to get unnecessarily bothered by some Houthis, I suspect. What do you think?
So the Emiratis have been actually pushing for military intervention. They have been supporting the calls for forming an international maritime coalition, and they actually announced that they will become part of it. So they are good to go. And I know why, or I think I
When was
understand
that?
why now. Yesterday.
Interesting.
Whereas the Saudis are the ones who are pushing for diplomatic negotiations with the Houthis using their channels in place. So I believe that there are negotiations going on in Oman. The Saudis are doing that through their Iranian channels because they don't want it to trigger the conflict they have with Yemen. Again, when Al Houthis were working against the Saudis, they were targeting the southern regions, and they were shooting rockets and missiles at Saudi territories. So I believe that the Saudis are worried about that. They're worried about the conflict against Al Houthis, triggering Al Houthis against Saudi Arabia. Now, if we revisit that interview with Ayman Khalid about this whole thing, about the check being placed on Saudi Arabia from Yemen, and the potential for Hamas leadership and top lieutenants leaving the Gaza Strip to Yemen. It makes perfect sense now. Remember when he said that on November 19th or November 11th? So
Yeah.
almost a month ago, 40 days ago.
Yeah.
And now it makes sense. So maybe the Saudis are worried about that, worried about restarting the conflict with Yemen and destabilizing their southern regions. So we'll see. But I believe that also the
And they're
Emiratis are
not even
interested.
required to do it. Let's be honest, right? So why the juice isn't worth the squeeze?
They're not required to do it. They're minimally affected by it so far. And the Emiratis are pushing for a military intervention because they know that will trigger the Yemenis to attack Saudi Arabia, which is what they want because Saudi Arabia is now supporting the Sudanese armed forces in Sudan, whereas the Emiratis are supporting the Rapid Support Forces. And so they are fighting it already in Sudan, and now the Emiratis are pushing for an intervention against the Yemenis, thinking that the Yemenis will go ahead and attack the Saudis to further pressure the Saudis to force them to stop supporting the Sudanese armed forces in Sudan. I believe that the Emiratis are fully working with the Iranians at this point.
Interesting. All right, let's show up some hands and keep going. I'm going to invite some people here too. Thanks.
Right, let's go to Marty first, then AB.
Hey, Sean, and it's nice to see you, Huda. I hope everybody's doing well today. So we recently saw PIJ shooting rockets from civilian area zones, where is new designated area zones for civilians. If they continue using this tactic of using even the new civilian zones, which is refugee camps in these areas, as places to shoot rockets at different parts of Israel, how could Israel continue to eliminate Hamas, but at the same time not have casualty if they're literally embedding themselves with even during the war, where it's literally new designs?
So that's actually a good question. What PIJ did is that they moved their lighter launchers to that area once it was designated as a safe one by the IDF, and they tried to exploit that. The thing is, the threat of fires coming out of that area is way less than the political cost of collateral damage for attacking those areas. So once again, by design and by definition and by actions, the IDF is showing that it's actually caring about civilian casualties. So they declare an area as a safe area for civilians, knowing that there is limited to no subterranean infrastructure in that area, and therefore the threat of incoming fires or outgoing fires from that area is low. So PIJ responds cynically by moving their mobile launchers of lighter types of rockets and missiles to that area, and they start attacking Israeli territory. And the IDF says, okay, we're not going to respond there, because if we respond there, the civilian casualties will be too high, and that has a high political cost. So we'll just deal with it. We will intercept those fires, and we'll accept that threat because just the cost, the political cost of civilian casualties is too high. It shows you who cares about the Palestinians actually and who doesn't. PIJ and Hamas don't care about civilian casualties. They simply don't. So despite all the screaming everyone's hearing on social media, despite all the emotional arguments and the disinformation and the fabricated rage, in my opinion, or selective rage, it is actually the IDF that has been taking steps to minimize civilian casualties, whereas PIJ and Hamas, they want more civilian casualties because they use that in their approach. It's part of their strategy. The more civilians dying, the stronger the international pressure on the state of Israel to stop its military operations, the more probable they can survive this as political entities and militant groups and continue to rule over Gaza and continue to exist in Gaza. So regarding that specific area, I don't think that the IDF will respond to sources of fire coming out of it.
Shukran.
Thank you, Marty. AB?
Oh yeah, thanks. Well, there's all this Middle East shit. I mean, it's all nobody's talking about the Ukraine and Russia anymore. Now it's Israel, Gaza. Then we got the Red Sea. We got the Suez Canal.
We talk about Ukraine, Russia 22 hours out of 24, and we only discuss Gaza and Israel for 2 hours.
Oh no, that's okay. But I'm just, this whole deal. It's just all such a sad deal. And I guess you look at Israel and Gaza. I'm still trying to understand it. I don't know if it's just a land grab, energy grab, water grab, maybe all the above. But I mean, you look at Hamas, the way I see it.
But who's grabbing what exactly? An attack happened on October 7th, and the IDF and the State of Israel have been responding since.
Yeah, well, they're killing each other, right? They're over what? I guess is a simple question. In terms of Hamas. I mean, who's the leader of Hamas? I mean, isn't he worth like $4 billion, flying around on a jet, staying at the Four Seasons and whatnot? I mean, who is the enemy? And most of the people that these young innocent children are getting killed, right? 80%, at my understanding, 80% of the people
you know, live under the poverty line. You know.
So
And-
here's a kind of cold question. What's your point? That Israel shouldn't attack because it's killing civilians and they should just let Hamas kill them? What's your solution?
Well, I guess the solution is everybody just stop killing each other. I mean, I know that sounds simplistic and utopian and maybe just like too much of a pacifist, but I mean, I don't think enough avenues of diplomacy have been taken care of, and I just don't know exactly what they're all fighting over.
Okay,
I mean,
well, I wish we could spend a few hours and bring you up to speed, but most of us are there, my friend. Hamas doesn't want to do diplomacy. They're a terrorist group, right? You might not have known that. And
well, how big? No, yeah, but how big of an entity are they? And I mean, why? Where are
70,000 people in Gaza? I could send you some, probably some resources so you could read up on it. I don't want to, have to relitigate it for the audience.
Well,
right?
no, and I don't want to. No, I just popped in here, but I mean, I guess my quick take on it is just like, we see in this, and everybody's blowing at each other and throwing, cherry bombs at each other and bombs and shooting everything down. When does it come to a point where it's just like sit down and compromise and figure out what makes
Fair
sense?
enough.
I mean,
Okay.
that's all.
Thanks so much. Yeah, there's no compromising with terrorists that just murdered 1,500, 1,400, 1,200 people. With
Well, I'm
cherry
saying,
bombs. I'm sorry. Just please mute your mic. There's not cherry bombs. I kind of feel you're being slightly disingenuous there, AB. So I don't think it benefits the conversation. You know full well that Hamas are terrorists. This isn't about kumbaya. Let's just all get along. If you're so inclined, go to the Hamas embassy nearest to your home and ask them to have a surrender and release all the hostages. And then magically you'll see no innocent civilians dying. It's incredible. Hope and pray for it. And I'll support you if you. Oh, I know there's no Hamas embassy. I was just kidding. They're a terrorist group, silly. That's why. So can't negotiate with terrorists. Really, kind of, sort of. And hopefully John can come up. Would love to hear if he's heard anything or if he can share any of his updates from Israel. That would be super awesome. And John recently was lit up by all sorts of strange types for being, I don't know, fake or something. And then a major organization defended him, said, we investigated it. All not true. John's a great guy, but we didn't need them to tell us that, John. We knew that ourselves already. So, all right, let's go rock and roll. Yeah, sorry, AB, I think we've had enough of that line. I think we're being patient with you. We heard this a lot when Russia first invaded Ukraine. A lot of silly, stupid comments about, gosh, why don't the Ukrainians just make peace and negotiate and compromise? All these strange things. And you think it's so silly, there's no way this person is serious. And we did some digging and some investigating, right, Em? And in fact, they weren't serious. They were just, what is it called? I think they say trolling. And I'm not one to be trolled. I could be. Anyways, welcome, John. Thanks so much for being here. I know it's a few hours ahead. You probably have to get to sleep. Maybe on your way home, you can catch a camel ride from some happy Bedouins over to M and see him at the pyramids. That would be great.
That's a later trip. All right.
Fair enough. All right. So, John, if you don't have a question, it looks like Oscar and Marcus wanted to ask a question. But, John, if you don't mind, Oscar, do you have a quick one? You're in Ukraine right now, aren't you?
No, actually not. I'm in Chisinau now for work. And I have a...
Okay, for work. But you're in Ukraine usually.
Yeah, as usually I am.
Okay. So can I ask you Ukrainians? I don't know much about the whole situation, but why don't you all just stop throwing cherry bombs at each other and make peace? That'd be great, right?
Yeah, everything around peace would be great, but also through victory, you know. And
I was referring to a previous person who was saying, yeah. Anyways, okay. Why don't you go ahead, Oscar, and then we're gonna go to John.
yeah, I have a question. I listened yesterday to Zelensky's press conference, and there was the question from, I guess, a Palestinian guy, and he claimed, I follow, but I didn't follow so closely, you know. I cannot handle two wars, unlike you guys. And there was the question about the view of Zelensky and Ukraine and Palestine, and he voiced the number of 20,000 people they claim were killed. And I have a question. Maybe you discussed that. is there any like Red Cross or someone? Where do they bury these people? I mean, I'm thinking about these mass graves found in the occupied territories in Ukraine, and there were hundreds of people. But if we speak about 20,000, it's much smaller territory. Is there any? I don't know. I mean, this is such a huge number. I'm thinking about where these bodies should be. You know, I don't want to use
Yeah, I mean,
the word
Oscar,
stored,
it's
but
yeah.
what's happening to
So
them?
Oscar,
Yeah.
imagine this. Imagine 20,000 dead in an area the size of a suburb of Kyiv, right? That's how small Gaza is, right? What is it? 7 kilometers by 50,
Yeah, that's exactly.
right?
I didn't realize they claim these numbers.
They're actually at 26,000,
26,000.
apparently, according to Hamas, the terrorists.
Oh yeah, that's the source. Which
And by the way, the only source of these numbers are actually from Hamas. So you often hear, and it drives me bonkers. I hear, but the UN also said there's this many, and this organ. No, they're literally using Hamas's numbers. They're saying the exact same thing Hamas says. It's like asking Russia for a casualty count of Ukrainian soldiers. It's kind of a strange thing to do, isn't
absolutely. Yeah, this is.
Anyways, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. So now answer to the question.
No problem.
Right,
go ahead.
we don't know. Of course, we don't know the numbers, but we also don't know what's happening to those killed. Probably, maybe no one was killed. Yeah, thanks.
Well, let's go to John. John in Israel. What have you done? What can you tell us, John? Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was off the record, but I got what I was hoping for on my research trip, and I got things that I wasn't hoping for. I got to visit Faraza, one of the kibbutzim that was basically turned into a killing field. I got a private tour of that. I got to see some of the stuff that was brought into Israel on October 7th, and got even for what I could see from the pictures, I learned what it was and not what I thought it was. I got to meet some of the leadership and understand the uniqueness to the challenges of urban warfare with the underground sub-T that is vast. I got to go into Gaza, into the biggest tunnel, Hamas tunnel that they've uncovered so far, and I got to tour that with some unique individuals. I got to spend a lot of time.
Can you share their pictures with us?
Yeah, I posted it.
No, I'm joking. I mean the pictures of the people that are unique. I'm joking. I know.
I mean, I got to meet Grace from Will and Grace. I mean, it's great that some of these celebrities are coming here so they can use their platforms to spread the message that it is important that Israel destroy Hamas and be given that freedom and do it. So I think those people coming are important. From a research perspective, I gained a lot. Met with a lot of military leadership. Went to the Land Forces Command, Air Force. I mean, I went a little bit everywhere. Didn't really sleep much while I'm here. Pretty smoked. But I learned a lot. They're moving at a unique pace. Learning. I even got a briefing on how they're learning so fast, and the organizations they've stood up to learn at the speed of the battlefield that they need, and be able to distribute those lessons across the force rapidly. Close air support. Like, I mean, I literally have not slept this entire trip, learning as much as I could about it, just to have a better understanding, but also learn about the uniqueness when I come back to write the case study on the battle, the Gaza war. I'll be able to know what questions were the right questions to ask. I learned stuff that I didn't know. I learned, like I said, I learned that what I was taught before wasn't right. Some of it, a lot of it off the record, but it will help me in my analysis or when I'm talking to stop saying something I used to be, or just say a little differently now that I know. But I can't. I'm not. It's all still off the record.
What can you tell us that's you're allowed to say? Like, what's something that's unique, a perspective that you can only get here right now at MriyaReport?
Yeah, I think the perspective that I learned about the October 7th was really the amount of work that the attack of the kibbutzes weren't like accidental on the way to a different objective. It was the walking through. I was a ranger instructor, right? To plan a raid or an ambush, to understand the amount of detail that went into planning of this, that it wasn't, I think there was something in my mind that some people were trying to argue, like many of these places were just like targets of opportunity, what we would call, but no, I mean the paraglider lands on the outside of the kibbutzim. The force goes in and establishes support by fire, sniper positions, cuts off the security forces from their armory, and they start systematically going through and killing and having basically a handbook on how to kill the best ways. From like take the tires out of the Israelis' cars and burn the tires and then roll them into their houses so you can kill them and also burn their houses. Or really and they really wanted to burn stuff. I went to many houses where bodies took 3 weeks to identify because there was nothing left of the bodies. The temperature was so hot that it was really ash. Doing DNA from ashes. Really, really awful stuff. And then I had parents come up to me while I was doing the tour. But from a military perspective, I don't think this. I haven't seen it talked about as much as about like just one kibbutz, how much the force, and there were different ways, but how much the force established a security zone to allow the inner parties to do the mutilations and of everything living. I mean, cows, dogs, babies, the women, and then they pushed out farther. They had teams, like platoons, whose job was to set up linear ambushes and ambush where they thought the IDF or police might be coming. So it was a part of the reason of this, how long that these people had to hold off was because even when the IDF were trying to get to them, they were having to fight through linear ambushes along the main routes, and having to fight through that to get there. And then once the tank showed up, a lot of things started changing. But there's just so many stories of sacrifice and suffering from the kibbutz. But I'm going to write something about it. But I didn't before visiting know about that level of even minor, what we call tactics, the minor tactics of even the turning a kibbutzim into a killing field. Really, I mean, it's really systematic, like the snipers and stuff. That was really surprising to me, honestly.
John, question for you.
Hey,
Welcome
Brian,
back.
what's up?
Welcome out
Yeah.
of dangerous airspace, if you are.
No,
So
I'm still here.
All right. Well, then our prayers are with you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like what you have now seen with your own eyes completely demolishes and destroys this narrative that some of our quote unquote friends on the other side like to push, that, well, Hamas was really only trying to get military targets, and the kibbutzing and all that killing, that was either accidental or it was done by others, or it wasn't part of the plan. Just for the record, John, what do you think of that theory now?
Yeah, 100%. And I think I was giving them the benefit of the doubt because I didn't know, like, yeah, maybe they were, because they did attack military bases. Like maybe that was like a target of opportunity. Like, no, I mean, now having walked the ground, having walked their positions, I mean, it was so deliberate. Like they targeted, like I was at Far Aza, and they landed next to it, and then they went out and executed their plan. It was a planned killing of an entire community, and they did it to multiple of them. It wasn't accidental. So that whole theory of theirs, who haven't been here, right? So they haven't been here. They have a theory that they emotionally try to push on people, and it's false based on the data and the evidence. To the kidnapping kits, to the knives brought in to do the mutilations, to the drugs they brought in, how long they wanted to stay to do this, the dates and the figs and the waters and their own medical kits. They planned to do the killing for a long time, and they had assigned objectives, and the communities were the objective. And the way they cut off all support to the communities, and they had done their reconnaissance of the communities. They knew exactly where to put their sniper positions in that specific kibbutz. They knew exactly where the armory was, and they set up overwatch over the armory, so the internal security volunteers couldn't get to the armory to get their weapons. That is such hogwash. Knowing now,
So it
yeah.
conclusively demonstrates, John, in my opinion, two things. One, reinforces what you and I have been talking about for a month, which is that Hamas is deliberately engineering their quote unquote military strategy around war crimes, one. And two, they're absolute cowards who will go to great lengths to massacre civilians in the worst possible way, but are afraid to fight a real army. My words, not yours, but that's what I'm hearing.
No, that's fact. That's fact. I mean, we're seeing that. I mean, that's 100%. And then it goes into the video too about how, like, I've led soldiers into combat. They don't act like that. That like they're not suicidal. Like they appreciate the enemy. They know they're going to fight a combatant. I mean, those guys knew they were going in to slaughter civilians that were going to be helpless to defend themselves. And when they actually faced an actual military force, then they either ran back into Gaza, and now we're seeing what they're doing on the battlefield, or they were captured or killed. I mean, it's absolutely, I agree with you. Your words, not mine. But
Hey, one last thing, guys, because everyone, including me, would rather hear John talk than me. But just to connect a few threads from before John started talking, which are reinforced by what John had to say. As has been accused as a negative thing, but probably is going on as a very positive thing, it's absolutely crystal clear the U.S. has our own intelligence assets of all types all over that place. And we don't have to leave our common sense at the door. If the president saw U.S. intelligence that 20, 50, 26,000 bodies were piling up, or mass graves, we would be having an entirely different conversation with Israel than is happening. So I would just say, who knows what the numbers are, and any death is horrible and tragic, but there's no way you could hide that many bodies from U.S. intelligence. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
I came up for you. Hey, you got something for
Oh,
me?
sorry. Yes, I wanted to ask you about the tunnel system near the Eris crossing. Like, what can you share with us publicly? We were speculating what it would be used for, whether it's an attack tunnel, whether it's used for moving rockets or missiles. What can you tell us about that tunnel system specifically?
Sure. I made a post about it with many of mine, but that's an informed question. So, based on the size of the tunnel with all its offshoots, this battalion-sized tunnel, but the grade of the incline where it was meant to come up to the surface. They usually don't breach the surface. I strongly believe, based on my experience in tunnels and tunnel warfare, that it is an invasion tunnel. It was built for the purpose of being able to flow in some type of coordinated attack, like October 7th, being able to flow thousands of soldiers up to the last point of departure, right? So we do that in the military, right? We will try to secure yourself and usually in some type of combat vehicle. Then you get out at the last point of departure and you start your attack. There's this underground, so they built this tunnel to where it brings them up to, I mean, this thing is like 100 meters from the wall. They said 400 meters from the Eris crossing, but I think they're talking about the hangar, which is the processing center for the civilians and everything. This thing is like right outside the wall. This is an invasion tunnel, in my opinion. Highly sophisticated with advanced ventilation. Clearly, because of the vehicles, you can't have the same kind of people ventilation. There are also some shafts that were interesting, as in the shafts went both horizontally, break to the branches, but they also went vertically down, which kind of makes me think that there used to be a tunnel that they were trying to go under the wall beforehand, and then they had to make an adjustment once the wall got more advanced, and that tunnel, unless there's layers of a tunnel that I think it connects to a tunnel that was meant to go under. Like if it was, if it had a flat horizontal slope, you would think that that's what it was designed for. But the fact that this right at that last minute, and it has that steel liner too, which is interesting. That last bit, it reminded me so much of being in tunnel number 3 along the North-South Korean border, which is known to be an invasion tunnel where they want to flow thousands of troops in a surprise attack into the other side as part of an invasion. So I don't think it was a rocket transporting tunnel at all, or even a tactical tunnel, because of where it's at, right? There are tunnels of a large size that break off to like a battalion tunnel that has company offshoots, and then you have down to the platoons which go into the buildings. There are that things going on, but this one was very specific in that reach and size of it on purpose, which actually requires some interesting, which is really important for me to get in there to see the type of engineering that was there with the concrete precast and all of it being reinforced, steel reinforced concrete with a rebar. There's a lot in there. It would be really hard to destroy it too, but just by on the years of work to build it.
Thank you, sir. Ashkan, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I jumped in pretty recently, so apologies if you've covered this. Whenever there's like a sneak attack, like on October 7th, there's bound to be friendly fire. So again, if you remove the religious flavor of this conflict, which makes people very sensitive about the following, I just wanted your thoughts since you were there. You've seen some reports where it's like, yeah, you know, the IDF in the fog of war maybe shot some Israelis, tanks firing on the kibbutzes. From what you saw there, and even from your conversations with the IDF, how much truth is there to that from what you gathered? And again, sorry if this has been covered, but since you're there, I just thought I would.
No, I know, no, fine. I didn't ask that question, right? Out of respect.
Of course, yeah.
I think it's been based on what I saw, and I didn't go to all the kibbutzes, and I do know about the tanks responding. Actually, that's the moment in which the war changed, because just the sound of a tank showing up, that's when the kibbutzes were liberated, really, when that level of firepower showed up. So of course they were firing in the kibbutzes. I think the friendly fire was. I saw no results of that, especially in the kibbutz I was in. I can't say with that I got all the evidence. I think it happens. Maybe it happened, but it would never be of the scale that the other all these disinformation agents are saying in the quantity of the 1,200 civilians slain, that what that would be, something that Israel did. I saw no evidence of that.
I'd even caveat. The only people that said that are usually the pro-Hamas people that said it was all, the reason why it's such a ridiculous statement or question or premise is rather as you've just heard John say, they have the videos, they have the surveillance, they saw that Hamas had set themselves up, they had flanking, they had forces to block reinforcements just so that their people could go in through the kibbutz and murder and mutilate people, burn them alive, burn down houses. That's all on their video, that's all on the kibbutz's videos. And for people to say, and one of the claims is, the kibbutzes, the people were burned so badly because the IDF burned them down. It doesn't even deserve the respect of and I'm not saying to this questioner, but to those who've said this over the last 2 months, it's an asinine statement. And it doesn't, there are the videos, they actually know, there have been, I've personally seen several videos of different, actually Caracal tank commanders who were led to a target by dismounted infantry, and she asked, are there civilians in there? And he actually said, I don't know. And they didn't even shoot at it, because even if there was a terrorist in there that the guy said there was, they didn't want to take the chance. So on balance, I'd say the chances of friendly fires in the kibbutz were far lower than, say, in Gaza itself. So the proof is in the pudding. Thanks.
Yeah, just to first of all, thank you, John, and Yehuda. I think I agree overall. I think the only context was that, again, if you remove the propaganda and very personal nature of the struggle, where people are going to take what they want and not question the sources, there were some reports, especially at the rave. So that's why I want to take the opportunity to ask John to kind of remove it from the, reasons why people would have, an agenda to kind of promote it. I would just think, again, in general, I would be surprised if there would have been no friendly fire, just because of the, the surprise element of it, and the fact that it was kind of, targeting, even if it wasn't targeting a rave and the rave happened to be there, or whatever you read or heard, it's just like, it would be normal that there would be some. I just think it's unfortunate that, then it was, people ran with it for propaganda purposes.
Well, you can't have friendly fire when you don't have forces in place, right? So they attacked the kibbutzes, as we've just said. Their security teams were unable to get to the army to even get weapons in many cases. So they were being hunted down by Hamas. The whole premise is insane. It's not even insane. It's just illogical and silly because when you refer to the initial attack, when most of the civilians were killed, was actually in the first few couple of phases of Hamas attack. By the time the IDF got around, most of the civilians in those kibbutzes were killed in two kibbutzes in specific. So it doesn't cut the mustard there. Okay, there were stories in the south of south of Gaza, and the southern Gaza envelope. There are many stories where a troop of tanks literally, defended against 400 terrorists, but in some cases just running them over, and that was a mass of people just running towards kibbutzes, and they stopped anywhere there was an issue with civilians. They've been interviewed extensively on Hebrew television. I'm sure someone in Israel wants to come up and talk about it. I think Ofer is there, so yeah, I hope that helps explain it.
Yeah, I have another question totally unrelated, but if you want to go to somebody else, you could bring me up whenever you'd like, or I could ask it now. You let me know.
Just go real quick.
Sure.
Yeah.
So again, part of the surprise element of this whole thing was how the IDF has a certain reputation for intelligence, and again, the Israeli force need no introduction. So when you're on the ground speaking to them on a psychological level, again, to the extent you can share, want to share, what was the psyche of the IDF and the individual soldiers where, there was a lapse in time that they reacted, et cetera, et cetera. Just very curious on the ground. Very few of us have that insight and access.
Yeah, I mean, most of what I got is an army focused on the war at hand. So we didn't really talk about. I mean, I did talk about the responses, and it was more focused on the enemy capabilities and what the enemy brought in, what the enemy did, and the sheer savagery and the scale of it. I have talked to a lot of Israelis about what the nation was feeling, and kind of like September 11th, just story after story of this is where I was, this is what I was doing, this is the call that all the phones started going off, and we all responded, we rushed there. That deeper conversation of, I think there seemed to be a lot of, we'll deal with that later. The investigations and the never again, the over reliance on technology, many things. I didn't have those conversations. I was really focused on how the war is going right now, but also looking at what happened on October 7th. So combining those two research topics, I didn't get into what is your feelings on how it happened. They're really, although the conversation is do not forget what happened October 7th. It's very focused on the war, but also on the north, on the Hezbollah. I mean, everything that Hezbollah has done since October the 7th in normal times would warrant a full-scale war as well. So it's really unique in that aspect. But no, I didn't run into those conversations, and I wasn't asking those questions in the research that I was trying to do in a short amount of time that I'm on the ground.
All right, thanks for that. Let's go to Marcus for a question for John. Quick questions, since John can't take too long.
Yep.
John, Long John, get it? No Long Johns tonight. He's in Israel. It's too hot. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I don't have much. I keep up for you, Yehuda, because.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Marcus, real quick.
Yeah, thanks. John, I was wondering if you could say, and this is referencing only what you've described so far, not other information or intelligence, but has this gotten too sophisticated to believe that it was carried out by a non-state actor? Thank you.
I mean, this is opinion, not nothing based on evidence, but the sheer scale of this, and the technologies, the different types of weapons, Iranian weapons, North Korean, Russian, self-made, Gaza developed weapons. I believe strongly, because I'm an old soldier who actually suffered from Iranian-backed forces in Iraq, killing my soldiers. Those Iranian-backed technologies. That this is, yes, non-state actor. I mean, I don't want to get into the complexities of Gaza itself, but it's not a new. Everybody knows that Hamas, as much as Hezbollah, is an Iran-backed force. Period. Like that's not even almost like debatable, right? And I got M here. And did you see Iran's hand in October 7th? Of course, the military planning, whether they sent trainers or sent Hamas to Iran to be trained. I mean, the level of military planning and the execution of this operation was very professional. It really warrants state backing, like Quds Force and IGRC, but even the weapons, the evolution of weapons, a lot of it, yes. But some of that's opinion, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, John, I know what's one of your takeaway points there. So you saw what you saw. You saw the complexity and the deliberate behavior of Hamas and around these two kibbutzes, for example. And they weren't military targets, right? These were just civilian settlements, correct?
Correct.
And so there'd be no excuse to have cutoff forces that are positioned outside or on the the sides of the town in order to make sure that people can't rescue them. And you said something about they even brought their own knives, mutilate people, and whilst people watched on.
Yeah, and I didn't mention. I mean, the culpability, of course, is in the execution of the killing fields, but I didn't mention the which I didn't know about. I heard a little bit about this, but those second, third, fourth waves of Gazans, whether Hamas, PJI, or just regular citizens coming in to the kibbutzim while these basically serial killers are executing their killing plan, house to house, with burning being a big interest, mutilations being a big interest. But then you had these other things that I'm trying to figure out what the right wording will be for writing about it, like scavengers, like stepping over the mutilated bodies to go through their clothes and pick the clothes that they wanted, and the toys and the refrigerators, or whatever it was. But the scavengers that came in this killing field to take from these people after they've been slaughtered and go through their stuff, that wasn't in the October. It isn't in the video. Maybe I'd heard about it, but to see it and to get walked through it was really unique.
Any way you could describe that as freedom fighting or freeing Palestine? I'm just curious. Loaded question.
No, yeah, softball question. No, I mean, you guys, and I've in combination with what I wrote about the October 7th video, how this is very a special kind of evil, a very personal type of evil. This isn't launching a mortar around at a house, even if it's full of civilians. This is a very unique, psychotic, like something wrong mentally type of killing that was done at a massive scale. So no, not freedom fighters, not no other choice, but what did you all that ridiculousness. This was pure evil, criminal, serial killing, for the gruesomeness of it, like not for a political objective. We didn't even talk about like the uploading of their own atrocities on their videos and on the victims' videos. It was just so, yeah. And then to talk to a parent on the ground, which I didn't really want to do, it just happened to happen, where a parent of a slain young man and his fiance revisiting where they were killed, and wanted me to make sure. He said that people are calling these guys terrorists. Like, that's not right. They're calling them animals. That's not right. The only word is monsters, which goes back to my my serial killer comment. Well, sometimes like there's a Netflix show, you call them monsters because it's almost it's not human what these guys, what Hamas did to the kibbutz on purpose, planned, purpose, monstrous carnage.
I mean, there's no other way to view it, right? You can't like, oh, it was a mistake. They, we're hearing from the anti-Israel side. They'll say, well, some civilians may have been caught up, and Hamas killed them by accident.
Right, that's a Hinkle comment, right? I've heard Hinkle say that. Yeah,
and it's a little outrageous, isn't it?
Yeah,
a lot outrageous.
John, welcome to Israel. It's Ofer. I'm happy to see that you come to our country and to see all the horrible, and I very hope that you provide the vision. Yes, I can
Sorry,
speak.
Well, I was going to say we have our hands up, but he's got limited time. Do you have a question for John that would benefit the audience? Instead of thanking him, send him a
I
DM.
see that Ashka want to ask me something, and I didn't understand his English what he asked.
Oh, I'm not sure. We're gonna have to wait on that because John said, Marcus, another question for John. Ophir, just wait with your question for someone else. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, yeah. I was just wondering. do you think an average infantryman could perpetrate these types of killings? How do you obtain people that could do these things?
It's a good question, right?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. It's almost a psychology question, right? It has to be like cruelty to animals. Like there's actually, of course, criminal psychology of people that can do really bad things, to include things you do to them as kids, and indoctrination, fundamental thinking. But even, I mean, they did awful things to the animals in this place too. So no, not a normal infantry, not a normal. Again, this is a very, as an old, infantryman myself and commander of infantry soldiers. If I were, you can't just say, look, I'm ordering you guys to go do that. It's not the one way. It's not the way it works. And two, it is so much that's not human, and that's not what you saw in the video. Like even after the fact. So if I only visited the kibbutz and only saw the carnage, I'm like, oh, maybe they were ordered to do this. Like literally, like Soviet style with a gun to his head. Okay, I want you to kill this person. That wasn't what the video shows, right? Which is their videos of gleefully doing this, and like literally psychotics. I mean, so dehumanizing children and women and cutting babies out of pregnant women, and it just, how do you do that? I don't know, but how do you do it at this scale? Like, yeah, how could you do it? You could probably find one mentally unstable person, you develop him to be like this thing. But how do you do it for like 2,000, 3,000 of them? It's pretty crazy to think about, really.
You think drugs played a big part or a partial part? I mean, how do they get
Partial part, yeah.
toxicology on a lot of these guys?
I got a little more brief on that, on the drugs that they used and the drugs that,
Captagon. What would
yeah,
they use?
Captagon.
Captagon, is that like a poor man's methamphetamine, or is I don't know. What
Yeah,
is
it's
that?
like a speed, yeah, but it actually reduces inhibitions as well. I personally don't like that as almost like a cop out, like but it's
Yeah,
real.
no, that doesn't
Yeah,
like to remove culpability, but I'm
yeah,
just because it just
no,
seems that some of these people were like, it just seemed madness, and some of the videos and
yeah,
the sexual assaults and the
yeah,
rapes and all this crazy stuff. It's like, I mean, just seems out of this world, to be honest with
yeah. I mean, the evidence support. It's definitely. I saw the evidence, right? I went to the warehouse where like the syringes, and they not only took it, they brought more with them to keep taking it, because they planned to hold the ground for a lot longer than they did.
you.
Honestly,
Wow.
and
So wait, hold on. It's not a pill. It's it's a needle.
yeah, well, they had morphine for actual for trauma kits as well. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah, yeah,
Okay. So Captagon, I don't know how it's injected, but anyways,
It's a
here's the
pill.
other.
It's a pill, Yoda.
yeah.
It is okay. I thought so. Okay. So what about any like the notion? Like, could you say, now that you've seen it for yourself firsthand, could you say there's any room to ever offer any credence to the claim that the civilians killed by Hamas that day were anything but deliberate brutal slaughter, or as like they like to paint like we were just trying to kill soldiers and we accidentally stabbed and mutilated 400 people in this one town. Obviously that's silly, but you can now say in your own opinion that this was clearly purely planned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times we got to say it for people, but that's all bullshit. There's no way, based on all the evidence, that any killing of the civilians was accidental on the way to kill a military force. They targeted the village, isolated it, and then conducted the carnage on purpose. They had a book explaining how to do it to the best ability, to include how to burn better the houses. Has nothing to do with if you had a military target to do that to. I mean, they had a very detailed plan to target these helpless civilians, to lock it down and take their time and doing it. And then other people joined in. I don't know if that was part of the plan. That might be the only. Oh yeah, maybe I give you some credence on that. Like the scavengers coming in, maybe that wasn't part of the plan. But the deliberate slaughter of civilians wasn't accidental, wasn't anything to do with the military target. It was the plan, and a very highly professional plan to slaughter civilians.
Yeah. And sorry for asking in so many different ways. I think
Yeah.
it's because it needs to be said, right? There are a lot of people who still, we're going to end up going on other spaces or even here, and we're going to hear the stories. Well, it's this, it's
Yeah.
that. and it's just it's disgusting. It's horrible. But we need to
Yeah.
talk about. Quick
Okay, I
question.
gotta go. I got.
Okay. Can you do one more from Sammy just for me?
Thank you,
One
John.
more quick
Sure.
one.
And I gotta say for Staccato, yes, Staccato. I know. I'm sorry. The Hamas or Islamic Republic, the Mullah regime, not Iran. There's millions of Iranians that had nothing to do with this. Yes, I know.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sorry.
Thank you. All right, Sammy.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask John Spencer a question, Colonel Spencer. I think that, in my view, I still think October 7th was, planned to be a military operation. I know that that you guys disagree with that, but what happened, what we do know that happened on October 7th was that 3 military bases were raided and taken over by the resistance groups. So one thing that I don't know if a lot of people in here have read, Franz Fanon and the Wretched of the Earth, but Piotr mentioned
He doesn't have a lot of time, Sammy. So let's get to that question, and we can talk later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Piotr did tell us that there were civilians that just made it through the border fences on October 7th, and a lot of people, if you read Fanon, you'll know that civilians can actually be even more extremist. Those who are
Okay, so Sammy, Sammy, let's do this. So let's say, yeah, they did attack 2 bases, but what do you have to say about John's irrefutable evidence there that these 2 villages were cut off, they were isolated, they had actual forces, they're on video, you could see their positions, you saw where they were sat. There, you can't explain that away, Sammy. It was a deliberate attack on villages.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely
Unless you don't believe John, right?
No,
That's
no.
the other.
I do believe there was a deliberate attack on villages, but I believe that it was more for the purpose of hostage taking, and I believe that the people who did
All right.
in fact civilians were Gazan civilians, not people who were a part.
But we Sammy, when the videos come out, probably in 6 months, a year, it's literally Hamas doing it. They literally taped themselves doing what John's referring to, and it's verified by the kibbutz's cameras and iStar. It's you can't walk this one back. It's not a win for anyone. It's certainly not a win for the Palestinians in the end. All right,
Yeah.
thanks, John. Do you want to follow up, and then I know you got to run.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that. I mean, again, not backed up by the evidence I saw. When the paraglider didn't fly off course, the paraglider was directed at the community, and the first echelon secured it and placed the snipers, and started the killing. That's the first waves, literally everything, more than I even imagined. So, not to say I would go down to believing the ideals, and I agree that some military bases were also to include the Erez crossing that I went to, very deliberately attacked with wall breaches and massive attacks of the soldiers at that crossing. There are 22 points of penetration along the border, multiple objectives. They had massive forces whose objective was the villages, the civilians, for the purpose of slaying civilians, based on the evidence. I mean, like the paragliders and the first echelon forces to lock it down and cut off the armories. That civilian wave you're talking about, the scavengers and stuff, was after, and how the books systematically instructed on how to not just take hostages. I'll give you that. Yeah, they had hostage taking kits, but the books also said, and I saw with my own eyes, take their tires, light their tires on fire, put it in their houses, so you'll kill the ones in the houses and you'll burn it down, and then all the slaying, of course, on top of that. But it's
too much evidence there, John.
Yeah, too much evidence. Okay, I'm gonna drop down.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, and you're always welcome. Please give us an update when you next can.
John,
All right.
one question about Houthis.
We'll ask that after. Just John's got to run. He's got a hard stop, Dakota. We love you, but we got to go. Thanks, John, and definitely stick around for John. And we could talk about some of these comments. Look, Sammy, he saw the manuals, how to murder the civilians. It didn't say how to take them all hostage, how to murder them, how to burn their houses down. You got to get off of that, and some of your friends got to get off it too. It doesn't make you look good. It doesn't make the cause look good, is what it does. No one knows who we are individually, but it certainly doesn't help the cause. Hamas are a terrorist group who don't care about human life. They benefit from that from that terror. All right, M, who was
Yehuda,
next? Was
any
Brian
interest
wanted to
real
jump
quick
in.
for some breaking?
What? Sure, real quick, and then we're gonna go Brian. Sorry.
IAF over Beirut, and wide range of targeting of locations in Lebanon at this time.
Okay, so it means that, well, we knew that earlier, right? It happened earlier, so it happened again, you're saying?
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago. So it could very well mean that Hezbollah was going to do something dumb and the Israelis said, nope, we'll do it for you. Brian, what does that mean internationally? Preemptive striking. What kind of evidence do you think Israel would have obtained and shared with their allies to say, we've got to do this to Lebanon because something's happening? What do you say?
Well, I think it was an imminent threat, and I think it was probably discovered and enabled by U.S. and Israeli and other intelligence services. I don't think they'd be wasting resources right now if they didn't really have to. Here's 2 points I wanted to make. One is, guys, just remember Occam's razor. I get uncomfortable, which is the simplest explanation is usually right. I get uncomfortable when we talk about the drugs and the supposed mental illness and how else can you explain this behavior? The way you explain the behavior, not to say no one was on drugs and no one was mentally ill, but the way you explain it is that the Gazan UNRWA schools have been training these kids since they're 5 years old on exactly why to hate Jews and exactly how to slaughter them. So I think that's the most simple explanation. They did what they did because that's what they were trained to do, and that's what they were told to do. A. B, to Sammy's point, look, Sammy, at this point, having heard everything John has said, that he witnessed with his own eyes, and having seen all the evidence that Israel and the US have declassified and released, there's only 3 explanations for your statement. One, you just think John's a liar and all the evidence is faked. I guess you can think that if you want. 2, you haven't been listening, including to the training manuals found on the Hamas terrorists for how to murder civilians in specific locations. Or 3, you're just a Hamas propagandist and you don't care. Thanks.
Yeah, I actually am curious to see the training manuals because I just didn't catch that part. So if someone could link it to me, I'd appreciate that.
So you're saying, Sammy, that once those training manuals come out, however long it takes to get them processed and declassified, you will change your view and apologize, right?
So John just saw them in Jerusalem. He wasn't sharing them in the space. Sorry, I didn't.
I don't think. I'm sure he wasn't allowed to take them out. They're intelligence documents.
That's my misheard. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe
Sammy,
it's okay. That's a no. It's okay.
Well, when remember I said to you, Sammy, when it all comes out, there are going to be a lot of red-faced, embarrassed people who said the strangest things, right? They're there. This was known from the beginning, right? All of this was known. It wasn't a secret. Because it might not have been known to everyone, that's another story. But it's quite bad stuff. Okay, Em, can you help out with there are a lot of hands of people who want to speak. If you want to speak and you're on the panel, please raise your hand. If not, we're going to let other people come up. Thanks.
Right, let's go to Stealth first, then JP, then Marcus. Stealth, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. A couple quick things. Turkey is moving tanks into Syria. And then did you guys hear Blinken's statements this morning from the White House? He came out very aggressively and said Hamas the request should not be to cease fire from Israel. The request should be coming to Hamas that they should be giving up the hostages. And why are we making the victims responsible and not the aggressors? He came out very strongly from the podium.
Yeah.
There's
we talked about that.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just looking at the movements right now and the escalation, I feel like Hezbollah is increasing its activity because they know that there's an impending response in Houthi town, we'll call it the Houthi town. And I think that you're seeing an escalation in Syria as well. I was just curious if there was any response from the U.S. regarding the attacks or in the last 48 hours in Syria, or if there's any joint statements regarding that movement. But I think I predicted the escalation over and over again in the north, and I don't know if they're doing it because they're very close to leadership in Gaza, and they're getting way too close, and therefore they're doing this to escalate it to increase tensions, to increase peace talks. I know that there's talks between two state actors right now for the hostages again. Have you guys gotten an update on that? There's another meeting that just
So
occurred that's off the
yeah,
books.
so
Thanks.
regarding the unfolding situation very quickly. So what's happening in Lebanon is that Hezbollah is refusing to withdraw beyond the Litani line, and the Israeli government will not accept the continuous threat to the northern communities. Period. Either Hezbollah withdraws beyond the Litani line and they stop firing at Israeli communities, and Lebanon as a state carries its international responsibilities and delivers its obligations to prevent sources of fire coming out of its sovereign territory against another sovereign country, or else. And I believe that we are probably entering the or else phase right now. Maybe Eric and Iris can comment on that going forward. What's happening in Syria is that Turkey is being opportunistic, and maybe they are seeing an opportunity there to go in, establish a new de facto reality on the ground in specific regions where they have certain interests. Who knows? It's a little bit too early to understand exactly what the Turks are doing at this point. Regarding the hostages, yes, Hamas, the meeting today in Cairo was a little bit tense. I believe that Egyptian officials tried to convince them to deliver the list of the names of the hostages that they have, but instead they refused. So they asked for a 2-week ceasefire, and that was denied by the state of Israel. And the state of Israel offered a 1-week ceasefire, so they went back and said, "Okay, no hostages or no discussions of the hostages until a ceasefire starts." And they didn't define the period of time for that truce or ceasefire, which is basically trying to muscle the state of Israel into getting a concession out of them, a political concession, a complete ceasefire without a defined time frame. They will take that back to their people, and they will take that back to the region and say, "Oh, hey, we made the IDF stop. We won. We forced them to stop their military operations." On the battlefield, they are defeated, and they are on the cusp of being completely destroyed. But the only card they hold right now is the hostages, and they're trying to maximize their gains out of that card, knowing how important and sensitive the hostages problem is for the Israeli government domestically and for the Israeli people as a whole, because they want to see their people returned back safely. Yemenis, well, a lot of bravados. It's just a video. They gave them a couple of cans of Coca-Cola and a bag of chips and told them to march waving flags. Big deal. They don't have power projection, and therefore there is no point in marching all those idiots and arming them even. They have no way whatsoever to deliver them to the battlefield unless they are planning to march across Arabia, and I believe the Saudis are not going to allow that to happen. So that's touching on all the points you raised, Stealth.
Okay, so one more thing. The problem they're having is they did not take care of some of their hostages properly, the females. And so this is something that they're on the back foot on. So I'm just curious if there's anything publicly been stated on that. And then they found more hostages overnight, dead hostages. Have we had an update on that?
Yeah. So they're going to end up trading whatever hostages are alive anyway, because they want to get out of Gaza. They don't care if the world knows they're rapists, because we already know. So I know that that was something that came out, but there's already enough, proof. So
No,
it will
I
keep
just
coming.
wanted to know did they find these dead hostages, and do we have any details if they're male or female? The ones that were found overnight again.
Unsure, maybe Iris and Israel knows, but we'll find out. Let's get to some other hands and sit tight, everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Stick around. We're just gonna go to some other hands. And who is next? Iris.
Iris, go
Hey,
ahead, please.
hi everyone. Okay, so the host for me, like what's like the headlines at the moment in Israel are the hostages. I asked you and I showed you what was like Egyptian officials told the Wall Street Journal. Now it's like catching all the Israeli headlines here. So basically, Hamas has said no to the Israeli offer. This is what I said a few hours ago, and also regarding the statement of Biden with that together. So basically, the hostages issue now is going to be a key player and we're going to see this moving forward massively. Just wanted to ask you a little bit if you know more details, because I'm seeing most of the stuff. But what was the direct involvement of Egypt in it, and Qatar, and how have things folded to Hamas saying no? And was there any other issues on the table there? So that's what I would love to know. Regarding the north, yeah, it's in like 10 minutes, as I said, 10 to 15 minutes ago. Sirens again, the area of Kiryat Shmona, Galil Elyon. So yeah, we'll need to see, where we're going with it. I'm also talking about it very carefully, because I don't want to, bring any propaganda or misinformation to the stages. But we'll have to really look at how the northern border is developing, and the Lebanon issue and Hezbollah. So can you elaborate a little bit? That would be great.
As far as I understand, Egyptian officials have been pressuring Hamas to at least deliver a name list of the hostages they can reach right now, and they have. I don't know if they did that or not. I don't know what they discussed in Warsaw between the Qatari foreign minister, the head of the CIA, and the head of Mossad. I'm not privy to that, but I'm assuming that was related to a truce of sorts. Ismail Haniyeh and apparently Khaled Mashal as well were in Cairo today. I don't know if they left, if they have left yet or not. I don't know if they're spending the night, and this is ongoing negotiations. But so far, what the offer was, or the first demand, they demanded a 2-week ceasefire. And the Israeli government responded by saying, no, just 1 week only. And in response to that, they said, okay, we will not discuss hostages until a ceasefire is put into place. And this is where it stands right now. I don't have any further information. I don't know what else they're asking for, but it seems what they are asking for specifically, their primary request or the primary point on their agenda is a ceasefire. And I explained they want to use this politically against Israel. And they want to sell that talking point to the Arab world as well, saying that we forced the Israelis to stop. The narrative for this has already started picking up steam. So for the last 24 hours, they started, the Egyptian Islamists, very prominent people, Asim Abdelmegid from the Islamic group, for instance, he mocked President Sadat, and he said Sadat stopped the fighting after a couple of days, saying that the United States got into the fight or got into the war. I look at the resistance fighter. They have been fighting for X amount of days, and they're still standing. They're winning on the battlefield, which is completely delusional. But they're setting conditions in the information space right now for this narrative to take hold, that they want to sell the period of time that, quote unquote, the resistance managed to, quote unquote, withstand military operations against Israel, or sustain guerrilla warfare against Israel. They will try to sell that as a victory. And a lot of people will be receptive of this, and a lot of people will accept this, sadly. So this is where it stands right now. Back to you, Iris, for a follow-up before we go to Eric
So
first.
really
And then,
quickly, did you see the
okay.
incoming rockets from Lebanon right now?
Yeah, that's
There's-
what
Yeah.
Iris just said.
Yep.
So back to
Okay,
you, Iris,
thank
for
you.
a follow-up on the hostages.
Yeah, I'll come on in with some more stuff as I get it, and I'll of course refer
Okay.
to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iris. Eric first. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, just want to comment on the escalation with Lebanon, because we have to pay very close attention to what's going to happen in the next few hours. I would say, if the IDF is the IAF is attacking a number of targets north of the Litani, which is another signal to Hezbollah. Again, everything in the context of the number one goal that the IDF has and Israel has at this moment diplomatically is to push Hezbollah north to adhere to 1701, UN Security Resolution 1701, and to push them north of the Litani. So what we are seeing is, yes, responses to Hezbollah attacks along the border or to rocket attacks, but we're also seeing it in the context of the rules of engagement, or the rules of the game, as we've seen over the last few weeks and what we've seen over the last few years, to be honest. So escalations, it's going to take a step ladder move. So, the more that Hezbollah escalates, the more Israel escalates, one after another after another. If the IDF did identify an imminent threat, then they will immediately target it. And we have to consider, and I'd love to hear what Brian has to say, what the strike force in the Mediterranean, the U.S. strike force may do, especially if Hezbollah steps up even more their rocket and missile attacks towards the center of Israel, not just along the border in Kiryat Shmona and Magen Am in those areas, but the central Galilee area, and possibly even as far as Haifa. Now, Haifa has been a major target and is signaled as a major escalation on the part of Hezbollah in the past. So I would pay attention to that moving forward. But again, all in the course of the messaging campaign that's being done by Israel to Hezbollah, saying either you do this diplomatically, or we will do what you are asking us to do, which is to
Eric,
engage.
and I'm just gonna interrupt for the audience's sake. So Litani River is a river in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah, during the course of the situation here in the last few months, began to amass troops south of it. The Israelis said, "You got to move those because we don't trust you, and we're fighting a war." The Hezbollah said, "Nothing, or go away." And the Israelis have given them ample time to smarten up, and they don't want to play around and find out. So it looks like the finding out stage of that event is what's going on. So for those who are messaging, obviously, Eric, not everyone knows about the river, or why is it even escalation, right? They might just say, "Oh, that's just Israel being mean. Why are they doing that?" Because Hezbollah is on a war footing and they're attacking from Lebanon, and they've got too many troops in a place they should not have them. Thanks. I just wanted to give context to the audience. Eric, go ahead.
Appreciate it. No. And I made my point, which is we have to pay close attention to see what the developments will look like. But again, all in the context and the course of the tit for tat diplomatic side, engaging with the military side. So important to say. Brian,
So,
anything to add?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead, Eris. Go ahead.
yeah, I just sent you a video that just came out of the attacks from the north like 10-15 minutes ago. If you want to look at it and share it in the nest, you have it.
Iris, they used anti-aircraft towards that helicopter, and they had to withdraw. Did you bring that up yet?
Not yet. I just I'll send you the video still so that you can see what the hits on Ed
They tried to hit a
very interesting video.
Yeah, they tried to hit a. Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
All right, who is next?
Well, just
Sammy,
to Eric's
Oh,
question
Brian.
that he asked me. So look, I've said this before. I still believe it. I think the United States and Israel, at least, have agreed on multiple escalating levels of target sets against Iran and Iran's proxies. And it's absolutely crystal clear that the US Navy has enough firepower in the region to do serious damage to any Iranian strategic interest they want, up to and including their nuclear program. Beyond that, where the red lines might be, I don't think it's wise to speculate, but I would quite certain that whatever the division of labor is between the IAF and IDF and the U.S. military is highly coordinated. Thanks.
Fair enough. Sammy was waiting. Do you have a question, Sammy?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, to you and M, because you told me that you think that this will all be over and Hamas will be defeated in the next 2 months, and M, just recently mentioned that they're on the brink of defeat. I just want to question that because especially as an American, people are very skeptical of people saying that we're gonna defeat these terrorists in super fast and it's going to be over real quick. And then we had Iraq, Afghanistan for 20 years. So I guess my question is how does Israel expect to actually what evidence
How do they get rid of Hamas?
actually on the brink of defeat?
I'll give you a simple answer. It's a good question, Sammy. The difference is the terrorists that attacked America were located all over the planet. Hamas, the people who perpetrated this attack operationally and tactically, are literally in probably an area the size of the neighborhood you live in, whatever city you live in. So there's only so much terrain they can be in, and there's only so much ground they can be underneath. So this is not there's no secret escape James Bond tunnel that flies out into the Mediterranean and they make it somewhere. So if you look at Gaza, I'm using miles, I think it's 50 miles by 4 miles or 30 miles by 4 miles or something like that, and a good 30% of that is uninhabited. So the Israelis are already there. They've already taken over northern Gaza, so they're clearing sections of that, and they're going to do that in southern Gaza. It's not a big piece of real estate. So the people they want are in that piece of real estate, and there's others floating around Qatar, and they'll get to them eventually. So yes, Hamas will be operationally destroyed. Hamas is already operationally destroyed. They have some functionality. It's not command and control led. It's definitely, very localized actions taking place. They're done. They're done already. The question is the coup de grace, the finishing touch to Hamas's capabilities. No one's saying that doesn't mean someone has a thought of Hamas in their brain. We'll never know that, right? But as far as the stuff they can do already, when the Israelis, when you heard about these latest tunnels, the Israelis knew about them weeks ago. There's stuff that we don't know that they know currently that they're not sharing for certain intelligence reasons. So there's way more. When we said there are hundreds of miles of kilometers of tunnels, and we said that they were huge and you can drive trucks in them, and they were 50 to 100 meters deep, and people laughed. No. They're there. They're coming. Just as we said a few weeks ago, give it a few weeks, and we've already gotten some more stuff. You're going to get a lot more. Hamas has nowhere really to go. That's why the hostages are so important to them, because that's their only bargaining chip at this point. Hope that helps answer your question, Sammy. Em, did you want to add in, or do you want to? We'll pick a next hand.
Next hand, it's JP, Marcus, Ariel. JP.
Hi, I'm glad it's come back this way, because I didn't want to distract us from what I wanted to ask Sammy, if I may. I'm curious to understand what makes it so difficult for you to look Hamas in the eye and see its evil. And it's not because I'm trying to attack you, I'm trying to understand it, because I don't think you're an outlier. I think that it seems to me a lot of people struggle to see just how diabolical and evil this atrocity was and their movement is.
Unfortunately, I think Sammy dropped. I don't know.
He quit the space the moment JP started talking.
Okay, I don't know. Well, that's not.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that. I mean, it's not a. We're having a very good flow here, JP. So listen,
No
people
worries.
have their reasons for supporting Hamas or not whatever, not calling it out for what we know it to be. But let's move the ball. Is there a question
Sure.
about this current conversation you want to get into?
No, all good. You can drop me down. I'm happy to listen.
All right, next
Thank you.
M. No worries. Thanks, JP.
Copy that, Marcus.
Thanks. JP, the answer is in Egypt. It's denial. That's how they do it. So.
Oh man, you're joining the dad joke club.
The denial joke I've been using since high school. I'm sorry. Regarding
He stole it. We're exactly the same place I stole it from.
Another Muslim Brotherhood. From the Muslim Brotherhood, right?
He
gotta
stole
get
it
the joke
from
right, though.
What about the
Saturday.
chiropractor?
That was already done.
Okay, guys. I'm writing
The
these
Nile
down.
is not a river in Egypt, is the joke.
All right, let's go.
Maybe the Houthis sent him.
Wait.
Okay, Marcus, go ahead with the question.
Yeah, thank you. So I was wondering if there was more targets of opportunity other that you think would be along the lines of the Lebanese threats that aren't Iran or the Houthis. Like, if they strike a bunch of people at once, what would they do? And the other thing was for Brian, just there's something more than just indoctrination going on, because a lot of the stories of shock troops that did psychologically horrifying things in history in armies were argued to be apocryphal, because we didn't believe psychologically you could get units to act like units in a military and be all like Ted Bundy-ish. Like it's one or the other. You're a psychopath or you're soldiers. How you just turn people into psychopaths is confusing. So something else is going on. I don't know what it is, but I hope that indoctrination hasn't created that level of hatred for Jewish people that can be expressed that viscerally. It's a psychological question here. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, M, answer for that.
I'll try to bring up Brian. If you can approve his request, he can take this one.
Oh God, he was CIA, wasn't he? Oh no, he's gonna school me. Damn it.
Marcus, Wait, hold on.
I just dropped Robin. Sorry about that. We're going to bring you back up. Listen, also, while we wait for Brian to get up here, remember, MriyaReport runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is a 24-hour disinformation space. Not because we give disinformation, but we fight it. You can learn about it. You can understand it. Started in Russia. It's getting all over the world. It's turning into a crazy, hairy situation.
I think I'm
and
up,
we
yeah?
need to continue.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you, Brian. Give it a second. Can Brian hear me?
I can now.
Okay, so just give us one quick second. So we fight disinformation. We talked about it starting in the Kremlin. We talked about their anti-Semitism that they started spouting last year and references to Israel. And, you know, we thought, gosh, when things get really rough for the Russians, they're going to export this and they're going to give a green light to Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And they're going to do something. Some of us thought Hamas. I kind of thought it would be both Hamas, and I thought Hezbollah would play a bigger role. But it looks like they got smart and sat it out. So it's important. All the disinformation, all the fake news, all this ridiculous talking points, accusations. You know, when the Russians committed genocide, they blame the Ukrainians for doing it. When Hamas commits genocide, they say the Israelis killed their own people. It sounds similar because it is similar. So if you can help out, MriyaReport.org. We're a 501c3 in the States. We support really, really great charities in Ukraine and sometimes around the world. We've done one or two outside with refugees and several actually with refugees, Ukrainian, Afghan, and we platformed World Maccabee Union, who is housing 800 now displaced people from the Gaza envelope in their facilities in Tel Aviv. So if you are able to, please consider donating. And if not, just retweet the space and let people know that we exist. We're a great group of people. And if you'd like to join, we also have a volunteer application. You could do so. We're looking for co-hosts. We're looking for audio-visual people. We're looking for computer types, marketing types, anyone who you think, or if it's yourself, that could help an organization like us, please do reach out. Thanks so much, Brian. Go ahead.
Well, just on that point, I am a Maria volunteer and donor, and if anything, Yehuda is underselling the good that they do. So consider at least showing up here every day and retweeting the space. To Marcus's question, I'm going to get this slightly wrong, but there was a unit under Hitler, the SS, Yehuda will know, was it Kommandsgruppen, the Waffen SS Commands, the execution squads. What's the word for that, Yehuda?
Einsatzgruppen?
Yes. Yeah. So here's my opinion on your question, Marcus. The mother and the father of Hamas, or maybe it's more appropriate to say the great-grandfather and the great-grandmother of Hamas, are the OG Nazis. Look up the history of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Soviet KGB. Again, look up the history of the Muslim Brotherhood. And in both of those regimes, particularly the execution squads during and before World War II in the SS, the Jewish and other ethnic execution squads, they only had, I don't know, 6-7 years to indoctrinate these people. And they joyfully, willingly, sadistically sought out and murdered Jews by the hundreds of thousands. And I'm not even talking about the concentration camps here. I'm talking about the squads who would roll into a town in Poland and round up all the Jewish families and anybody else that didn't look Aryan and make them dig their own graves and machine gun them to death and rape them and steal from them and take their property. So it's happened once before, at least. Two, the Soviets under Vladimir Putin, the Russians, have organized and commanded troops not only to commit all the hundreds of thousands of war crimes that they're committing in Ukraine, and I'm sure when the war's over, we're going to find, we already know of atrocities, in the same league as what the Hamas Nazis did. But also, remember, Putin, in order to stop his little Chechen problem about 20 years ago, used gas on an entire building of people, some of whom may have been combatants, but probably the vast majority weren't. So again, I think we're making this too complicated. I think they have people that have enough evil in them to begin with, then they indoctrinate them from the 3rd grade, then they send them out, and as John would say, what you get is 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 Jeffrey Dahmers running around, joyfully committing mass murder. That's my answer.
All right, thanks. I think, yeah,
that's a frightening prospect. Very frightening.
It is. Who is this?
By the way,
Was
sorry, one more
Chicago
thing. One more thing. Welcome to the future. if Russia wins in Ukraine and Israel somehow by some crazy impossibility were to lose in the Middle East. That would be the future.
It would be a dark and dreary future at that. M, was it Decado or Ariel?
Decado.
And then I think it was Stealth, maybe. Okay, go ahead, Decado.
Okay, so I have a question for the room because John left, so I don't know who can answer me. I'm reading all of these things that you know, there's gonna be strikes against the Houthis. And there's this IRGC channel that I was checking, and apparently they have sent some new reinforcements. I cannot, you know, approve this since they lie and propagate all the time, but they have sent a reinforcement for the Houthis, 1,000 men strong, and with new drones and some mid-range missiles. So my question is, if this is proven and there are IRGC members between the Houthis, how will this change the narrative of this ongoing conflict?
M, you want to jump in there?
If there are
Eric,
attacks
maybe?
against if there are attacks against Al Houthis, how is that going to change the
No,
narrative?
they have. No. I'm saying I saw on IRGC channels that they have sent reinforcements for the Houthis, including 1,000 men and drones and mid-range missiles. So if this gets proven and IRGC members are cited between the Houthis, what will this change in the narrative of the conflict?
Probably nothing. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone knows Iran does this all over the Middle East, right? It'll just add to more destroyed Iranian kit and dead IRGC soldiers in Yemen. I mean, it's
but Yehuda, I think there would be one important thing that people should keep in mind about this. As we've said over and over and over, in John Spencer's area of urban warfare, particularly with the tunnels, the density, etc., the IDF has had to adjust their tactics to account for that, obviously, to be within the laws of war and to go beyond them. So things like, you know, dumb bombs without guidance systems, without dive bombing, things like other weapons that you just have not seen used in Gaza, but are lawful under the under the laws of armed conflict. If your enemy is all of a sudden Hezbollah in the middle of the desert in military formation, or your enemy is a Houthi command and control center or a bunch of Houthi troops, those gloves are gone. If there's no significant percentage of civilians in a target area, then many more weapons become available to the IDF. Thanks.
And also
Fair
one
enough.
element
Yeah.
here, if like proper Iranian troops or IRGC troops are, you know, involved in fighting, that's no longer plausible deniability, which has always been the MO of Iran and the IRGC running those proxies anyway. And about sending them resupplies, I mean, how are they sending them? By sea? I don't know. Maybe it's just a
That's
piece of.
exactly my question.
Yeah, I mean, if they're actually
By
sending supplies, yeah, if they're sending supplies or troops by sea, they'll be interdicted. There's no direct, you know, flying route to Yemen right now. So if it's going by sea, the U.S. Navy is there to interdict all this.
Somebody speaking? Yehuda, I'm seeing an echo or hearing an echo.
Yehuda got dropped. So if I may just
Yeah. You were. Hang on, everyone, please.
You were
don't
echoing, but I
unmute.
think you're okay, Mike.
Okay, let's go with the order of the hands very quickly. So, Ariel, then Iris, Stealth, and up and over. Ariel, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to suggest another perspective of the 7th of October in the UN. Recently, there's a scandal in Israel because the UN woman, deputy chief, her name is Sarah Douglas, and she was until the 7th of October, she was publishing and tweeting a lot of false information about Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women and all that kind of stuff that until now no one in all these years submitted one complaint about that. So it's all fabricated because no Jewish man will ever come near to a Palestinian woman. Everybody knows that. But she was publishing and retweeting and tweeting all this misinformation, and now she actually closed her Twitter account because after endorsing all this anti-Semitic information, she was called out because she didn't give any kind of declaration or investigation or at least a speech about it or at least say something about it. You know, one may expect that UN women, after all the rape and all the sexual violence, will say something about that, but and she didn't do a thing about it. So people started to research, and now she closed her Twitter account. So that's a new scandal here. Other than that, today there was a meeting between the foreign minister of Iran and Syria foreign minister and Bashar al-Assad. So it seems that the new front of Syria and Iran is building up, and Turkey is starting to move closer. So it seems that we have a new, what we call the breaking of symmetry. So maybe we will have another scenario that we are not prepared with. So we need to see about that. You know, every time that they are breaking some symmetry or some feature that we are taking for granted, it changes the whole perspective of the futuristic battlefield. Yeah. So we need to take how to say a good surveillance of what we are having and how Iran is building the future battlefield. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Earl. Definitely 2 points to take into consideration. Let's go through the hands quickly. Up and over, please go ahead.
Sure, thanks. I just wonder if you had any comment on the Wall Street Journal reporting that the Politburo of Hamas is meeting with the other PLO to talk about after this is over, joining as a unity government. They reported that Sinwar heard about this and was furious and tried to have the meeting canceled. He wants the war to continue. So can you comment, what do you think the different objectives are at this point between Sinwar and the political leadership?
Just
like, what is Sinwar trying to accomplish?
Okay, wait for that. Just got a call from my cousin in Israel in the north. So it looks as though Iron Dome is going up all over the north of Israel. Please mute.
Yeah.
Please mute your.
I just want to
please,
update on
just,
this.
Just can you please wait a second? I'm just giving an update.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my cousin's actually in the north. So the Iron Dome's going off like a firecracker. Hezbollah has responded by launching more serious salvos into Israel, and that's an interesting development. My cousin, that's where I got disconnected because I got the call and I accidentally clicked on it. So Iris, why don't you say it in lieu of my cousin?
Thank you, Yuda. Yeah, it seems like it's a really kind of rare and very intense. First of all, the IDF is intensely and very rarely doing tonight something we didn't see before. There are talks that are coming in. There's not so much information yet about targeted elimination. That's probably, well, we can't give details yet, but this is one of the things that's happening. But definitely what you see is a rare barrage that Hezbollah took responsibility for in the north. Also at a very, very, at the timing at night that they usually we didn't see it since the beginning of the war, and more so the footage I think that I shared in the nest or in this place here shows this camera that is like really taking a view of what exactly happened, and it's not a usual thing. So definitely we are seeing that things are escalating, but again, we cannot say to where they're escalating, and we cannot say that it's a war. So because but this is what's going on.
I'll give a better update from my customers. So apparently they're aiming. Looks like they're very strangely close to Haifa, towards areas where they've not been doing since the last 2 months, not even since the last Lebanon war. So I don't know if there's a sign of worse things to come, or maybe it's just bravado from the Hezbollah side. But it is something to pay some really close attention to. Yeah, very.
Yehuda, that's typical of Hezbollah. When it wants to escalate the situation, it will grow closer and closer to Haifa. It will start encroaching with its missile attacks and rocket attacks. Their wording
it also and the response could also be just because the Israeli Air Force did something, so they feel they have to do something. The question is, did they launch 5,000 rockets? No, they didn't. It seems like more of their bragging to their own people. Look, we are the resistance too. We're here, but we're not really here.
Their statement is important too.
Yeah,
their public statement of responsibility. Hezbollah, quote, will not allow harm to civilians and the invasion of villages in Lebanon.
Yeah.
There's a breaking. I don't know if
based on that statement, what do you believe?
What Yehuda said, that it's basically them posturing both to the Israelis but also to their own people.
We know that because Hezbollah does that. It's not new.
There's a breaking, some kind of breaking in the France, Germany, England, and the United States published a hazard: don't travel and leave the following states: Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iraq. Okay.
Yeah, the travel advisory makes perfect sense. And to respond to you up and over your earlier question, so we commented on this a couple of times over the last few weeks. I believe personally that there's a schism between the political bureau and the military wing in the Gaza Strip. The fight is probably over who's going to become the next prime minister of the state of Palestine, if that ever happens, or the next prime minister and the next president of the Palestinian Authority. Potentially, the political bureau is trying to appear as the quote-unquote moderate Islamists, and that they are the only ones who can control the violent Islamists or the jihadis, which has always been the play and has always been the thing that Qatar has been doing anyway. So when Qatar supported the Muslim Brotherhood throughout the Arab Spring, that's what they were pitching to Western capitals, is that having moderate Islamists in power will take them away from radicalization and help control the jihadi problem. I believe that it's the same game at play here. Qatar is trying to pitch the political bureau as the more moderate side of Hamas. The two facets of the same coin, basically. They got a taste of the good life, and they want to keep that. And maybe they will make concessions. And what they will do is that they will use what sacrifices the military wing had offered, quote unquote, again, to establish that. And that's why probably Sinwar is going mad, because it's his war. He started it, and he wanted to reap all the benefits. He wanted to reinforce the resistance as a model. It's not a secret that Sinwar and his inner circle are more aligned with Iran. And what's his face? The guy in Beirut, I keep remembering his name, Aruri or someone. He's also more aligned with Iran than the political, than the political leadership aligned with Qatar. So probably what we're looking.
Sorry, go ahead. I got a quick comment after you're done.
Sure. So probably what we're looking at here is that the political bureau is trying to muscle out the military wing, and the military wing is trying to deny, quote unquote, the political gains for the political wing to keep the fight going. And they are trying to exact a concession from the State of Israel and the IDF to establish a ceasefire so that they can have a political gain or a political victory that they can sell over whatever the political bureau is trying to do. That's probably why the political bureau is unable to provide lists of hostages, for instance, or to influence what's going on in the Gaza Strip, because maybe they're not talking to one another.
Sinwar's keeping the cards close to his chest, right? He's the one who's going to lose the most right now, which is probably his life. So he's getting a little pissed off that the political types are trying to see how they can benefit from this more than him, right? No honor amongst thieves. And we're going to see that, right? Because Hamas, the political wing of Hamas think they're off scot-free. They think that they can, work their way out of this one, right? So if they could throw Sinwar and everyone in Gaza under the bus, they're going to do it. But obviously, we know that's not the case, and no one really cares, right, Em?
Well, absolutely. Stealth, then
So, quick
Iris.
follow-up.
Okay, go ahead, up and
If
over.
we're negotiating, because you need to negotiate with the guy who has the hostages and the guns, and the political people are only intermediaries, right? And if there's a schism between those two, how do you know what you're really getting and what's your objective?
Well, the political guys are also Sinwar's way out. Okay, so they're also his ticket out of Gaza if he has a ticket, right? So they're not totally out of the picture. Bit of a triangle, Mexican standoff. All right, who's
Mexican
next?
standoff again, yeah. Because they are his comm channel, basically. They are his link to the outer world at this point. So he needs them in a way as much as they need him in a way. So they need him to continue to apply pressure militarily, and he needs them to continue to apply political pressure and provide him with a channel to communicate what his demands. So that's the dynamic in play right now. Stealth, then Iris.
Yeah, a couple of quick, unusual questions. Has there been any additional movement of generals or troops from Syria, Hezbollah backed, into Lebanon, other than the 5,000 original ones we were told about? That's part one. So if you want to answer that, I'll go one by one.
I don't know.
Yes, there was three from the division 313 back, and they were being substituted by troops from Afghanistan.
Frankly,
Okay, so there has. I'm
it
sorry.
wouldn't surprise me if they
Just
moved
to
Red Dawn
clarify,
forces.
Eric, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
What I was saying, it wouldn't surprise me if Hezbollah started moving Red One forces that were situated in Syria back into Lebanon at this time.
So that's what I was asking. If you've seen anything in the last 48 hours that shows any movement of those troops into that area, because it's been very radio silent.
I've seen no evidence of it, but that would
Could
be
you look
difficult to
again
see.
for me?
2 weeks
Again?
ago.
Look into it.
2
weeks ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Not the original 5,000. That was before that. That's all.
No, the original 5,000 you're talking about the Iraqi. No, they are more than that. Yeah.
Okay.
You need to
all
add
right, so
them.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry for the Christmas music in the background, guys. So sorry, it's the holidays. Second thing.
Merry Christmas to who celebrates.
We need to celebrate in life. Yes. Second question is that meetings between mediators between Israel and Lebanon have said that those meetings have failed in terms of brokering some type of deal. Does anybody know if the U.S. is also involved with that? And what the demand? Egypt.
Egypt, Qatar is pushing themselves all the time, but they are not doing so much. The ones that are really you can count on is the Egyptians.
Okay, and the third.
So no, we're not
comment,
involved.
yeah.
Stealth. We're not involved with negotiations with the Lebanese right now.
Okay, thank you. So that's contrary reports to Ariel. Sorry, Ariel. I'm going to take M on that one for right now.
I'm talking about the hostages. He's talking about Lebanon.
Oh, no. I'm talking about right now, the
Different
Lebanese
subject.
and Israeli mediators are meeting. Yeah, different subject for a deal.
The French are the ones. The French are the ones taking the lead on the negotiations with Lebanon. Stealth.
I understand. Okay, so and the U.S. are not.
As predicted.
The U.S. are not involved, as far as we know. Okay, and then my third question, which I've already forgotten because I keep kind of bouncing between Ariel. I love it, Ariel. I love you. My third question is this: has there been any other strikes in Syria in the last 48 hours from the U.S.?
Yes. No, from Israel.
not the US, Ariel?
Wait, there
For
has
me,
been
I know about Israel.
so
Okay,
there has been a couple of strikes against the Damascus airport. There was one today. Probably it was the Israeli Air Force.
And for those who say that Israel's indiscriminate in their bombing, if you've heard, how many times have you heard the words Damascus airport bombed? They could destroy the whole thing if they wanted. They're doing very precise attacks on weapons convoys. I mean, you can't possibly have heard this so much and thought, gosh, they must have rebuilt it. No, they're not trying to limit civilian aviation or to degrade the country. They're trying to stop Syria from supporting terrorists from trying to blow up Jews and Israelis in general. Thanks.
so I do
There's
believe they had a
actually
tunnel system there under the airport. Is that true that they had a tunnel?
no. It's just interdicting the runway. There's an ongoing drinking game in the analyst community since 2013, I think, when the Obama administration said that the Syrians have quote unquote formidable air defenses. So the drinking game goes as follows: every single time you hear Damascus airport or you see Damascus airport got hit, regardless of what time of the day it is, you say formidable air defenses and you take a shot. So that has been ongoing for 10 years right now, and it's taking a toll on
And that
my liver for sure.
that's why
Lest
the
we
entire
forget, of
analyst
course,
community. That's why the entire analyst community has cirrhosis now.
lest we
Yeah,
forget,
we're
of
going
course,
bananas basically.
and lest we forget the time there was an interdiction at Damascus airport. The Syrians waited 25 minutes, fired an anti-air missile after Israeli jets were well back on base, and they hit a Russian plane over the Mediterranean.
I mean, even the Russians are shooting down their own fighter jets using their own air
Also, yeah.
defenses. Who knows? Who knows?
It's a
Stealth, any
nightmare.
more questions?
Okay. Well,
I'll hold
That
off for
was
now.
that was black humor.
I know, a dry British sense of humor and then dark humor in these times. I'll probably end up shooting myself in the head at some point.
don't do it. All right, let's grab some hands.
Disavow.
All right, next is Iris, then DC, then Casper. Iris, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Hezbollah thing. So, and just in one sentence, the Lebanese are saying that what they're seeing are the most intense attacks on their area since the second Lebanon war. So it's really like intense there, and we are looking at the north. That's what I wanted to add. So yeah.
All right, thank you for that, Iris. Casper.
Hello. I want to raise a little bit sensitive topic, but I think it's worth it. I'm not supporting Ukraine because they protect my country, Moldova. I'm not supporting Israel because Romanians have their history of Jewish and Gypsy genocide. But at one point in my life, I heard the quote, when they come for the Jews, I didn't say nothing. When they came for the Gypsies, I didn't do nothing. When they came for me, there was nobody to support me. In this context, I would like to remind everyone that USSR apparatus, the decision center, which was in Moscow, got inherited by Russia, not by Ukraine. That's why it led to, in Ukraine, decentralized people, actors, power. That's why there was possible big revolution, because what we see there is a revolution, not only a protest or even a violent protest. There are people from Ukraine, which, like, in response to the disappearance of Alexei Navalny, bring only more hate towards him, which I don't think is right on the same principle that I said. I would like to remind us, us, that there are people who protested. There is Irina Slavina, which was a journalist and got so terrorized by the state that she set herself on fire.
Okay,
There
so
is a
Casper,
guy.
I really appreciate, but we're talking about right now what's going on in Gaza, Israel update.
Question. My question is exactly. That's why I came to the right.
Okay, and we're on.
Why there is a
so-
difference? Why there is a difference between how Israel treats its enemy and how some Ukrainians treats its enemy?
I'm not
That is
sure. What's your point? You're saying that Israel and Ukraine treat its enemies badly?
No, I'm meaning that there is no hate towards, let's say, people who would oppose Hamas but being Israel. They are praised. They're working with them. They are bringing their voice. Yeah, but if I am a Palestinian, for example, and I was born in all this fucking violence, and I want to escape it, and I'm gonna give you coordinates of blah blah blah. Maybe I'm gonna say, hey, there are hostages there. I think Israel will do the same thing and accept me on their side. They will get me out of this hellhole, and they will help me just to get more people like me.
Yeah, probably.
So when there is hate towards a person who got poisoned, do you think it's normal that maybe the first time in this war there is a thing which NAFO and Putin agrees on? I see people writing that Navalny is a criminal. He's not a criminal. Okay.
Yeah.
And
okay. Thank you.
there
Thank
are
you so
many
much.
other people like this. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We got a lot of hands in there, and we'll take that as a comment. A comment that went around. I didn't quite all understand. Whatever. All right. Listen, we still got a lot of hands up here. People need to ask those questions. Get those questions and retweet the space. Remember, visit MriyaReport.org. We're pretty special. And I see Piotr's come up. He's also special, but not for the same reasons as we. No, I'm just kidding, Piotr. If I can't make fun of you, then you know.
There's a breaking.
Don't even get me started, mate. I'm 3 whiskeys in. I'm a hardy man tonight.
That's good.
Oh, whiskey is good. Yuda, there's an important breaking.
All right.
A big bombardment in Yemen with many casualties. Stay tuned. There will be updates.
What do you call a bunch of
saw
arrogant
that.
Houthis?
Are these airstrikes?
Houthis.
What do you call a bunch of arrogant Houthis?
What?
Haughty Houthis.
Are you coming to participate in Eretz Nehederet with your jokes? I think they'll take some of your jokes. You know
They
this
would. They
show?
would. Wait
Of
till you hear
course. Yeah.
my American grandmother Hebrew accent.
I can contact you with the editor if you want.
אני רוצה קצת ריף בפלאפל שלי, מותק.
Okay, Yuda.
Oh, for the
Come
love of
over.
God.
Yeah.
אז אל תדאג. OMG, Baruch Hashem. All right, enough of that. Let's roll past it. So Houthis, explosions, who knows? Can someone check that out? Put it in the nest. Are there explosions? Has Operation Protective Guardian, Prosperity Guardian, Trident, Angle, have they kicked off and some damage done to missile launchers in Yemen? I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. And having said that, of course, Brian has to jump up, Mr. Know-it-all, ex-CIA guy. When we know he has the internet. Okay, so M, help me out here. Who was next?
DC, go ahead, please.
Hey guys, wow. So yeah, that's interesting about the Houthis. There was this video. Well, yeah, not very bright.
Say
well,
if they're arrogant, they're.
Well, here's what I said. I don't know if you guys saw this, right? Someone from within their community had posted a bunch of bravado with a video of Houthi men dancing, and my response was, well, just wait till you see them boogie when the tomahawks start to fall. So I guess we'll just stay tuned on that. But I wanted to circle back to the question that was raised regarding the psychology of the violence, right? I think, maybe in all of our quiet moments, we on an existential level are trying to understand like what that is and where it comes from. Brian, you were great. You you spoke about the genesis, the very beginnings of the Muslim Brotherhood, and certainly how Russia has exploited that ideology. Of course, the Muslim Brotherhood started in Egypt in 1928. I'm sure M could tell us a whole bunch about that, since that's his neck of the woods and his expertise. But I wanted to say this, and I I even debated like raising my hand because I feel like it's so sensitive, right? This this did not start, my friends, in 1928. This is not some like bastard child of, Putin and the Muslim Brotherhood. This is very, very, very old.
No, but I
And
push back on you. It happened because of Putin and his tentacles in the Middle East. We all know where the history goes.
oh, absolutely.
He chose it
Absolutely.
because of its ease. It's ease in execution, right? It's not hard
Yes,
to inflame.
100%.
Mhm.
100%. But, and I guess we could also, prescribe, some responsibility with respect to what was done to the Yazidi women, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. But I'll say this: it's a good point you made. Now I want to add to it and say, look, if imagine Putin's burning his neighbor's house down, and it catches fire to
Right.
his house, like oh crap, and then he just goes across the neighborhood lighting other people's house on fire. Oh look,
Yes.
that. One second, that house is on fire too. It doesn't help him, but I can tell you, this guy's probably super happy sitting in the Kremlin that he's causing mayhem all over the planet. That's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that should be attributed to him. But my point is, and I, like at some point, everyone's going to have the moral courage involved in acknowledging that this existed before Putin too. I mean, there's, my gosh,
Well, we
let's
know
talk
that.
about,
Yeah, we don't know. Let's not go into a big history
okay.
lesson about it. Let's talk about the updates.
Okay.
I'm not trying to. That's for another time. We love talking about the history. Don't worry. But
Yeah. Yeah.
we
Yeah.
got a
Yeah.
bunch of hands, and we got to round off because we have a next segment coming up. Who is the next segment? Is it language?
Not quite sure, but it starts in
Okay.
36 minutes, so we have a bit
Yeah.
of time.
So we ran past the 6 p.m. thing, but we will take some more hands and go through. Don't mean to cut you off there, DC, but we do have to get these hands. And obviously, there's a huge historical context we can't ignore. It's obviously there. Let's grab these other hands and roll with it. Who is next? Is think Brian?
Yeah, Brian, to keep the flow of the conversation, then Piotr,
Yeah, just
then
I'll
Orange.
be very, very brief. Thanks for a good show today, you guys. In terms of what's happening in Yemen, historically, not saying it's happened 100% of the time, but usually when the U.S. Navy is involved in leading a coalition, a major strike, pretty soon after, within an hour or two, you'll see a briefing at the Pentagon about it. So I would watch for that as a signal. Also, sorry, I've been working out. I just wanted to mention to the point about the Houthis. Okay, one, the United States sees the Houthis. Two, Israel sees the Houthis. And Yehuda, you're going to love this one. Now, Horton sees the Houthis. Thank you.
It's amazing.
That's a Dr.
Anyway,
Seuss reference, everybody.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. I'm just kidding, Brian. No one knows that. The whole books have been banned. Damn it.
I
All
didn't
right.
want people to be searching around for Admiral Horton of the U.S. Navy, so that's why I thought I'd clarify.
Or Tim Horton of Canadian Coffee Acclaim.
And donuts.
Ducato Piotr. Ducato.
Sorry. I just
Okay,
wanted
Ducato,
to
I'm not trying to
mention
be a
something
jerk. You
funny.
might want to change your hand a bit because it matches almost the side of your face on your profile, so I can never tell if your hand's up.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
it's very hard to see.
Yeah,
Anyway,
okay.
just a
No. Cool. Funny thing, guys. So I was reading on the IRGC channel. They're claiming they have 55,000 men strong, going through sea, apparently, in a way that none of the ships of the destroyers of the US are seeing them. It's really funny. They have gone completely batshit crazy and are claiming shit that is literally impossible. The commander of the IRGC Navy has said this himself. And yeah, this is just funny to me. It's like they have gone from probable deniability to stupidity saying that they are doing this. I don't understand what is happening, but it's quite interesting. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ricardo. By the way, pay attention to the nest. We have SBU, that's the CIA in Ukraine, and they're going to be. We have a. They've asked. They're joining us today, apparently, and I can't find it here. Never mind. Is it in the nest there? Did Robin ask something to get in the nest? Can someone let me know where's my head? Robin, you wanted to put something in the nest? Go right ahead. All right, Piotr. Piotr is on his 4th whiskey, so it means he's got more alcohol in his blood system than blood.
Sorry, buddy. No, I just want to remind everyone, firstly, that the UN vote is going to be happening tomorrow at 10 a.m., which is quite important for the optics of the US vis-a-vis the Israeli Gaza situation. But also because what was interesting is that the delay came at the behest of the Americans and the Russians, which was interesting. I tried to find out a little bit more as to what the Russian element was, and apparently there was some sort of communique between the Security Council members about really trying to find the right wording, which would mean that the resolution could be put forward, which sounds to me like the Americans kind of want it to go ahead, but maybe I'm interpreting that wrong, or at least they want to abstain. But the fact that the Russians sort of wanted it to be rescheduled along with the Americans is, you rarely basically see that kind of alignment with the Russians and Americans of anything at the UN, let's be honest. So that was point number one. Point number two is I think maybe I joined at the wrong time, so the context is a little bit out for me about the gentleman who's comparing the Ukrainian and Israeli situations.
Yeah, we missed that one.
Yeah, I think we should be careful in doing that because I don't really find it valuable to do that. The conflicts are incredibly different and not really. I don't really find it worth comparing any conflict in certain cases sometimes, at least whilst they're happening. The one thing I think we learn from history is that comparing them in real time is never that wise. So yeah, that was mainly that. Next year's big for, well, Russia, it's big for the UK, US, and generally we've got a problem where democracies are decreasing. We've got a real threat on self-determination, and this was the last thing that I wanted to actually just chime in with for now, at least, was that I had an interview with a colleague of mine for my podcast earlier, and he was talking about Pakistan, and Pakistan actually was the big sponsor of a bill that did pass yesterday in the UN, which was the forget the official title for it, but it was basically to do with self-determination. And this vote went largely unnoticed, even though from a sort of Palestinian perspective, it could be sort of quite a big symbolic deal, in that it was to do with like the rights to self-determination. And sort of next year is meant to be quite big for sort of self-determinational moves and stuff. Not going to change anything in the immediacy of the war in Israel and Palestine, but it was something that caught my eye because it's something. It shows you, I think, the general appetite around the Middle Eastern states, and I'm sure you guys have been talking about the maritime situation with the Houthis and stuff as well. But yeah, I'll just chime in with those 2 points, and if I can chime in again later, I'll raise my hand. But cheers.
Thank you. The Houthi Houthis, we did talk about them. And then let's go to, yep, then we're going to go to Chris, and then Orange and Stealth, and we're going to wrap it up. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, hi guys. I don't know, is the topic the Houthis? I don't have anything to say. Can I change the topic or to something more general? Is that okay?
I don't know. Can you?
May I? Sorry.
Just
I
kidding.
apologize for my
Yes,
incorrect use of language.
Yeah.
Over the last few weeks,
Have you seen half the people on this panel speak? Come on.
Pardon?
Just kidding.
Yeah, no,
Chris.
no.
You're great. I said you haven't.
I have. You're right. Quite right. Yeah. No. I'm a bit like Nelson.
Does Yehuda actually mean school marm in Yiddish? I got that question.
Basically. I mean, I just heard someone say interpret.
Yeah, I heard that
Come on.
too.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
That
We
is
love
funny.
you, Peter.
That is funny. Yeah. So I just wanted to.
Oh, I'm horrible. I'm a horrible guy.
Were you a school teacher in a past life or something like?
They should have been raised by them. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk about some of the spaces with Nelson. I haven't been able to get up and put my sixpence worth there. So I was the other day they were talking about Palestine and the history. The history was so long and complex. So my head was spinning. I couldn't really follow it all. But to me, the idea of Palestine is correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to get my head around this. The idea of Palestine really sounds like it's an area of land. It's a bit like Sydney. We've got up behind Sydney, we've got the Blue Mountains. The people that live up there, they think they're a bit special, a bit different from people that live in Sydney. So it seems to me it's an area of land rather than a state or a country or a kingdom, or did the Romans came and called it Palestrina or something? I mean, it sounds like it's more an area of land.
Yeah, it's definitely the name of a region, but we're just trying to wrap up our Gaza Israel updates, the hostages, the missile strikes in northern Israel, and the Houthis. Chris, I love these comments. Let's have it
All right.
after. You know me. I'm always about that. Let's wrap up because we've got some people in Israel. We've got Iris. We've got Ariel, who really knows where he is. He's got a Tutankhamun mask on. Let's go to Orange. You're glad you're here. Orange, you're glad you're here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Yehuda. I've got two questions. One is
You didn't answer my question.
I'm glad I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. The tunnels, when the IDF was showing those tunnels where you can run the truck through and all of that, it almost looked like it's a set-in of Foda or something like that. What I mean is the level of sophistication engineering that goes into making those tunnels and steel, concrete, planning, so on and so forth. I still can't believe that somehow the Israelis did not know the existence of such a large scale of tunnels, and if they knew, could they have done anything to prevent those tunnels being built this well? That's
I don't know.
one.
It's a failure, an intelligence failure. Next question.
Next question is about the Ukraine-Russia war. I heard a couple of times, Yehuda, you mentioned, Brian mentioned that if the war ends. Now, in specific terms of like the Israel-Gaza war, or Hamas war rather, we know the war ends if Hamas surrenders. But what is the scenario? How does it end if, in terms of Ukraine and Russia, if they decide to stop fighting tomorrow? Russia has occupied a lot of land, right? How does that look if the war stops?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good, right, Brian? We need to get Russia out of Ukraine. Ukraine needs to get Russia out of Ukraine. So I hope that helps.
It's not going to stop that way. Ukraine is going to fight with knives and spoons if they have to at the end of the day. I hope my country and others prevent that from happening, but I can't see Ukraine giving in under any circumstances other than they at least get most of what has been taken back, and probably most of what's been taken since 2014, or Russia outright wins the war, and then we're in for either World War III or a century of absolute dictatorships around the world. Sorry, that's how I see it. Happy
100%.
holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays, Brian.
Happy
Thanks. And by the way,
holidays, everybody.
Orange, I wasn't saying I wasn't asking you. I was saying aren't you? Get like aren't you happy to be here? Orange. That was the joke.
Yehuda, if you have
Famous.
to
I
explain the
have to
joke the third
yeah.
time, it's not funny.
It's absolutely funny, and everyone now is laughing because they've gotten the funniness of my joke. It three's a charm. Brian.
No, thank you for explaining. I just have one more comment on what Piotr mentioned
it is
about
a funny joke. I'm glad. Oh, it's something else. Never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
something that Piotr mentioned about Pakistan, that the bill. It is also Pakistan's way to play against India, where they say if it's like self-determination,
Kashmir
and Punjab, Khalistan. So Kashmir will and always will be part of India, and there will be time India will take back the Pakistan occupied Kashmir.
Yeah. That's largely also what the Pakistanis are doing. It's related to the Palestine. This is what I was trying to allude to a minute ago, but it's basically Palestine and the whole events around in Israel and Palestine has kick-started a complete and utter renewal of loads of states' views around self-determination. I mean, watch the Turks with bits of areas to do with the Kurds and stuff. Watch China and the Uyghurs. Watch a lot of stuff in Africa. There's going to be a bit of a mess, and that actually plays into what Yehuda was just saying about Ukraine and Russia. To be honest, like we are in a tricky situation with the Russians wanting to basically, steamroller the whole of eastern Ukraine. Russia saying that we're not going to change, our goals haven't changed. Putin's delightful 4-hour, 5-hour bloody speech was just a couple of days ago, and he's saying the goals haven't changed, the objectives haven't changed, but the circumstances have bloody changed, and the Ukrainians are not just going to sort of relent to what the Russians demand because Putin says, well, that's what we want. So we're now in this impasse, and it's and the only issue is that the Israeli-Palestinian situation does take up resources, and you're seeing that play out in the in the US. And my biggest concern is, the political polarization in the US playing out more and more with events like Colorado and Trump. Not trying to go off on a tangent, but those sorts of things, you see strongmen like Putin rubbing their hands gleefully with like, oh yay, more and more political upheaval in the United States. How can we leverage this to our advantage, in Ukraine and so on? So it's the winter, I think, is going to be a pretty important period. I'm rather conscious of it.
All right, thanks. Em, did you want to jump in before we go to Iris?
Yeah, a very quick point. So there was a very silent shift in strategy during the summer. I am sure a lot of people noticed it, but maybe they haven't interpreted it. The Ukrainians developed a new strategic assessment where they saw the potential for the stoppage of aid going into the country, and they started building their own strategic partnerships with European defense contractors and also with the Nordic countries. That will take time, but it's a framework that is already in place and can be leveraged to provide Ukraine with the weapon systems it needs to win this war going forward. Financial-wise, production can either be financed by the EU or even by war bonds that the Ukrainian government can issue in order to finance the procurement of various weapon systems that can help its own armed forces to continue the war until they liberate the land. So that shift in strategy happened last June, last July. A lot of people might have noticed it and glossed over it, but didn't really understand the implications. And the implications are quite clear, is that the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian armed forces are planning to continue fighting this war with or without US aid. US aid will help expedite the victory, but that shift and the development of that framework ensures that Ukraine develops its own defense industrial base in order to satisfy its needs to continue fighting this war. And then the financial part of it is going to be a little bit challenging, but then again, the genius of finance can be put into play here, and they can continue fighting this going forward. Iris, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Em. I just wanted to conclude the barrage on the north. So basically, there are few hits, direct hits in Kiryat Shmona, which is everybody, I suppose, know. It's a northern city, very known. There was also a hit on a building. There are no casualties, and this sums up the barrage. And of course, our eyes will have to be on the north moving forward because of this kind of small escalation, I would say, and quite rare stuff that we saw. Thank you so much for the space, and I'm going to sleep soon.
Good night,
Thank you.
Iris.
Thank you, Iris,
Good
and thank you for
night. Thank
coming.
you so much. Thank you.
Yehuda, what do you say to two mummies in love?
I know this one. A chiropractor?
Get a tomb.
Oh,
Okay,
your
you
mummy's
guys
dead.
are always funny, but tonight I don't know what has happened to you. I
You're
am cracking, but not with laughter.
the jokes ain't joking, like Nelson says. But Orange, back to you for a quick follow-up before we go to Mike and wrap it up. Orange, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just to that point of self-determination, that should also apply for China, because China has occupied Tibet and other parts of Mongolia and other places. But it will not, because again, we know people cannot do anything to China. That's all I wanted to say. But yeah, thank you.
We're pretty much in a situation where 1984 is superimposed Animal Farm. How it will end, who knows? Mike, please go ahead.
Hey, thanks guys for letting me speak. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I came in late, so I don't know if you guys touched on it. But I was wondering, I know that Israel takes measures against Iran. They're always and they're backing. But do you think they will do anything to Russia? Do you think there's anything they could possibly do to stem Russia's support for Hamas?
Are you worried?
So Russian support for Hamas has been so far limited to political pressure. President of the Russian Federation and the Russian government came out and issued a couple of statements where they support Hamas and say that the Palestinian issue needs to be resolved and we support the two-state solution. Israel should stop its war. The IDF should stop its military operations. What the IDF is doing in Gaza is quote unquote blah 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 blah. I don't think that they are in a place to preach and pontificate on anything at this point. They're just being opportunistic. Like we have discussed here, they're trying to use this crisis and leverage this crisis to sow more divisions and destabilize liberal democracies further. That's their ultimate goal. Strategically, they want to destabilize NATO, if not dissolve it, and they want to stage a comeback to a so-called multipolar world order. They don't deserve a seat at the table. They don't bring anything to the table. They just bring aggression, terrorism, organized crime, and other, malicious activities. And they are doing so because they can see that the collective West, the international community, liberal democracies are moving forward. They are way ahead of them, and there is no way they can catch up. So they see this as a zero-sum game, and they're trying to bring it back to a national equilibrium by acting as retrograde forces to stop the progress and the development of the international community and humanity as a family, just to ensure that they remain relevant. And the only vectors for that are aggression and disinformation. Disinformation is their own true nuclear weapon here. Everyone was worried about nuclear escalation, but in my opinion, disinformation is the new nuclear weapons. And disinformation can be delivered on the cheap, created on the cheap, propagated on the cheap, and it can render drastic consequences.
And
So
it can proliferate for free just because people, aren't always the brightest. Not in this
Seems to be what they're strongest at. Just from Jackson Hinkle and all the clowns, that they got working for them. It just and yeah, I agree. I mean, they've been at this destabilization game for quite some time. So I'm just waiting for someone to actually do something about them, because when this first happened, October 7th, I mean, it didn't take me but 24 hours to just get the feeling Putin's fingerprints were all over it. So yeah, I was just wondering what the room thought about that.
there were markers for potential Russian involvement. We don't know for sure whether they were involved from the very beginning or whether they were brought in at a later stage of planning. General Budanov, the head of the Ukrainian military intelligence, claimed that Russia retasked one of its spy satellites into a geostationary orbit over Israel on September 24th. That's the first observation. The second observation is that large sums of money were wired to cryptocurrency wallets connected to Hamas and other armed factions through a Russian cryptocurrency exchange. And last but not least, the last Kalo submarine in the Mediterranean was seen sailing westwards outside of the Mediterranean on surface on October 6th. So that's just one day before the attack. If they were involved, we'll find out eventually, hopefully. If they were not involved, then they're trying to leverage the crisis to maximize their political gains out of it, mainly to divert attention away from Ukraine. They launched an offensive in the Avdiivka direction on October 10th, if I recall correctly. So 3 days after the attack, they started this massive offensive campaign in the Avdiivka direction. They have been losing thousands of men, hundreds of armored vehicles and artillery pieces in that direction. They are advancing, but they are throwing a lot of men at the meat grinder, and they're losing a lot of equipment and a lot of expending a lot of munitions. It also happened on the heels of North Korean deliveries of artillery shells and maybe a couple of pieces of Chinese equipment here and there, because they were seen on the battlefield. Some of them were destroyed, some of them were captured. So we have actual visual proof of Chinese equipment being fielded by the Russian army. So I guess we'll see going ahead, and if they have something to do with it, I believe that the state of Israel will take the necessary steps to deal with that. There was also one thing is whether the state of Israel approved the sale of David's Sling air defense system to Finland, and Finland has just joined NATO. Before October 7th, everything related to Russia would have been dealt with in a sensitive way by the Israeli government. But now I think that all gloves are off, and they do no longer consider sensitivity when they are dealing with issues closely connected to Russia. But let's go to Eric, then Fusilier, then Chris, and wrap it up because the next segment starts in 13 minutes.
Yeah, my only thing that I want to ask you is, why was the mummy upset about his tomb building business?
Because it went under?
Well, that's a good answer, but no, he found out it was a pyramid scheme.
Well, both of them can go. That's good. Fusilier, please go ahead, sir.
That's it.
Yeah, hi, Yehuda. I was listening to that little exchange about combating disinformation, and I may have got this sort of completely wrong. You know, everybody has their own perspective, but I think after October the 7th, it was people like you, Brian, Stealth, Eric, who conducted this, you know, fantastic sort of, put this into military parlance, sort of holding operation. You sort of stabilized the position, but the essential imbalance still exists. I wondered, and again using military parlance, what conditions need to be set for the narrative that you support to win? I mean, I put a note down in the comments, an excellent article that was in the tablet about how over decades, the academic space, the progressive left space was occupied and suborned by a sort of pro-radical Palestinian cause. They set the conditions in the information space to conduct this campaign, which, as I've said, I think you guys and others have very effectively countered, or not countered, actually, it's the wrong word, but stabilized. I just wonder, is there a set of conditions, and this might be, you know, the subject of a longer discussion, but are there a set of conditions that you collectively feel need to be put in place before those who support this narrative that most of us on this space support can move over onto the offence? Yehuda, you probably want to put that into English, but I think you probably understand what I'm talking about.
I actually had an audio problem, so I actually heard you say that this is the best space and you love us dearly, and so we do you. Okay. Cole's notes, sorry. Cliff notes. I missed it.
So, Fusilier, you're asking about the moment when the side of the Angels actually start offensive information operations rather than defending against offensive ones, correct?
Yeah, I think you've done a great job, all of you, of defending against this sort of often wicked disinformation. I think you've stabilized the situation. But in order for offensive operations to take place in the information space, just as it is in any other battle space, you have to set the conditions for success. And I'm really interested to know from people like you, from Eric, from Yehuda, even you, Ariel, what do you think the conditions that we need to set? As I said, I put that article in because it looks to me as though the other side have been preparing this space for decades. And I wondered, is it going to take us that long? What are the conditions that we need to set?
So, in my opinion, this is my personal assessment. Other people may differ on this. Transparency, transparency, transparency. A little bit of declassification, because declassification is a double-edged sword that the enemy can also use can wield and then use it against you in further disinformation, because disinformation is just like a hydra. You cut off a head, it grows two. You cut off two, it grows four. So you need to collect as much evidence. You need to put it out there in a timely, orderly fashion, in the best possible format, that the succession of releasing those bits of information overwhelms the ability of the enemy to process the information you're releasing and start drafting counter narratives against it to further propagate more disinformation about it. So the continuity in releasing high quality information packaged in the right format in order to be consumed by target audience. And it needs to be done in rapid fires, like rapid succession. You're releasing
I'll also
info, you're
add
releasing info.
the 24-hour nature of our space also is like a clarion call, right? We're not stopping, we're not quitting. There are a lot of paid clowns, $3 a month even. You could pay them to say whatever you want. And the volunteers, that's probably hundreds and hundreds of volunteers who've been through here. It shows that silent majority doesn't always have to be so silent, right? We're voting with our feet or our fingers or our voices. And it's important to stand up for it. Never give up. Always keep that torch as high as you can, if not always shining. Because let's be honest, look at the level of propaganda that we hear. It's rote, it's base, it's very simple, not sophisticated, but it's persistent. It's just not always. So we try to be a light that's 24/7. I think that's a big deal too. Thanks.
Yehuda, I want to add one thing to what Em said, and Fusilier, I want to give an example recently that I think is really a testament to the transparency aspect, but also people thinking for themselves and understanding what they're looking at, which was the video of poor Joshua Malel from Tanzania. And that video having been released and showing to the world exactly what Hamas is, what they did. There are arguments for releasing the 47-minute video that the IDF has compiled, that Israel has compiled, that it has been selectively showing. I've heard arguments on both sides. I recognize and respect both arguments on both sides. But you get a little snippet of it with that video of that poor kid. That are inherently evil in that seek to defend the acts of Hamas. I'm speaking specifically, of course, of Gaza and the current conflict. But it's interesting to me, and it's an example, a positive example, because there was no debate around that video. There's no argument around that video. People could deny its authenticity, but who are they going to be yelling at a cloud? So moments like that, like Em said, transparency is paramount. So the more transparency, a little more declassification, a little more timeliness to getting information out there and getting evidence out there, and we may have a fighting chance.
Thank you,
More
Eric.
than a fighting chance. Who
Yeah,
is next?
sorry, I just wanted to go back. So I agree with everything that was stated there, and with Em's point and Eric's point. I mean, transparency and truth, I think, are absolutely fundamental. I think, I don't think people are as stupid as we sometimes make out. They are capable of making rational judgments if the information they've got is accurate and timely, as Em said. But I think, Em, you referred to something else, and to some extent, Eric, I think you're implying it, which is a discipline. And the one thing that's struck me is our lack of discipline and clarity in the message. It would be really good. I think I've said before to Em, but it'd be really good to have our messages sort of somehow, look almost like a top 3 per day, in a form that is clear and transparent and truthful. The rest of us, you know, the ground troops, the grunts in this game, not the flag carriers like you guys, can deploy against the disinformation warriors out there. I've probably put that in a pretty complex manner, but I think if we are gonna move to the offensive, it does require some discipline on our part and clarity.
Absolutely. Chris, then Piotr, then Ricardo. 3 minutes, 1 minute each, please.
Yeah, sure. I just want to comment first on what Eric said about the Joshua Malel from Tanzania. I mean, everyone saw how brutal that was a few days ago. Well, a lot of people saw it in Nelson's space. Nelson had 3 videos, I think. What no one talked about was the guys that were holding him, shaking him and yelling at him behind them in the background. I don't know if anyone saw it. There was a guy waving a big knife around, dying to get at this kid and stab him, right? I mean, that's the kind of people we're dealing with. And there was a notable absence of pro-Hamas people in Nelson's space on that day. It's going to be pretty hard for them to spin that one, I think. The freedom fighters, killing this kid from Tanzania who'd gone there to do an internship in agriculture. Why would they kill him? They have this bloodlust, it seems to me. They just want to kill anybody that was around. But what I really wanted to talk about, and maybe my minute's almost up, but was going back to Russia, the links with Russia. You cited 3 things: the satellite was moved, the submarine moved, there was crypto funding to Hamas, whatever. I'm interested in that. And also the fact that in 1967, the Russians called Egypt and said, Israel's amassing troops on the border, they're going to attack Syria. And in this way, they somehow sparked this war, the 6-day war. And now it might have only taken a couple of phone calls. So, I mean, they don't have to do much. When you've got these bloodlust, these frenzied guys that just want to kill Jews, ready on the leash to be let off the leash, it probably wouldn't take much to let them loose and get them going. So, and who benefits? Russia, Putin, in my view. So, be interesting to see what else unfolds from that. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Fair enough. Thanks so much. Let's go to the Piotr.
Yeah, Piotr, please go ahead.
Sorry. I would just say that I don't really align with this insinuation that the Russians were sort of more involved with October 7th. I just don't really find it makes much strategical sense in the interest of the Kremlin to want to create another situation in the Middle East, as much as it might, I don't know, distract from Ukraine. I don't think the Russians really want a massive issue on the immediate borders of Syria, which has not exactly been an easy ride for them in the past few years. Their relationship with Israel's complicated, to say the least, and to exacerbate it now doesn't make sense. They may well welcome distractions, but to the previous speaker's points about Egypt, I mean, Egypt has a unique. Well, I mean, I don't need to say about anything about Egypt. M's on stage, but Egypt has a very unique perspective about its multi-vector policy towards the West and Russia and so on. Historically, there's a lot of, I think, reservations for Sisi, and I think a lot of people think of him as a sort of just spokesman for Western interest in some ways. But yeah, I have a limitation to the extent to which the Russians were sort of perpetrating October 7th. And then just largely other than that, again, I think next year is important. The amount of democratic elections we have, we are continuing to see democratic backsliding happening. Poland is a rare and welcomed reversal to this. Tusk just announced even today that he's going to be improving the autonomy of the media, and Poland, given their tensions with Ukraine earlier this year, is much needed, and their staunch support for for provisions of arms and so on right on the doorstep of Ukraine is important. But broadly speaking, democratization, the direction of democracy continues to go the opposite way of what we want. And that in the context of Israel, Palestine and Ukraine can only be a concern for Western or whatever, pro-democracy nations. So I think that's important to keep in mind when we talk about that as well. But cheers.
All right, well, big pushback. I believe Russia gains immensely, and the relationship with Israel behind the scenes has gone catastrophically low.
I
in
didn't
the
say they
last
didn't
year.
gain, Yehuda. I said that I don't know if
No,
they were involved
yeah.
on October 7th.
Yeah, I think they gain and they're involved. I think I'm not saying the date October 7th. They didn't have plans, but they certainly gave a big old green light to kick off some stuff. That'll be proved shortly. And some Israeli politicians have let the mask fall and had a very serious, seriously stern words. Serious and stern words for Russia today. Said, "We know you're behind it, and we're coming for you." Probably not very diplomatic. That's from Amir Weitman, but very entertaining and comedic, if you ask me. Let's go to Decado.
I just wanted to say good night to you guys. Thank you for having this space. Follow MriyaReport and Yehuda. These guys are amazing at giving information. M is one of the best sources of information when it comes to anything regarding Egypt, Islam, Houthis. Like awesome source of information. No, not a good source for dad jokes. These guys are funny, but their jokes are not. Bye bye.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, thank you for listening. I don't know who do we have up next. I don't see our replacements. Maybe
Can
we
I-
can't. Maybe we're irreplaceable.
Can I jump in with a question?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. V. One last question.
Yeah. So one last. Okay. So if one last question, I'll limit it to one question I wanted to ask Anne yesterday. You mentioned you think Hamas is about to militarily crumble in 2 or 3 weeks. If you could back that up a bit, and if I could squeeze another question in case they're short, what is Egypt doing about the Houthis? Aren't they losing there?
So
Egypt's losing with
Egypt and Yemenis. So regarding Hamas as an organization is a two-faced Janus. You have the political wing, you have the military wing, and there's a schism between both of them. The military wing is operating on the ground in the Gaza Strip and is currently being crushed and defeated by the IDF. The IDF has a very clear objective, which is the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. Hypothetically speaking, assuming the IDF will continue operations until they achieve that objective and they fully demilitarize the Gaza Strip, that means that Hamas is defeated and crushed militarily on the battlefield inside the Gaza Strip, and they are no longer the de facto sovereign there. That leaves the political bureau. The political bureau is, of course, operating outside of the Gaza Strip. It's operating out of Turkey and it's operating out of Qatar. In my opinion, going forward, what will happen is the political wing will try to maneuver in order to ensure the survivability of the organization, but not in its current format. They will throw the military wing under the bus. They might actually renounce violence after this, and they might offer the Israeli government a policy paper or a political white paper where they envision the following. They will probably ask for the release of Tamim al-Barghouti, and they will use him as a figurehead, a Mandela, to rally the Palestinian people behind them. He will be their new Yasser Arafat. Mahmoud Abbas is considered corrupt, is considered old, and they don't want the Emiratis inserting Mohammed Dahlan for sure, and certainly they don't want the Egyptians and the Jordanians vouching for Salam Fayyad and asking for him to be the next head of the Palestinian Authority. So the political gains to be reaped here is who will be the next leader of the Palestinian Authority and probably the next or the first president of Palestine if a two-state solution materializes, and who will be the government, who will form the government. I believe that the political wing's vision right now is to secure the release of Tamim al-Barghouti to make him the head of the Palestinian Authority and probably the future president of Palestine, in exchange for them, which is Hamas, which is the Muslim Brotherhood, becoming the elected government of the Palestinian Authority. So securing the prime minister position and securing, all the municipalities and the public money, basically, because they're all about money. Qatar will probably rubber stamp that plan. Turkey as well. Qatar will provide most of the funding. Turkey will provide most of the construction. Maybe Egypt will get some of that because of the geographical vicinity and the industrial output, and they can provide the construction material to rebuild the Gaza Strip, and then you get a peace treaty, happy days. That's most probably what the political leadership is doing. So either way, even if that pipe dream actually materializes, it means that Hamas will dissolve itself into the Palestinian Authority in a way that will not join the PLO, they will not become Fatah, but they will overtake the Palestinian Authority, right? They will say we're folding under the Palestinian Authority because it's the right thing to do, and we need to recognize the state of Israel because the Palestinian Authority is the only legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and they have recognized the state of Israel. So we will follow suit and we'll do the same in exchange for leading the government, which is pretty much the model that Qatar has been trying to push throughout the Arab Spring and the model that Qatar has successfully pushed in Afghanistan. So this scenario here is basically a Taliban 2.0 with a Palestinian flavor. A little bit of kunafa, a little bit of baklawa, and a little bit of whatever the fuck they cook there. Regarding Yemenis and Egypt and Al-Houthis and all that. So we're impacted, Suez Canal, traffic, foreign currency revenue, and all that. But if you examine the statement released by Abdel Malik al-Houthi, for instance, where he warns Arab countries from associating themselves with the United States and working against another Arab country, that's the optics challenge there. Egypt cannot be seen as the eldest sister in this very sane family of neurotic women, or insane family per se. Cannot be seen as operating against another Arab country, cannot be seen as bombing an Arab country or killing the forces of an Arab country. The Egyptian Navy, ENS Alexandria, is already deployed in the region. She could be in Djibouti, she could be out of port and running around looking at things, who knows? But certainly, most probably, the current administration of the government of Egypt and the Egyptian armed forces will, the Egyptian Navy specifically, will play a role in the ongoing Operation Prosperity Guardian in the Red Sea and in the Gulf of Aden. What capacity? I don't know. What roles? I don't know. Will they be engaged in direct combat? I don't know. Will more assets of the Egyptian Red Sea Fleet be deployed to help this? I don't know. Do they have back channels with Al-Houthis? Probably. Through whom? Most probably the Sultanate of Oman, because that's where most of the negotiations with Al-Houthis are taking place. How will it unfold? Who knows?
But hasn't Saudi Arabia been bombing them for a while now? Like the war with Saudi has been going.
No. Saudi Arabia established more of a truce with them that has been sustained for the last 2 years. They're not interested in reigniting the conflict because their southern territories will be threatened the most. The Saudis are pushing for a diplomatic solution with Al-Houthis, whereas the Emiratis are pushing for a military intervention against them. So how will that play out? It all depends on whatever negotiations happening in the Sultanate of Oman right now.
Thanks. And one last question. Your estimation of 2 to 3 weeks for Hamas to basically be, I mean, it looks like there's just more tunnels and more fighting every day. And to me, today doesn't look like very different from a month from ago. So why are you saying 2 or 3 weeks? What's changed?
It's very different, and it has been changing right in front of your eyes. So since the beginning of the military campaign, since the beginning of the ground incursion, 50% of the Gaza Strip right now is under the full control of the IDF. The IDF is moving with clearing operations in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. So they not only degraded, they destroyed the battalions in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, and they're currently operating in the southern sector as well. Is it slow? Yes. Is it painful? Yes. Are there casualties? Well, absolutely. That's what they said. It's going to be a long war. There will be a lot of casualties, but we will finish the job. In my opinion, again, that's my personal assessment. the IDF will reach Rafah by the end of January, if not slightly earlier. The pace they operated with in the northern sector is quite indicative of the same pace they will operate with in the southern sector as well. Yeah, more tunnels, more ambushes, more fighters, more rockets, it's fine, but the intensity of rocket launching has decreased significantly. The intensity of urban fighting is increasing, yes, but they keep advancing and they keep getting more and more intelligence out of the devices they capture and the buildings they check in and they clear, and the militants they process and interrogate. So Hamas as an organization in its current format will be completely crushed by the end of the military campaign. How the political wing maneuvers and how international stakeholders will allow the space for the political wing to maneuver and accepting them is what will define how Hamas will continue to exist and in what shape and form. Bear in mind that's, again, very consistent with the modus operandi of the Muslim Brotherhood. Whenever they go through a crisis or a mehna, they shapeshift in order to make sure that the organization survives until the next round of hostilities or uptick in their violent or offensive activities against their target. They've done that against Egypt, they've done that in Tunisia, they've done that in Syria, they've done that in Jordan, and certainly they are doing it right now in the Gaza Strip and the Palestinian territories, the West Bank. So that's it. Any further questions, Mr. V?
Well, we do. I'm going to
Thank
drop
you.
down.
No,
Just everyone, please
thanks.
do 1 second, please. Yep, thank you so much. You can stick around, Mr. V. Thank you for listening to our update, the Israel Gaza update, 4 to 6 or 7 each night, Sunday to Thursday. You're welcome to invite your friends, let people know, and follow us wherever you can. MriyaReport is here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have great hosts that do everything. They keep the lights on. They report from Ukraine, talking about Russian disinformation and giving updates, analysis, expert interviews. And it's a great resource if you want to fight disinformation. Obviously, Russia exported that to the Middle East. I know some people don't think so, but I'm of the opinion that it's definitely more of the same. It looks so similar because it is the denial of genocide, the blaming the victim for the genocide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, they both speak out of both sides of their mouths. They say one thing and then they say another thing, and that's exactly what Hamas and Mr. Putin seem to do. So I will drop down for Robin and James. Thanks so very much for listening and following, and we will be here again tomorrow. Thank you so much from the center of Canada. That's Toronto, same time zone as provincial towns such as Washington, D.C. and New York City, I think it's called. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yehuda, as we get the next co-host up, let's go to Ariel for one last comment or statement.
Yes, about what Yehuda said and what you referred to about the Russian involvement. This is usually not talked about because we have a sort of a Munchausen syndrome by proxies. They always used to do their job, their politics, like we see in Iran, like we see in Turkey, and like we see in Yemen now, and like we saw in with Hamas. So maybe for us that we got used to this kind of situation, and with experience, you see that maybe easier. But I think that, or maybe, an advice, a modest advice. Maybe you should speak about it, about their interest and how they push that through other proxies. Because sometimes, we hear all kinds of questions that might seem naive to some people, but for the ordinary folks, nobody knows that this is how they are managing their politics and the urban warfare, as We can put it in quotation mark. But so maybe we should elaborate that the politics, the international connections, the international geopolitics, and how they do that, and how they influence a lot of influence by Russia. And it's not just Ukraine. Ukraine is only one front which is very obvious. All the other fronts are they're playing their game. Thank you.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and it can be answered actually very briefly. Welcome, Robin. The strategic objective is the destabilization of the collective West, period. And in order to do so, you have to foment discord, foment instability, and foment political destabilization and violence. So how do you do that? You develop proxies, you finance proxies, you provide them with logistical support, weapons, and ideological support as well. That's what Russia has been doing for more than a century right now. If everyone recalls the 60s and the 70s, the hardcore terrorists were all, extremist Marxists to begin with. How do you crack down on that? More recently, one element was added to that trifecta: disinformation. And of course, flexing soft powers, which is leveraging anti-American and anti-West sentiment globally to try and portray Russia as a savior, as a country that doesn't meddle in domestic politics, as a country that doesn't require you political concessions in exchange for weapon sales or economic development or economic cooperation. What the Russians and the Chinese do is that they tell countries, we can do this, we can provide that, without the political pressure that the West applies whenever you seek cooperation on those topics: defense, economy, finance. The best way to stop it is A, targeting their disinformation, B, deconstructing the ideology, and making sure that their parallel versions of history do not prevail, and with a focus on how they customize their narratives and how they tailor them to fit specific regions and cater to specific target audiences. Last but not least, the financial networks. So sanctions, sanctions, sanctions. They can't do any of that without moving money around the world. That money goes to proxies, that money goes to groups, that money goes to companies, that money goes to businessmen, that money goes to a vast network of beneficiaries who drive that machine. So in order to bring that machine to a standstill, make it grind to a halt, you have to target its financial arteries. Make sure that the money needed to keep those operations running doesn't flow, that the veins dry up, that the assets get confiscated, that they cannot continue to do so and grift globally and then move their money safely to Western banks or Swiss banks or London real estate or businesses around the world, because, well, we need money because we need to stabilize the international monetary system and we need to stabilize financial institutions. It's a very long discussion, Ariel. We should have it one day together. I promise you we will. We're 20 minutes over the clock, so my pleasure, Ariel. Welcome, Robin, and welcome, James, and thank you, everyone, for being with us the last 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I will be seeing you again soon. So have a good night, and talk to you soon, everyone.
Thanks, Em. Nice to see you for very brief, a couple of minutes. It was a great show. I listened to at least the last part of it, and that was really very informative. James will be up in a minute. One of the things that Yehuda mentioned toward the end, and Em probably did also, which I think is a very important thing to keep on emphasizing, is while MriyaReport is primarily Ukraine space, the Israel-Gaza issue is very much a Ukraine issue because it's very much connected to Russia's meddling in people in other countries' business throughout the world. And I think personally, I don't speak for anyone else, but I personally think that part of the reason that that Hamas chose to attack and brutalize Israel right at this point was encouragement from Russia, which desperately needed to get the emphasis off of Ukraine since they are still losing very badly. So this is, Israel is a Ukraine issue and Ukraine is an Israel issue. And I think we hear that from leaders in both countries. They're very clear on it, and we should be also. Anyway, I think James will be up in a minute. And before anybody goes away, I wanted just to point out to you, I put up in the nest in the first post, we have a very special guest coming up in about 45 minutes, less than 38 minutes at this point. Ben Goldhagen, who's you may know as a friend of the Space Beneficial. He's a filmmaker, independent filmmaker, and he's been with us before to talk about a film that he was working on. I just got the notice this morning that it was out. It was up. He's put it up free. He self-funded this. It's amazing thing that he did. And he's put it up on his website for free for the entire world to watch for free. There are no paywalls. There's no nothing. I watched the whole thing this afternoon, and it's an amazing piece of work. I highly, highly recommend it to everyone. And Ben will be on in a little more than a half hour from now. So I think it'd be really worth, if you're able to stick around to hear what he has to say. And let me welcome James, and then we'll get to some what's new in Ukraine. Hi, James.
Greetings, Robin. Good to be here with you. This is a nice episode in the Middle East. There was a lot of news, and there sure are a lot more risks there. So, step carefully.
Yes, I would definitely say that. Getting back to Ukraine, I have a friend who I know from Razum who recently decided he couldn't sit on his hands anymore here, and he has gone to Ukraine to volunteer to fight. And I just communicate, not spoke. We don't speak anymore. Signal, with or Instagram, whatever, with him. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning. He was sitting on the balcony of the apartment with his relatives where he's staying now, and he sent me a video clip of this drone that flew right by him, and he's a little town outside of Kyiv. He doesn't live on a military base. It's this typical Russian crap. Pardon my French. I'll throw something in the swear jar.
That's not a swear word, Robin.
Oh, thank you, Marcus. Okay, good. I won't then. Maybe I'll throw in for somebody else. But anyway, yeah, it is definitely well, I could think of a lot worse to call what is going on there. But so three drones came across. One of them came close enough that he managed to get the sound of it on a video clip. It's pretty scary. I mean, to hear this, they do sound like lawnmowers and loud. So that's everyday life in the west of Ukraine or central Ukraine, nowhere near the front lines. And I noticed that there was an air alert over the entire area of Ukraine again. Just even I didn't see anything about attacks, but certainly enough to destroy everybody's sleep for yet another night. But it's not going to work. Ukraine is going to win one way or the other in the end, and we have our responsibility to make that end sooner. Anyway, back to you, James.
Yes, Robin. Absolutely. We are helping out too. I think that the fundraiser is going along pretty well. The kind of equipment, the drones, the electronic warfare, night vision goggles, thermal equipment, all these things are going to Scruff's team, and that is going to be, don't say game changer, right? But it will give them a new edge that they don't have currently. And, it's not that nobody thought of it. It's that the need is so great and we get to help out. And it would be ideal if we didn't have to, if Ukraine had everything, but they don't. And so that's what we hear war is frustration with supplies, with so many things. But this is one of the things we can fix. And the last couple fundraisers, certainly getting the kids out of Russia, that was a good payoff, right? There's more kids there. We're not going to get everybody out, but we're getting quite a few out. And before that, the demining equipment that was purchased has, I understand that we had a report that they removed at least 900 mines with them. I think that was the right number. Was that right, Robin?
I don't remember something like that though. It's been it's a lot to go, but they've really made a lot of headway at the same time.
Yeah, so we make a difference on the ground in Ukraine by our donations, and so we're not looking for your rent money, but Alan will tell you, yes, we want your lunch money because you don't need that extra lunch. I think he was talking to me, but maybe it applies to you. I don't know. But anyway, please give if you can. So there's there is that, and then the other thing I would say about the Middle East that this has been kind of frightening to watch, and you can see how it really opened up a scab for a lot of people, if you will, and it's still resonating, and I see people going from real outrage at some of the things that happened to just a whole lot more quiet about it now. So I don't know where this breaks open or if it will, but we're definitely going to keep our eye on it. And I was thinking that this is, I know I've been in some other spaces, not as many as the people I see in front of me, but I've been in some. And so this is a really good place to discuss. And the discussions this week, including having some people in the space that really needed to be challenged for who they presented themselves as, and then who, the kind of imagery that they chose to use, like Hitler as a profile picture, things like that. This is also showing us that we're in the right place to fight misinformation. And I would just say that we've seen an uptick in trolling in the space, not just during the Middle East hours, but a lot more. So, I don't know if that's a good thing. It's not fun to deal with, Alice, but I think it's a good thing in terms of challenging the misinformation that comes into the space.
Yeah, I would agree, James. I think it is a good thing. I think it shows that we're having an impact. The trolls will leave us alone if nobody was listening to us. And this morning, I actually woke up to that troll. I mean, and it was not, it was not. I leave MriyaReport running at night, which I know I'm not the only one who does that. But I woke up into the morning to hear this guy saying some pretty outrageous things, which is not great to wake up to. But I give Tim Senator, one of our morning hosts, especially, is such. Oh, and Will too, who's coming up, is such a. He's so level, and he doesn't. He probably gets angry inside, but he's able to deal with really outrageous statements and just keep on drilling down. Well, how do you support this? What's where is your where do you get your information? Where is your where is your proof that it is what you said? This is not consistent with something you said 5 minutes ago. So it was a really, I know it frustrates some of our pro-Ukraine listeners sometimes to get some of these people up who spout all sorts of Russian nonsense. But at the same time, with some of our co-hosts, Tim, Yehuda is great at this also, and Will. Will is great at it, especially because he lived in Russia for so long. But I think that we really, that this morning, I don't know if we convinced the guy who called up. He didn't seem to have, I think he might have been on something, honestly, but we did. I think that anybody who was really sincerely wondering and not understanding, I think they got a really good primer in what the issues are in Ukraine and why Ukraine deserves our support. So I was very happy with that. And it was pretty entertaining too.
Well, it certainly can be. So, Furious.
Yes, another Furious. Go ahead, Marcus.
Hello. Yes, big props to Norma this morning. When I woke up, she and Will were battling in the gladiatorial arena with Hitler guy. Now, I don't leave the space on at night because one of my greatest fears is going on a date with T Swift in my head. And she says, "Good day, mate," in Will's voice. And it's just, that would be, well, like moving to Russia, just scary stuff. So, amazing work by the night crew, amazing work by the Aussies in holding the fort with a real formidable troll. He was, he's giving it for all his worth, but you guys held your ground, that's for sure. So good work. So I would love at some point for us to talk more with John Spencer. He's been in Israel, and since we haven't talked about Ukraine yet, and I'll bring it around to Ukraine. So he's been in Israel, and he's had a chance to look at some of the urban warfare things, but as well as go to the kibbutz, the various kibbutzes, kibbutzis,
Kibbutzim.
Yeah,
Kibbutzim.
yes, that's the name. Yeah.
So he went to various sites there of the massacres, and he was talking about the sheer barbarity, and I had commented that it's hard to imagine you can't get a regular infantryman to kill someone with a knife like that. Like, that's not in human psychology, that it takes something different to use a knife like that and do those things to humans. So anyways, Brian Cunningham had said, hey, well, don't forget these UNRWA schools have been teaching these kids hate. And we'll find out more. We're going to find out more about what it went into the psychology of this, but there's something extraordinarily disturbing going on that people will write books about and people will cry when they read it. So there's something very disturbing. However, it brings me back to the children abducted by Russia, because they're being taught to hate their families. I'm not saying they're going to go and do a massacre like this, but what I'm saying is it's clear that indoctrination can turn people into monstrous people. And boy, howdy, do I hope they get those kids back soon. And I'm very proud of the MriyaReport for the amazing work we did. And I mean, some of the hosts in this room in matching donations, incredible work donating to get kids home with the Orphans Feeding Foundation. And there was a matching donor who's anonymous. Just incredible work and fundraising by the MriyaReport. And you can still go into the Orphan Feeding Foundation's Twitter. They have information available if you'd like to donate. But wow, we need to get our international bodies doing better jobs collecting these children, because it's an incredibly difficult task. And indoctrination can really mess people up. Yeah, so I just want to mention that. Maybe think of those kids again, and I think we should bring them up as often as we can. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you, Marcus. Let's go to Will, and then I have something to add.
Hey, thanks, Robin. Good morning, James, and thanks, Marcus. What's the line I'm supposed to say to you in your dreams? Because I can arrange that.
Good day, mate.
Good day, mate. So the thanks.
He never offered to arrange any of my dreams, Marcus. By the way, I'm very offended. Go on, Will.
Oh, I'll get to you. I just got to find out what the thing that scares you is, Robin, and then there I'll be. So
overdue
book
fees.
Thanks for the words of encouragement and support for that. Look, when we for the listeners who don't know, we oftentimes get lots of DMs while we're talking to somebody, and if we bring up somebody who is a known or suspected troll, we manage them. And we do get lots of messages contemporaneously that, oh, you got to get this guy. Check his timeline. He's bad or what. Oftentimes we'll hold those people on, for, as Robin said, I think it was highly unlikely with that bloke because he had the intellectual depth of a car park puddle. But he thought he knew a lot, right? He thought he knew a lot. He thought he knew a lot from Netflix, docos he'd seen. And this is the thing about people who oftentimes think, they do a bit of work watching Netflix docos. I'll give them credit for that. But they don't. It's like those people who did their own research during COVID on the internet, and you PhDs and medical doctors, you don't know jack. So I don't think we probably turned that guy, but what we may have done is questioned him. And so if you feel that there's somebody online who's a problem and they're getting past us, rest assured that there's co-hosts and probably half a dozen to a dozen people in the background working all the time to make sure that we're prepped and ready for what's going on. Not to stifle people. We totally wanted to hear his point of view, but we wanted to hear his point of view by the rules, which is the thing you have to follow around here, especially if you're working with Tim. And if you want to participate and change our minds, we are willing to change our minds, but you better bring the receipts. And this guy was talking about fake treaties and history that was obviously superficial. He missed some major things in history, and sometimes it's good to let those people go. As I found out working on the one political campaign I've worked on in my life, is sometimes if you're the person who's the reasonable person and you're dealing with a person who's crazy, you're not really speaking to the crazy person. You're speaking to all the people listening to the crazy person. And that's sometimes what we do. So don't worry that we've turned over the space to the lunatics, oftentimes when we're talking to them. And like particularly last night, some of these folks, what I really want to see is I really want to see the absolute total professional trolls show up, because they're a lot harder work. But and the downside is, if you've done your research before going into your shift, oftentimes I'll have 2 and 3 hours of material I don't get through because we're managing one of those guys. But it's that's how live radio goes. Essentially, you roll with it. If it seems to be good radio and there's lots of people in and the discussion is vibrant, you carry on, suck it up, and try to sneak your research in tomorrow like it's fresh news. Which is what I'll do later. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that last part out loud. But yeah, so don't worry about it. You don't need to, you can go ahead and send us your concerns in the background if you're worried about somebody being something that we don't know. But the dealing with trolls is part of what you do. And I think Robin's right. If we've got a lot of trolls up, and especially when I start seeing more of the professional trolls, not these people who walk into a room and proclaim to know something about Russia with a room full of people that's easily got 200 years of experience in learning and living in Russia standing in front of them. Many from the Eastern European countries with so much direct experience. All I had to do last night basically is tee him up, sit back, and enjoy the show, because if you're talking to, I'm not going to step in and tell somebody from Romania or Czechoslovakia or Poland how it was like to live under Russia or with Russia as the dominant partner in the Soviet Union. So yeah, that guy and many of them are rank amateurs, but it does show that they're people are either showing up or being sent to show up to try to disrupt. But it's not functioning. Sometimes it works as a teachable moment, and then we try to move on if it gets tedious and boring to the folks who are listening. So yeah, I just wanted to add that, and also note with James's to pile onto what James said. Look, the fundraiser we have going right now to supply kit to a Scruff's recon battalion is very important for those guys' survivability in the next coming weeks, right? Especially when arms and artillery shells are slowing down. It's very, very, very important that they have all of the drone equipment that they need and the anti-drone equipment that they need to make sure that a relatively unsupported infantry group that is on the left bank of the Dnipro cannot be driven off of there. Now, I don't know where Scruff's recon unit is, but if he would happen to be on or working for the left bank of the Dnipro River, it is essential there. So this is a time when you can donate to Maria. write exactly to the people you'd want to do it. This is equivalent to sign my rocket, those sorts of things, because.
But we're doing very well with this fundraising drive too, and it's not us. This is all of you guys who are listening who have contributed. You really have stepped up. You step up every time, and it's just an incredible testament to the quality listenership that we have at MriyaReport. You guys are really amazing. So I just wanted to point that out. We try to give you opportunities to support Ukraine, but it's you guys who are stepping up, and I bet there's a lot of lunch money involved, James. So I really appreciate it. We all do. I just wanted to mention, speaking of the children, there's an article that I just saw in the Kyiv Post today that, and I don't pay attention to the UN. I hate to say it. I think they're sort of irrelevant in some ways, but nevertheless, when they do something good, it should be mentioned. The General Assembly, which is a lot better than the Security Council, has decided to update its resolution condemning human rights violations in Ukraine, underscoring the quote heinous crimes unquote of Russia's forced relocation of children in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, from the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So they've rewritten it to particularly call out this genocide of stealing Ukrainian children. And there are a couple of stats here that won't surprise anyone. The one that I didn't know, which I find even more appalling than everything else that I've heard so far, is of the approximately 20,000 children abducted by Russia, and those are Ukraine's confirmed numbers. The actual number is much higher because obviously they can't confirm what's has gone on in these still temporarily occupied territories where a lot of these children were stolen from. But apparently, of the children that are abducted, more than 500 of them have been confirmed dead. And children don't die at that age unless they have help. And this is just, I don't know whether, we don't know why. Was it neglect? Was it abuse? It's, on just another part of this ongoing war crime. And, another outrage that I just pray that Russia will have to pay for in the very near future, and especially the leaders who are involved in some of this stuff. Not to be too dark, but as I said, it's very positive that the General Assembly is also making a point of shining a light, particularly on this particular part of the genocide.
I certainly hope so, Robin. It is very disturbing, and the preliminary report that they issued did indicate quite a bit of heinous activities, indeed, indicative that they could in fact be charged with, someone could be charged with genocide. The question about the kids in particular, the ones that went to Belarus, that figured in a separate report from a separate line of evidence, but I thought that was just as clear a case as what the UN had reported. So this additional report from the UN, or changes to it, I should say, are promising signs. However, how are they going to interpret the activities into crimes? That is a big question. Will they say it's genocide? Will they say, it's something else?
Guys,
I don't
we're
know.
having host connection issues. If we crash, come right back, because Ben's going to be on in a couple of minutes about his new documentary. Hopefully it won't, but anyway, go ahead, James. James, you still there? Sorry to interrupt. Don't know if anybody can hear me right now, but it looks as though we're having some serious issues. So as
No,
I said,
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just
good,
wanted
good,
to.
good.
I
Oh no,
sent
okay.
the message back in the back channel about the
Oh,
host
thank
connection.
you. Oh yeah, I was about to send it to you privately, which wouldn't have done any good anyway. Okay,
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
good.
So it's sent. It's sent. So I that threw me off. I don't know what you're talking about now. What was the question or
I'm
comment?
sorry. Oh my goodness, I'm so. We were talking. Well, you were talking about the abducted children, and the UN, the General Assembly new statement emphasizing that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Well, that's more important than the crash, in fact. So no, I was not sure how this new change will affect things, and no, I was not sure how this new change will affect things, and
am actually, well, not, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise. I'm very surprised, not surprised, I'm very happy that Ben has put this out, and I cannot wait to watch it. I tend to spend time after I'm done co-hosting, relaxing and doing things like watching documentaries and things like that. And so I know what I'm going to be watching tonight. And tonight I am going to be watching Ben's documentary. And I also was just thinking perhaps I need to try to connect Ben with somebody for a possible interview, because interviews are good when things like this first come out. And so I thought maybe I would try to do that. It just was a thought crossing my mind a little while ago today. And yeah, we will
That's
see how it goes though. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Prince. I just binge watched the whole thing, and which actually I don't recommend because there's too much in it. You need. I'm going to go back and watch part. It's divided into 6 or 7 different segments, and each one of them stands independently. But it's a tour de force. It's really an amazing thing. So, if any other ideas you have for further popularizing this, I think people need to see this. I think Americans need to. I wish we could force our legislators to all sit and watch the whole damn thing, honestly. But anyway, James, I see that Ben is here. Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming back. As I said, please continue. Boy, our listeners are great. We had a lot of people back. Please retweet and share the space and get some more people in here for us. And Ben, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Robin, and thanks, James, for inviting me. And wow, I'm almost embarrassed, or I'm blushing, I should say. I'm not embarrassed that, you called it a tour de force. For a long time, you just work on it and you don't get feedback. And now we put it out it's only been out for 3 days. And it's really amazing to hear you talk about it that way. It's like almost like it feels great. And I'm glad you have, you find it really meaningful and you have that kind of reaction.
Yeah, it really, it was a one tissue box viewing experience for me. So, but I mean, I'd like to go through, some of the specific, the what do you call them? Scenes, the different, you would have it divided into a number of parts, but we'll call them parts. Because each one of them has something unique about it, something that's worth talking about. But the thing that